Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Liv. More trailers. Yeah, more trailers. I'm not really interested in all of the trailers and everything that they're going to be showing today. I mostly want to watch there's a Silent Hill F developer interview that should be part of this Xbox broadcast today. So that's the main thing we're watching for today. Hey, what's up, Shadow Noises? Hey, Drew. How's life? Not bad, not bad. My health has been improving. I had a doctor's appointment yesterday with my orthopedic specialist. Went over my MRI results. And nothing too bad. Some slightly compressed vertebrae that was most likely pinching a nerve. But not full-blown sciatica or severe compression that would require like steroid injections or surgery or anything like that. Good news. Things are not as fucked up as they felt. So I'm doing pretty good. Is there a live stream for each day? Probably. But I'm not keeping up with everything. I'm not watching Gamescom to watch Gamescom. I'm watching the specific days where there is Silent Hill news, and that's all I'm paying attention to. So, the stream that I watched on Tuesday, I was just watching it because I knew through the social media for Silent Hill and Konami, I knew there was going to be a new Silent Hill F trailer, which there was, and we saw that. That was the only reason I watched Tuesday. And then today during the Xbox broadcast, there's supposed to be a Silent Hill F developer interview. That's why I'm watching today. Outside of that, I don't know. I'm not keeping up with it. I don't care about the rest of the stuff going on. Hey, Gohan, good morning. Am I usually awake at this time? It's a little bit earlier than I'm usually up. Not by much. Oh, sorry. Trying to move my mic. Collapsing everything. Hey, Potato. Good morning. Oh yeah, this is all I'm watching right now, by the way, for the music and everything that you're hearing. We're just waiting on the Xbox countdown. Overall, feeling good about Silent Hill F so far. More positive than negative. For sure. But still things that I'm concerned about. But it's stuff that we're not going to know until playing the game. Like, how connected is it going to be to established lore? Is it going to meaningfully tie into the series? Or is it just going to be a horror game with Silent Hill slapped onto the title? We won't know until we know the full extent of the story, and we're not going to get that from trailers and interviews. We're going to get that from thoroughly playing the game and reading every note and everything like that. Gameplay mechanics. It's very action heavy, melee focused. No guns, and it's, again, there's dodging and light and heavy attacks and combos and counterattacks, stunning enemies, reading enemy boss patterns, and those are not necessarily bad things or inappropriate for Silent Hill, but it's going to come down to how functional it all is. And it's hard to get a feel for that from just watching footage. Until you're actually playing it and getting a feel for all the combat and all the gameplay, how quickly weapons deteriorate, how often you're able to upgrade or repair them, how the stat system works. There's like a focus mode that slows down time. You basically have Bayonetta witch time. It's a lot of really interesting mechanics, especially for something like a Silent Hill game. And it's definitely very different from a lot of stuff that's been in the series. One of the only other games in the series that has done these kinds of mechanics was Book of Memories. And I fucking hate that game. Not to say that it's going to be anything like Book of Memories, but just to give comparison as to why some of that concerns me. Very curious how the game is going to play a survival horror without ammo management, deteriorating weapons. Instead of managing ammo, you're managing your weapons, which wear down after use and eventually break and have to be repaired. So you're managing weapon durability, not ammo. Silent Hill 3 had parry mechanics. Yeah, Silent Hill 3 had parry mechanics. Silent Hill 2 had blocking. Technically, you've got dodging all the way back to Silent Hill 1 with back hops and things like that. A lot of people don't think of it as a dodge because it doesn't have, like, invincibility frames. But fundamentally, that stuff still has been a part of the series, just not all at once and not as melee focused, combat focused. Because even though those mechanics have existed in Silent Hill for a long time, the big difference is you don't have to engage with those mechanics in those older games, whereas they're inherently going to be part of the gameplay for Silent Hill F. It's going to be more focused on that. Like all the original Silent Hill games, you can run from 90% of the enemy encounters. Biggest concern with F and the other Silent Hill games coming? There'll be horror games with the name Silent Hill, but not have a thing attached to the original or established lore. Yeah, that's what happened with The Short Message, and that's what happened with Ascension. They just have Silent Hill in the title and are otherwise unrelated. So I'm hoping that's not the case for Silent Hill F. I hope there's a little bit more of a meaningful connection. And it's not like the whole thing needs to revolve around major established points of lore, but there needs to be more connection than just the title. Think the slow hit stun will be something we can tweak or disable in the settings? No, no way. You'll be able to turn off like the UI, and I'm sure difficulty settings will make a big impact on like deteriorating weapons and other mechanics and things like that, but the slowdown on hit is going to be inherently baked into the combat of the game. That's not going to be something you can just turn off. Was Yamaoka or Ito involved at all in F? Ito is not involved at all. Yamaoka is doing the Fog World music. Have you seen the new interview done by IGN? Probably. Do you mean there's several things coming out recently, so then you'll need to be a little more specific about which IGN thing, because I did an entire video about IGN and their first 5 hour gameplay thing, where I reviewed that. That's already been up on my YouTube for a while now. IGN interview on the Silent Hill info channel on Discord. New interview. Silent Hill F live gameplay. There's the PCGN interview. Do you mean... It's all Japanese, though. So do you mean the IGN Japan live gameplay? Okay. So yeah, not just an interview. After today's Xbox broadcast, we'll check out some of these other things. We'll look at the live gameplay. Some of the other new stuff that's come up. Speaking of Silent Hill 3, Good Old Games posted a video about Silent Hill 3 showing some people's comments on how the game affected them. I'm hoping we get the port of it there next. Yeah, the thing to keep in mind with Good Old Games, they are doing everything they can to hype up their dream list function. Like, it's just a wish list. It's not a guarantee that they're going to be able to get the rights to distribute or put like more Silent Hill games on their platform. It helps them show publishers like Konami how much interest there is when they try to reach out to them and get permission and get rights to put them on their platform. But a lot of people were really, really overthinking how much they were teasing Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. The only reason they're throwing those games out there is because of how popular they are. And to get more people aware of their dream list. That's all it is. Don't get your hopes up, is what I'm saying. Because you could get 10 million people to sign off on the dream list and say, I want Silent Hill on Good Old Games. Konami can still say no. Seen on Twitter one of the directors of Chronos being emotional that the line at Gamescom to try Chronos demo is really big. Awesome to see so many people excited about the game. Yeah. I'm hoping Chronos turns out good too, because I'll definitely be picking that up and playing it. We're going to be eating good next month. Shit, it's already... Today's the 21st. So, Chronos in like 2 weeks. And then... Silent Hill F in like 4 weeks. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 in February, but we've got a lot. There's a lot of stuff between now and February as well. Hopefully I've got enough time to... I still want to try to finish up Death Stranding 2. Hopefully before the end of this month. And then going into September, once Chronos comes out, I'll be playing that on day one. I'm not going to do the early access. I'm just going to get the base game. But we'll still be playing it early on in September. And then September 23rd, a month from now. I said like 4 weeks from now. Silent Hill F. Yeah, Kojima's still working on OD. Just don't have a whole lot of info about that yet. But I'm a Kojima fan. I like his games. I'm definitely curious to see what he does for like a proper horror game. I like a lot of the horror elements in Death Stranding. And obviously PT. Always curious to see how that stuff kind of influences stuff that he makes afterwards. Man, speaking of which, Metal Gear Solid Delta is another one that we've got to play. That's next week. Shit, dude. I gotta finish up Death Stranding. We gotta really finish up Death Stranding. Get through Death Stranding this week. Metal Gear Solid Delta next week. Chronos the week after that. And then Silent Hill F like 2 weeks after that. I'm too slow. I take my time with games. I'm too slow. Too many things, too many good games coming out all at once. No way you're going to chew through all that? No. Some stuff is going to have to wait. Here we go. Xbox Gamescom. What are we going to see today? All I really care about is the Silent Hill F interview.
Every August for 15 years, Cologne, Germany has hosted the world's definitive celebration of gaming. From stunning opening night live reveals and gameplay breakdowns to the biggest news from the industry's best, join hundreds of thousands of fans on the ground and millions of gamers worldwide for the ultimate games convention. Welcome to Xbox at Gamescom.
Tactic RPGs. Triangle strategy.
End all wars. A war whose victor shall rule Norzelia in her glorious entirety.
Roland, Lord Wolfwater.
At some point, I do want to play the Final Fantasy Tactics remake.
You're damned right it will. I'll restore this kingdom to its rightful glory.
I care only that you and the legacy of House Wolford are safe and secure.
As long as I keep walking, there will always be hope.
You are responsible for more than just your own life now.
This battle is but the first step on the path Lord Serenoa has laid before us. Let us take this first step together and rejoice.
Octopath Traveler, want to play this game so bad?
You are free of sin.
Well, there's Octopath Traveler, and then the same devs are also making another tactics RPG style game.
Which of us is more fit to rule Norzelia? A new future is before us, but first, we must carve our way through to it.
I can't remember the name of it. I mean, this might be it. Triangle Strategy.
Hello Xbox
I mean,
fans,
that's also
and
Square
welcome
Enix.
to Gamescom. You just saw a trailer for Triangle Strategy from Square Enix, which you can actually play today. And that is just the tip of the iceberg.
Play it today.
This is a huge year for Gamescom. We've got tons of great reveals, in-depth interviews, and first look gameplay presentations. I'm Benny from the Xbox On team, and we're going to make sure that you're getting wall-to-wall coverage all event long, so you don't miss out on a single thing. But first, let's head inside and catch up on all those big reveals from Opening Night Live.
Thanks so much, Benny. Charlie and Bex here, and I am thrilled to be in Cologne, Germany for Gamescom 2025, holding down the Xbox booth at the biggest gaming convention in the world. There is a ton of amazing stuff packed in the next 2 days, and we finally get to see gameplay for some of the year's most anticipated titles and catch a glimpse of gaming's future in the form of fresh reveals and some surprise drops.
I mean, just today, Charlie, we've got a full demo of Dying Like the Beast, tons of new info on Keeper from Double Fine, a custom controller giveaway, what's next for World of Warcraft and Call of Duty, and a brand new adventure starring a certain roguish archaeologist with a whip. And that's just some of the stuff I was allowed to tease after I signed like 5,000 NDAs. But first up, let's go hands-on with the ROG Xbox Ally and the Ally X, the very first Xbox handhelds, and explore the wide world of Xbox Play Anywhere.
Now, Xbox Play Anywhere, you
Xbox
can
handhelds.
access it across PC and Xbox consoles, including the Xbox Ally
And it'll only
Ally X.
cost you
Even better,
almost
your
as much
progress
as it would
travels
cost
with
to
you.
just
You can
build a
bring all your
PC.
saves, your add-ons, your friends, and all those delicious achievements along. So whether you're online on the convention floor waiting to play your favorite game, posted up here at the Xbox booth with your beloved Xbox On team, visiting our battle-ready neighbors at a very impressive Call
I
of
don't know.
Duty Black
It
Ops
appeals
7
to
booth,
definitely.
chilling with
It's
Warcraft
not me. I am not the target
Mobile,
audience.
World
I never
Warcraft
leave my
Midnight
house.
booth, hanging with Asus at the ROG
So,
Ally all the way over in Hall 8,
handhelds
or looking at the latest tech offerings from Samsung
are
this
not
year
really
at
my
Gamescom.
thing.
Anywhere kind of truly is the best place to play. But right now, what we're going
For
to
people
do
who
next is
actually
quickly recap what
play
Xbox
video
revealed
games
last
and travel
night
a
at the
lot.
Opening night live celebrations. Are you ready?
Let's get into it.
Having a portable
I mean, we've
Xbox
got a brand new and very charming companion
or a Steam
killer
Deck
for
or
the
any of those
Outer
kind of
Worlds 2
things.
that revealed 6 new friends to travel the stars
Probably
and zap things with.
Zap-a-da-zap. The Dynasties.
a little
on the
more
East
exciting for
expansion
you.
for Age of Empires 4
I never go
Anniversary
anywhere.
Edition also got announced, and they also revealed a release date, so you can start organizing your troops on November 4th.
Market. We also found out about the massive new Indiana Jones and the Great Circle expansion, continuing Indy's investigation of the Ancient Order of Giants. Ancient Rome's biggest secret awakens September 4th.
Excited for that one. After decades of supporting the Hayabusa clan, Raven Clan is finally taking center stage in Ninja Gaiden 4, which we saw an awesome new trailer for as well. And according to Team Ninja Bags,
Only handheld you had was PSP. When I was younger and like had more of a life where I would go to anime conventions like every month and
Call of Duty Black Ops 7 releasing November 14th. Yes. The new game's got twisted
yeah,
environments,
like stuff like that. I had
supports
handhelds.
4-player co-op, zombies, Dead Ops
All the way
arcade,
back to the
and
original
even a
Game
new
Boy,
mode called Endgame
Game
to
Boy
keep
Color,
your
Game Boy
squad busy for
Advance.
years to come. Really impressive stuff, that.
So good. We also saw Blizzard storm through with the gorgeous and never-before-seen cinematic
The
intro
Sega
to the world
Nomad.
of Warcraft.
I used to
Midnight,
love my
the
Sega
ancient
Nomad
globe
when I
of
was
the
a
Blood
kid.
Elves is under threat, and they'll need to tap into
See,
the
this is
power
where we're gonna
of
start
Sunwell to keep those shadows at bay. in
talking about some old
2026.
people shit.
Plus, today we'll have even deeper looks at titles that were shown at opening
Some of y'all
night
don't know
live,
about
like
that Sega
Keeper,
Nomad.
Dying Light the Beast, and Lego
It was a portable
Voyagers.
Sega
And in a
Genesis.
few hours, this very
Mega
broadcast
Drive,
will play
for those
host
of you
a special
outside of the
edition
US.
of the official Call of Duty
And it would
podcast.
play
But together, party
not like
started.
the
Here
Game
comes
Gear,
all the latest details on
which
the
had its own
Xbox
little
Ally,
small
which has been so
cartridges.
hotly anticipated
The Sega Nomad
ever since it was
played
announced
the
at
full-on
Xbox Games Showcase.
Genesis
The
Mega
video
Drive
around Xbox
cartridges.
has really transformed over the years of people playing.
So I could
on
be at
multiple
home
devices, people
playing
playing
Sonic and
anywhere.
Knuckles
We know
on the
what
Genesis,
players want. They want
and
a
then
game
take
on
the
their
cartridge
own
out,
terms.
put it in the Nomad, take it with me to school or whatever.
Working in close partnership with Asus on a brand new handheld called the Xbox Ally and the Xbox Ally X.
The best game
I had the DS, had the PSP,
everything.
and that's about where I stopped with handhelds.
It feels like we're finally hitting an inflection point now where I'm able to take the game that I'm playing on my beefy home PC gaming rig and take it with me on a portable device.
The big question a lot of players have is how are PC games going to play on a handheld form factor? The games are largely going to play like they do on PC.
The Xbox Ally targets 720p, while the Xbox Ally X targets 1080p. Most titles will perform between 30 frames per second and 60 frames per second, but certain games have the potential to hit up to 120 frames per second. As frame rates rise and fall, variable refresh rate, or VRR, will deliver a consistent and fluid visual experience. Players can further fine-tune a variety of device settings in the command center, from optimizing battery life to remapping buttons.
The Asus Armory Crate has 3 distinctive settings that are really great. There's the silent mode for these dark gaming sessions you will have. There is a performance mode, so your battery life is optimized. And then of course, for the top performance factor, you would use turbo mode.
When we talk about optimizing for handheld, it's less about stripping games down and more about ensuring playing the game on a handheld is as easy and effortless as possible. Games that run at 30 frames per second or above will get a should perform well on this device tag. Games that hit 60 frames per second or above will carry a should perform great on this device tag.
I mean, in theory, all of this is pretty impressive, that they're able to have something handheld
As more games are tested, updated, and optimized
that
for
can
handheld,
maintain
these
like
labels will
relative
evolve over
levels of
time.
quality
This is
and
about
performance
giving players a device with no obstacles to fun.
for a
So
lot
one
of these
example
games.
is making sure that it's going to work seamlessly with
But,
the controller. Are all menus and prompts working as intended? And are
you
those
know,
UI elements properly sized for the smaller screen?
How
Another
well
example
is
of
it going
essential
to work
compatibility
practically?
feature is having a gamepad keyboard. If a game passes all these checks,
battery life,
handheld optimized, and will be labeled as such.
how heavy it is, how comfortable it is to actually hold and play for any significant amount of time.
These titles for players.
We test on the Ally all the time as we're building Roblox. For a player, that means more immersion, better graphics, smoother animation. You get to play games the way they were built.
If you're playing Doom the Dark Ages on the PC or the console, you
see the announcement of Shenmue 3 Enhanced version. Yeah, that was cool. Hoping this is a small step towards a potential Shenmue 4. Maybe.
One of the awesome things about PC is that there are so many places to get your games.
We think about having this unified game library and how it can bring your entire game collection together.
Any recently downloaded and played games from other PC game stores, from Battle.net, the Epic Game Store, Ubisoft, Steam, GOG, or EA, the Xbox app automatically finds them and
nobody
will show
uses
them in your game
Microsoft
library.
Edge.
And right on the Xbox home screen, under Most Recently Played.
My most recently used game should be something that sticks with me everywhere I go, creating a unified user experience.
You're going to see games you've played on Xbox. If it's a PC native game, you're going to be able to play it right there. If it's a console-only game, you're going to be able to stream it from the cloud. If you're down in your basement and you want to stream direct from your console that you've got upstairs, you're going to be able to do it.
I'm able to continue to
If I'm a gamer
experience
in
the
my
worlds and
basement,
characters that I love anywhere that I want.
I'm not going to be on a handheld.
This is going to be awesome. Now we literally have a device that could go with you everywhere.
Hey there everyone, I'm Henry, and today I'm joined by Dom and Brianna from Xbox and Gabe from our friends at Asus, who are going to tell us a whole lot more about the ROG Xbox Ally and the Xbox Ally X, which are the very first handheld.
Hey, Unicorn Zombie Gal, good morning.
To play anywhere. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome to Cologne, guys. How you doing?
Thank you for having us. It's been busy.
Hey, piece of cherry
everything
cake.
ready, but we're super
Good morning.
excited to be
Glad
here.
you can catch
Well, I've
stream.
gotta say, it's incredibly distracting having the Ally X in front of me. I want to just grab it and have a go, but why don't you tell us, why is Xbox making a handheld right now?
Handheld gaming felt like a really natural next step for Xbox. Being able to break out of the living room and play anywhere is so central to our vision of putting players at the center wherever and however you want to play. And we saw this wave of innovation happening in the handheld space from brands like Asus, and we knew that we could fuel that with so much more energy from Xbox. So when we started talking to Asus, it became apparent like how much more we could do together. We share the same
Xbox wanted a piece of that market.
devices and gaming in general. And we just realized that by building a device together,
Behold,
we could do
corporate
something
wanking,
much
yeah.
more special and much more quickly than either of us could do.
Why did
And so
Xbox
that's what
want to
brought
make a
us the
handheld?
Xbox Ally. The Xbox Ally
Because
really
they wanted a
brings
piece of
together
that
power
fucking
of
pie.
Xbox
They
with
want
the
some of
full
that
freedom of
money.
Windows. That means that you can play your PC games natively from across storefronts. You can play your
They
Xbox
see
Play
that
Anywhere
Nintendo's making money with
and
the
you can choose your
Switch
console
and
games
people
as
being
well.
able
And really,
to
this
take
is
their
just the
Switch
beginning. Like, we
wherever.
have such a huge roadmap of improvements that we're going to continue building,
They
continue delivering for our
see
players. We're
people
always
with
listening to
portable
feedback, but
PCs
I'm really
and Steam
excited for this first
Decks
step.
making
And the
money.
device has got a really quite unique look about it. Gabe, can you tell us a bit
Xbox
about the
was like,
hardware
all right,
design of the Ally?
we want some of that.
The design of the ROG Xbox Ally.
Like I said, there's definitely a market for it. There's a lot of people
Comfort and user familiarity.
who
These
want
solid
this,
contoured grips
who want
familiar with that Xbox controller
portable
we all know and
gaming.
love. And so design starts with your hand.
But,
right? We think about
not
our
me.
opposable thumbs
I don't care.
and
I don't go
the
anywhere.
Really nimble fingertips that we have. These are the tools that we use to write, to pick things up.
I play
and
my games
definitely
on
to
my
play. And so when you
my
think about
desktop
the devices
PC
as they are in their current generation,
or my consoles.
It really rests into your palm, and you're using your palm to pick
If
up the
I'm
device.
out,
And
if
I
I'm
say it's kinda
traveling,
like a
if I'm
tray-like.
away,
With the ROG Xbox Ally series
usually
devices,
I'm
it rests into your fingers and then into
taking
your
that
palms, and then
break
allows you
away
to
from
curve
games.
over, giving you the freedom to use that to play. On our wonderful new ABXY keys with the tactile fill and color coloring of the new
That means I
Xbox
have something else that I'm focusing on.
It's not as simple though
But,
as just taking a
you know,
controller and splitting it
different
in half
audience.
and putting a panel inside. Really, that would cause you to flare out.
If
So
I
it's
was
subtle
if I was
detail
still
of how
a,
you kinda wanna have
school-age
fun
kid
and be natural. And those
who had
contour
like a
feels,
bus
this
ride
natural
to and
feeling
from
really
school
helps with
or a
the
car
overall
ride
weight
to and from
distribution,
school where I'm
and
not
that means
driving.
comfort when you play long on these devices. And so
You
with
know.
the Xbox Ally series, you're going to be able to
Or
play
somebody, like I
longer
said,
and
who
play
travels a lot. You're sitting in a lot of
then,
airports.
with the ROG
You got a lot of
Xbox
time to
Ally
kill.
X, You then have the access to the impulse triggers. So then you're
You
able
probably
to
like this kind of
feel
thing.
everything and be part of the game. And
I just don't
immerse
give a shit.
inside and in terms of all of the things that you would be familiar with on your Xbox controller today. And so you'll get all those game-centric cues coming through on your device.
It's so like fully fledged and very well optimized for gaming, which is why I need to ask, how has the Windows experience been optimized for gaming, which is primarily what we want to do with an Ally?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been a huge collaboration between Asus, Xbox, and Windows. And so we really thought about like what
Been a
makes
minute
playing
up. Hope
on
you're well.
Xbox
Yeah, I'm
unique,
doing pretty
and
good.
how can we bring those elements together with
Health
what
has
makes
been
Windows 11
steadily
so great for PC
improving.
gaming? And that really led to, from my perspective, 3 big features. The first one is the Xbox full screen.
All my last
The Xbox
several
full screen experience
doctor's
is
visits have all been
extremely
good.
tailored for the handheld device, for controller navigation, and right from the moment you turn on the Xbox Ally or the Xbox Ally X, you launch directly into
ADHD gods have not been good to me. I'm sorry to hear that.
about what's happening here is not just the experience
I
itself,
am
but
sorry
what's
to
not
hear
happening.
that.
So we've collaborated really deeply with Windows. to
Hopefully things
defer a
get
bunch
better
of
for you.
processes that aren't required for gaming.
No internet.
All of these things aren't loaded when you boot into the full screen experience.
Okay. I was having issues with my internet last night. I was hoping it wouldn't be a problem today, but I'm already dropping some frames.
Players have catalogs of games that span across different storefronts.
Okay, it stabilized very quickly.
Together in one place in the aggregated library, so you can see all of your installed games from different storefronts. This makes it super easy to launch your games, kind of stay in that Xbox full screen experience for more of your experience, and just really experience the full value of the device.
Stabilized very quickly.
The third
Hopefully we don't
feature that
have
we've really invested deeply
internet
in
suddenly
is
drop
the
or
Play
cut out or
Anywhere.
anything.
So Xbox Play Anywhere has been a program for a long time, but we've really been investing in it.
I think it was the prescription that was giving you grief. I think it was a combination of things.
For your Xbox Play Anywhere games, you can bring your progress, your saves, your achievements from your Xbox
I think
console
my
or your
anxiety
Windows
had gotten
PC
to a point
to
where
your
it
Xbox
was
Ally to,
really,
again,
really
make
bad.
that
Obviously,
really so seamless.
when I was having
And
panic
again, we have a
attacks like
huge roadmap
every
of
day,
improvements we're working on together and with the Windows
and eventually
team.
wound
So
up
it's really
in the
exciting.
emergency
There's gonna be so
room,
much more to
like
share, and we're always listening to feedback,
something
but
needed
these
to
three
change,
features
something
me,
needed
like,
to
are
be
what
done
make
about
Xbox
that.
Ally so special.
So ergonomics, they're locked in. We've also got the lightweight Windows,
And I think
primed and ready for gaming. Gabe, tell us a bit
my
about the
initial
horsepower
visit to the
behind it and
doctor,
partnership you've got with AMD
they
to
sort of
really make
overcorrected
Absolutely. We're really
because they were like, well, I'd been dealing with all that anxiety for so long. My blood pressure was really, really high. So they put me on a bunch of blood pressure medications that might have been too much. They put me on SSRIs and stuff to try to level out my mood and manage my mental health.
In local AI gaming,
that might have been too much.
The best efficiency possible on these
So,
amazing
just coming from a very unhealthy, physically and mentally place that I was in at the start of this year, and then the shock to my system of all of the medications and trying to adjust to those for a few months, I think just really fucked me up. So I had a really rough several months there that still had to happen because it still motivated me to start living healthier and taking better care of myself.
You'll be able to have Copilot for gaming, a game guide you can call from the Xbox menu that assists.
But now I'm finally at a point where the medication is not as necessary, so I've been able to taper down or completely get off most of the meds and manage everything that was going on with me just by living better,
a lot of improvements in Windows to help add gamepad navigation,
doing low sodium diet,
so I can press A to dismiss the
losing
lock
weight,
screen, and I can
only
navigate
drinking
all
water,
elements I would expect to
no caffeine, no sodas, no stuff like that anymore. I'll occasionally have a cup of tea. That's like the most caffeine I really get.
to enter your PIN or have your own kind of
Getting outside, getting more vitamin D, taking vitamin supplements, getting exercise.
You can also use directional navigation, and we really want to give the flexibility to the players of how they want to get into their gaming session.
Cool.
So,
More fresh fruits and veggies and stuff like that. So
I'll get my own later. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
getting all that,
put in a pin for this device,
getting all that in
and
order
you'll boot right into the Xbox app.
has been more beneficial, I think, than any of the medications and
So it boots directly
stuff
into
like
this
that.
experience.
But
It's really tailored for
hey,
gamepad navigation for the
that
handheld
was
screen,
part of
and
the
again,
process.
doesn't even
Seeing
load
the
those
doctors,
processes that
seeing
aren't
all the
required for
specialists, getting
In
all the
some of our
tests
initial
done,
estimates, this shows an
ruling
estimated
out
2 gigabytes
more
of savings
serious
in memory, which
conditions.
can all go back to your games, which means faster startup times and less idle power draw.
Absolutely. I mean, that was super snappy just to get into that.
Yeah.
It's definitely good peace of mind being able to, like, it's stressful dealing with it while I deal with it, but then being at the point now where I've been following up with all my doctors and, like, cardiologist has confirmed, like, my heart is okay,
So hey, these are my games from the Game Pass entitlement.
orthopedic specialist has confirmed that, like,
and we really want to make sure
my
that
neck
when
and my
people play a
spine
game in
are
the library, they
okay.
know what's safe
Nerve
for it.
specialist
It
has
might be like me
confirmed
and
that
you own the
my
same
my
game across
nerve
multiple storefronts. You're safe
reactions
out.
and responses and everything are
You
okay.
want to make sure that when you launch your game, you know where it's coming from, and you're able to kind of get that.
Ultrasound confirming that I don't have
Amazing.
blood clots or deep vein thrombosis, anything serious like that. Blood tests,
You can see that the bootloader that we
making
have
sure
launches
that
full screen.
it's not
That really takes
issues with
you
my
to that
thyroid or
personal experience,
diabetes
so you're not seeing
or
those desktop elements that dominate
any of these other things that it could have potentially been.
Because there's something I use at home on my desktop.
Stuff that could have developed if I continued
Screenshots I use to access
living unhealthy the way that I
friends
was.
list, party chat.
Yeah.
Can we have a little look at that? How does that operate on the Ally?
Yeah, so one of the main differences between
So
the
it's been a difficult year for my health, but things are good now. Things are improving every day.
device. And so by pressing it, you
And it was
quickly bring up
definitely
bar, and
the
this is the optimized
turnaround
mode
point
shipped last year
that I
from
needed.
compact mode. That takes that same widget model
Just
that
to,
we
like,
had
wake up,
before, that's completely extensible,
be like, "Hey,
but it puts
buddy,
it in a more streamlined, optimized form for these
nub,
handheld devices.
you're
So it
almost
lets you quickly
40.
Get access to device settings,
You can't
and most
live
importantly,
like
command
a 19-year-old anymore."
So instead of having multiple overlays that you're juggling, it's all in one overlay, and it's all in game bar, and so you can get access to some of those awesome
Your body and your
features, as
brain
well as the
cannot
ASUS
function
features
that way
we've been
anymore.
known for before, to be able to
You actually
navigate
have to
those
put in
with
effort to
kind
take
of
care of yourself
performance
now.
settings on the fly.
As a person who is already a multi-device user, it does instantly feel quite familiar as well. Like across my console,
So
my PC,
I needed
I'm
it.
getting this
It's been a difficult
very
several months, but I
fluid,
needed it.
connected system. It's really nice.
And like I said, health is good. Health is improving. I'm getting all good news from all my doctors.
Yes.
What else can you do with it? Are there other apps that you can use?
Yeah, so one of my favorite features is we've added a new custom task switching view. So by long pressing on the Xbox button, you'll get this new experience where you can quickly bumper between existing applications, as well as go to the Windows desktop if you need to kind of tweak something.
I might actually play this at some point.
And it
Gears of
really
War
kind of
Reloaded.
makes it feel fast and fluid, and so if you're
I was a big
using
fan of
Discord or
the first
getting a
Gears of
little
War
hitting
game.
edge, you can quickly
I used to
bumper
play that
between them
online
and
all
then
the
go back
time.
to your game really smoothly.
That was when I was still kind of actively playing a lot of Halo,
Anything else you'd like to add as well?
and Gears
Yeah,
of
I mean,
War
this is really
was
our Xbox experience reimagined for
a
handheld
really
gaming.
good,
Built in collaboration with ASUS,
good
Windows,
story,
Xbox,
fun
and
game,
allows you
good
to have that
online.
full immersion and effortless play. But really, games are at the heart of what makes a great Xbox experience, and that's why we're developing a new program.
When I
called
started
the
kind of
Compatibility
wanting
Program.
something other
And
than
this will help you
Halo,
really
and I
easily
just didn't
understand
care
what
enough
games
about
playable on your
stuff like
device
Call of
across
Duty
things
and
like text size,
Counter-Strike and things like
control
that. I
navigation.
just never
And so
got
we're
super
really
into
excited to announce
those
this program and work very closely with our
in
development
terms
partners
of
on it as well to help
shooters.
you have the best possible
Gears of
gaming
War was a
experience on
nice,
your Xbox Ally.
That's so awesome. So all
nice
of that,
experience.
and I hear
I only
that
ever
there's lots of
played
videos for us to check out. Should we
Gears of
load
War
that up
1,
now?
2, and
do it.
3. But my wife, Rachel, is also a big Gears of War fan. And we've been talking about going through those games co-op at some point. So we might actually pick up Gears of War Reloaded and do a co-op play of that some point on stream. Whenever we find time for it. There's a lot more
So, now that you've
a lot
seen what the
more
Xbox Ally
pressing,
and the Xbox
important
Ally X can
things that I'm going to be
do, wanna know
focused
when you
on
get
for
your
the
own
next
one, huh?
few months.
Brianna, if I ask really nicely, is there anything you can tell us on that?
Death
front?
Stranding 2, got to finish that.
To share that the
Metal Gear
Xbox
Solid
Ally
Delta,
and Xbox Ally X will
that
be
comes out next
available
week.
worldwide, October 16th.
Oh, that's
Chronos
so
New
soon.
Dawn.
All right, well, you heard it here first. The Xbox Ally comes out
Silent Hill F.
October 16th.
Both of those in
Brianna,
September.
and to all of our guests here as well for stopping by today. But coming up next, stick around for the latest on Rogue, Prince of Persia, and so much more as Xbox at Gamescom 2025.
Nub, we've been over this. I know. I know. The Rogue. Parkour. I have not played a Prince of Persia game since Sands of Time. They're still working on a proper Prince of Persia? I think there's like 3 Prince of Persia games. There's like a 3D one, a classic style one, and this one. Yeah.
You might think that the Rogue Prince of Persia is
So-
just another 2D action roguelike, and you'd be wrong. Yes,
The
we have
Rogue
plenty
Prince of
deadly
Persia,
weapons, powerful abilities,
Prince of
and gameplay
Persia, The
details,
Sands of
but
Time
what makes it
remake.
different? I'm going to tell you.
So there's this one,
This is
there's a
2D
remake of
hardcore
Sands of
full
Time,
flow. You will run, vault, and somersault
and
through the
then
world, blending
I
traversal and
thought there
combat
was
into
another
seamless
one.
movement. If you're looking for Prince of Persia DNA, then shine a black light on this. It'll light up like Times Square. And that wall run? That is the first of its kind in the 2D game. Every fight is a chance to move with style. You're not just swinging a sword.
The
you're
Lost
fighting
Crown.
with
Isn't the Lost Crown already
enemies into
out?
traps or into each other. Vault to dodge attacks.
Hasn't
Wall
that
run over hazards.
been out
Dive
for
to
like a
stun.
year or
Shoot
so?
rocks and arrows into the faces of your foes. It's like playing a Jackie
That's what
Chan
it
movie.
was. Yeah,
That's the
Lost
Prince of
Crown
Persia.
came out last year.
This is acrobatic and environmental combat that rewards creativity and looks damn good doing it. The story holds more surprises. The prince must live the same day over and over, searching for a way to stop an enemy invasion that his actions have triggered. You must learn from each run, discovering how to save key characters and family members and bringing them to the oasis outside of the time loop to unlock new biomes, items, and story beats. Only by exploring the entire city, from the depths of the mines to the top of the lighthouse, will you find the one path that will give you the chance to change the fate of Persia. And the soundtrack? Woo! An unheard of combination
Woo.
of traditional Persian instruments fused with modern trap. It drives you forward. Every run has a rhythm. Every fight.
No,
has a
no
beat.
Silent Hill F yet. I think the interview is scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern,
So there you have it.
which is in like
The Rogue
15
Prince of
minutes.
Persia offers a unique combination of 2D wall running, environmental combat, a branching narrative, and a pulsating soundtrack, on top of all the usual tasty roguelike ingredients. This is a roguelike with rhythm, flow, and style.
The Prince of Persia is going rogue, known for those smooth acrobatic wall runs and intense boss fights set against an inspired vibrant Persian-inspired landscape. It's clear why it's the most anticipated action platformer roguelite of the year. And here to tell us more from Evil Empire Artistic Director Dylan Erlings and Marketing Manager Matthew Houghton. Gentlemen, welcome. Now,
Man showed up in
thanks
his
so much for joining us. And I've gotta
leather
ask,
Renaissance fair
was
outfit.
that, from what we saw in the back of that trailer, did I see what I think I saw?
I think so, yeah.
Are
You-
people Which one of you would like to reveal it, if anyone missed it?
Basically, the game is out now on Game Pass right now. You can go play it as you want.
Right, amazing. And also, like, for
It's
those who
out.
don't
Go
know
play
as
it.
Well, this game reinvents
Rhythm of
a
Persia.
classic franchise, and in the past, you've worked on games like Dead Cells, The Evil Empire, and fantastic DLC like Castlevania. How has it been taking a beloved franchise like Prince of Persia and kind of bringing a new genre to the mix?
Also, hey, Twerky.
It's kind of
Hope
like,
you're doing
it's
well.
tough and great at the same time, because obviously, like, we've got a load of fans of the franchise in the team. Like, lots of people who played Sands of Time, even people who played like the original back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And so there's like a pressure
That's
to
me.
take this franchise into a different direction. But it's great because it actually gives us something like to really focus on. Like, we knew we wanted acrobatic combat, we wanted a wall run, we wanted this like real Persian-inspired vibes. So that helped to kind of like keep us on the right path while integrating our like 2D action knowledge to make something.
Playing the old original Prince of Persia on my
It looks absolutely gorgeous. And
old ass computer.
Early access recently, but for those that haven't been able to play early access,
Back
what can
in,
people
like-
expect when they hop on to Rogue Prince
God.
of Persia?
So yeah, basically.
What
you
was that
expect,
one?
Yeah, 2D action roguelike with kind of acrobatic combat mixed with a wall run, which we think is unique in the 2D game. So basically, you have a whole moveset on top of that. So you've got like a kick, a vault.
It was 1989
so basically, you're going to be flowing through.
when the OG Prince of Persia came out.
And there's also like a branch.
Because, yeah, I had that on my computer
And also,
around like 91, 92. I can remember playing it.
for a bit now, and you've been asking for loads of feedback from players. What's been some of the ones that has like kind of been the most surprising or inspired bits of feedback that you've taken on board?
Well, we've gotten tons of feedback.
When will
from
Konami
players,
announce the new
especially from
rumored
the guys we
Castlevania,
have on
AAA
Discord.
Castlevania
we have, like,
game?
A very supportive and
Makes no
dedicated
sense to
community
revive
of
all these
players
other
there.
IPs and leave out
And it's
Castlevania.
like-
I
it's
mean,
almost day-to-day talking with them. It's, like
it's
they're
probably
part of the
something
team,
that's in the
so
works,
we
but
just
these things can take
work with
years.
them as if they were part
And
of
if
the
Konami is
development,
doing
you know?
anything
And so
with the
one guy
IP
Opelite
at
is
all,
making the wiki for the
it's
game.
usually
They
a
are
good
super
indicator
detailed, even more detailed
that they
than
have
what we have
a major
in the
title
studio, you know?
or several
These guys,
titles
they know
that
the
are in
game
the
by
works.
heart. And so it's
Think
so
about
cool to
Silent
work
Hill.
with them.
So we
And another
know
one called
the Silent
Andrew
Hill
is a super
revival
fan, and,
has been
a good
something that
anecdote is
Konami's
that
been working
he had a
on
baby
since
during
like
the production of the
2020,
game. Yeah. And so we celebrated
where they,
it. I did a sketch of the
2019,
prince with the
2020,
baby and
when they
everything.
started getting in talks to start development on the remake and short message and Ascension and all of that stuff and revive the series. What else happened in 2020?
Now and like kind of give feedback and
Silent Hill chapter in Dead by Daylight.
It's not something we really had in the past.
So we also got a Castlevania chapter in Dead by Daylight. So Konami is doing stuff with Castlevania.
You can just ask a question,
So
brainstorm an idea about like game design or whatever.
it'll
and then
probably happen.
Like answer
Like,
directly.
it's something that's probably in the works. We'll probably hear about it in the next year or two.
Fans have been asking about the story of Rogue Prince of Persia and how it's going to evolve over time. Can you go a bit more into that?
Yeah, so basically the story.
Stream didn't start yet. You are watching yesterday's stuff. I don't believe you. We watched the countdown on the live channel.
Find clues, and then by finding the clues, you unlock biomes.
9
You have
a.m.
to, like,
was
take
the
nice pictures
scheduled
with it, then unlock
interview
something else,
with the Silent Hill F
then goes
developers.
you somewhere else you can go. So it's basically kind of like a puzzle. In
You
real
saw this
time.
yesterday?
You go through each run to basically find the one true way to finally save Persia and rectify your mistake.
And like you said about clues, right? Something that we will expect, hidden elements in the game. Are there
Future
some of
man.
those for us to find?
Yeah, there's definitely hidden
Get out of here,
rooms
future
where,
man.
you know, like, you'll
I don't
find
believe you.
characters and stuff. I'm trying to think of actual example, but definitely where you find the Lale, that's kind of like hidden stuff. But it's Prince of Persia. There's got to be hidden rooms somewhere.
I was hoping so because I love the old games.
Xbox Gamescom live stream
Play's been like
day
one
2.
of most things as well. When you look at the game, first of all, the visuals. It is visually stunning, the comic book style, and like you've obviously massively behind this. Could you go a
Goes
bit more
live
into
at
what
9 a.m.
inspired you and how
Eastern.
you kind of worked on the design of the game.
For sure. So we wanted the game to have a unique look, like something that would not have
Hold
been
on.
made before. And so
Day 2. Xbox at Gamescom broadcast Oh my god. I did get Sands of Timed. Thank you, Feckle. That was the day one stuff. We didn't miss anything? No, we didn't miss anything. We just have to sit through this again. Another countdown. For 9.5 minutes. Okay, that makes sense. So they're starting with the Silent Hill F? They're starting with the Silent Hill F thing? Because I think that's supposed to be at 9 a.m. unless I was misreading. It's just part of the broadcast at some point today. Because everything I was looking at said 9 a.m. Eastern. But that might have just been the start of the broadcast, apparently. Future Man saved the stream. Thank you, Future Mans. I'm sorry I doubted you. Thank you, Fackle and Tasu TTV. Thank you for letting me know. Saving the stream. Exclusive Silent Hill F interview with Matoyo Okamoto and Al Yang at Xbox Gamescom August 21st. But they don't give a time. None of the official stuff seems to give a time for the actual interview, so it'll just be some part of the broadcast today. Bow, 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 bow. Nub experiencing loop theory in his actual life. Yeah, pretty much. Let's have Horizon Dreamer play in the background while we wait. I've already got enough music DMCA against me. Watching these trailer broadcasts. Because these are full of licensed music. I mean, you say lull, I'm not even joking. Let me pull this up. So like I just put my my video up on YouTube, right? Nub Zombie watches Gamescom opening night live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 audio content flags from the day one Gamescom opening night live. 6 audio content flags. The Battlestar Galactica theme, Artificial by Daughtry, Run for the Hills by Ramin Djawadi, Run Free by Extreme Music, Relax by Harry Matthew Terraton, These Worries Urgency Mix by Helen Gosher. So, yeah. There's already 6 audio copyright claims against my Gamescom opening night live video. And it's also partially blocked. So if you live in Russia or Belarus, you don't even get to see that I put that video up on YouTube. They don't copyright flag it. They just block it from certain territories. So, sorry, Russia. Gotta love YouTube copyright system. Dude, it sucks. It sucks so much. So, yeah. That's pretty typical. But I don't need to play Horizon Dreamer on top of all the audio copyright flags that we're gonna already be getting from all of the music that's just part of the broadcast. Heard of situations where things get wrongly copyrighted. It's just very flawed. I mean, I rant about that all the time because I have to deal with that constantly. When I put up the Silent Hill 1 story playthrough from like last month, I got a copyright flag from Edgar Ruthermish, who's a composer that has done covers of Silent Hill songs. And they flagged my playthrough of Silent Hill 1 saying, hey, you're using my cover, so you can't monetize this video. All of the revenue you make from this video goes to me. And I mean, it's a full playthrough, like however many hours long. And it's already bullshit that you can take all the revenue from a several hours long gameplay video for a song that's in there for like 45 seconds. So I disputed the copyright claim and I was like, hey, Edgar Ruthermish, I'm just playing Silent Hill 1. This is not your cover. This is the original Akira Yamaoka song, which I'm well within my rights to have in the video as part of my gameplay and commentary. That falls under fair use. And despite providing proof and evidence to support my dispute, YouTube still sided with Edgar Ruthermish and maintained the copyright claim. So I had to completely edit out that song from the playthrough and re-upload it. YouTube is fucking bullshit. And it's full of people like that. It is absolutely full of people like that who will sample other songs or do covers of other songs and then copyright claim everything that even remotely sounds like it. And they're just hoping that small creators like me will just ignore it and just let them have the revenue because it's easier than disputing it. Almost all of it is AI. Almost all of it is done by automated bots. It's next to impossible to get an actual person to look at all of the copyright claims and disputes, which is why the system is abused. They know they can get away with it. Yeah, me too, Freddy. Leeches. They're all leeches. Okay, here's the actual broadcast for the day. Come on, Silent Hill F. Do Silent Hill F right off the bat so that we don't have to watch everything. There it is.
Kill the Brickman.
Silent Hill F, starring Brickman. It's Breakout. It's Roguelite Breakout. With guns and faces on the blocks.
Yes, yes. Kill the Brickman.
Only 1 minute into the day, and we've already dropped an Xbox Play Anywhere title, a world premiere, and you can go play it today. I'd call that a pretty solid start if you ask me. But we'll be around all day to let you know what's on deck. But let's just say Batman fans, Silent Hill fans, and Outer World fans should all be on the lookout for reasons to celebrate.
Silent Hill fans, that's us.
We are the Xbox On team, and we've got even more in store for you today than went down yesterday. But in case you've forgotten, Xbox Play Anywhere means you can buy a game once and access it across PC and Xbox consoles, including the upcoming ROG Xbox Ally and Ally X handhelds when they drop on October 16th. Even better, your progress travels with you, so you can pick up right where you left off, bringing along your saves, your add-ons, your friends, and your achievements.
Coming right up near the top of the broadcast, we're going to have a hands-on presentation of a new co-op game.
Oh my god, Silent Hill F is so close to the bottom.
Then it's going to get a bit weird because the guys from Squanch Games are going to bring the show home with the absolute...
Is this the order that we're going to be shown everything?
Plus, we'll unleash yet another new trailer for a Game Pass game that's Xbox Play Anywhere. And honestly, that would start to get a bit old if it weren't so awesome. First things first, though, guys. Ninja Gaiden 4 is roaring onto Xbox with a new playable character, new weapons and bosses, and some new gameplay mechanics to consider. Day 2, show us what you got at Gamescom.
Bring it on.
Oh, I'll show you what I got, Henry. I got Team Ninja, here to tell us more about Ninja Gaiden 4.
Okay.
Our director, Masakazu Hirayama.
That's not the order that
Ninja,
everything
producer,
is being shown
Yuji
in.
Nakao from Platinum Games, and Joe Mantle, Team Ninja's global project
Because
manager.
Ninja Gaiden 4 was like
also graciously
4th or
be
5th on that
interpreting for us.
list.
Thanks so much for being
And we're
here,
starting with
everybody.
that.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Of course. Now, fans everywhere are already going berserk for Ninja Gaiden 4.
Right.
The game was revealed in January's Developer Direct, and we saw an action-packed trailer where the launch date was revealed at the Xbox Game Showcase. And just the other night, we caught the story trailer on Opening Night Live.
Onimusha does look cool though. Yeah, I like the old, the old school original PS2 Onimusha games. And the new one looks good. Same for Ninja Gaiden 4. I haven't played since Ninja Gaiden Black, but it looks good.
まずこのようなですね、素晴らしいゲームショーの場でお話できるのが大変嬉しく思ってます。長く潜んで開発してきましたけれども、10月21日に発売できることをまず嬉しく思ってます。あとそして今回このゲームズコムの会場で私も直接使用しているプレイヤーの皆様の姿を拝見してすごく興奮しています。これからも発売に向けてしっかり仕上げていきたいと思いますので、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, it's been great to see the fans and the players' reactions to everything that's been revealed up until now. We've been working on this game, in the shadows for a while, so it's been really great to finally reveal it, and ahead of its release on October 21st.
The vibes of this game
able to check out the show floor build,
really make me feel
it's been really great, and we'll be
Metal Gear Rising.
ahead of its release.
This is very like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Now, I know fans and myself are very
from what I've
excited
seen
that
of it.
Platinum Games are actually co-developing alongside
And
Team Ninja.
I'm
So
one of
can
those
you tell me a little bit
weirdos
more about that
who actually
collaboration, how it
enjoyed Metal Gear
started,
Rising.
and also what each partner has brought to the
Like,
table?
it's clearly a major departure from Metal Gear Solid as a series, but I had fun with that game.
について教えていただきつつ、どのようにお互いの強みを生かせたか、について、教えていただけますでしょうか。
そうですね、開発としては我々チーム忍者としてもこの忍者ガイデンというタイトルはすごく大切にしてきたタイトルではあったので、いつかナンバリングタイトルチャレンジしたいという気持ちでずっと取り組んできました。その中で弊社の、小犬沼社長と、プラチナゲーム社の稲葉社長の方が同世代ということで交流がありまして、
Hey, Legate.
何か
Good
一緒
morning.
に協力して作れないかといったところで検討が進みました。でそんな中マイクロソフトのフィル・スペンサー氏の方から後押ししていただきまして、3社でタッグを組んで忍者ガイデン4といったのを開発するといったところが経緯となっています。プラチナゲームズさんの方のですねダイナミックでケレン味のあるアクションといったところも我々のチーム忍者としても大変尊敬しているところですし、そういった魅力をですねしっかり取り入れながら忍者ガイデンだし体験に落とし込むというところをしっかり力を入れながら本作一緒に協力しながら開発していっています。
So at Team Ninja, the Ninja Gaiden is a very important series for us, and we had wanted to make a new mainline entry for a long time. And when that opportunity started to present itself, there was actually a conversation that took place between the president of Koei Tecmo, Koinuma, and the president of Platinum Games, Inaba, who are actually friends. And they were having a conversation about, wouldn't it be great if we could work on something together? And that's
I don't like Metal Gear Rising, said nobody ever. There's definitely a lot of people who do not like Metal Gear Rising.
Xbox actually caught wind of this idea and threw his backing behind the project, and that's what allowed it to get
If
off
you've
the
ever
ground.
been
In terms of how we've been
so
able
like
to leverage both of our strengths,
I've been on Twitch for a long time. There's a lot of people who I've been watching on Twitch for a long time. One of my favorite streamers and friends is 3Dog, who does a lot of Metal Gear Solid, along with some other Metal Gear Solid streamers on a channel called Outer Heaven Network.
Into the foundations of Ninja Gaiden,
And if you know Outer Heaven Network, and if you know...
Really great experience.
Love that. A collaboration of friendship beginnings.
If you know, you know.
Now, at Developer Direct as well, speaking of
There are
friendship,
definitely
we
Metal
learned
Gear
about our
Rising
new
haters.
protagonist, Yakumo, joining us for Ninja Gaiden 4 alongside Ryu Hayabusa, of course. And then also
I am not one of them.
Sayori was recently introduced and featured in the Gamescom trailer that we saw recently. Can you tell us a little bit more about both of our new characters joining us?
そうですね、本作は新しい主人公、ヤクモ、が登場するんですけども、あと、セオリっていうキャラクターも、ショーケースの、トレーラーで、発表されたんですけども、ヤクモとセオリと、リュウハイブースの、関係性について教えていただけますか。
そうですね、今作ですね、
Metal Gear Rising needs a remaster so bad.
とある任務の
Just make the sequel.
セオリと出会うことになります。で
Just make the sequel. They already teased the sequel at the end of Metal Gear Rising.
そうですね。
With
なぜかヤクモの出自
Raiden's son.
どういう一族なのかっていう秘密を知っている謎の女性として出会うことになります。でそのセオリと
who already has an anime protagonist haircut.
黒竜を倒すという任務をヤクモと一緒に行うことになっていくんですが、この黒竜を倒すときに一度復活させなければいけないっていうジレンマがありまして、その際に、封印を守る竜神党という組織、それから、シリーズおなじみの竜ハヤブサと、目的が異なることによって対立していくことになるという物語になっております。
So the game starts out with our new protagonist Yakumo, and he's on a mission. And on the course of this mission, he encounters this mysterious character, Seori. And Seori is a dark dragon priestess, very mysterious character, and she somehow knows about Yakumo, about the clan, the Raven clan that he belongs to. And through a series of events, they set out on a mission together to
This man is gaming.
Cleanse the world of the Dark Dragon.
Cut away.
So the Dark Dragon has been sealed away.
Cut the camera away. He died.
Nature. But in order to completely annihilate the Dark Dragon, they have to first release the seals that have sealed it away before they can kill it for good. And this is where the clash with
Hey,
Ryu
what's up,
Hayabusa,
Jabu-san?
as well as the Divine Dragon Order, which is kind of the antagonist organization in the game.
See, we got our
Their
OHN
objective is
fans
to keep the Dark Dragon sealed away. So
chilling
Yakumo
with us this
Seori
morning.
setting out to revive the Dark Dragon and release those seals versus Ryu and the Divine Dragon Order, who want to keep the Dark Dragon
I
sealed
see
away.
you.
And this is how the clash between these characters play out.
Got you, I see. So a little bit of conflict at the start. We'll see how that plays out. I've got to say, I do love Yakumo's hair. I think it looks very cool and stylish, so that's great. Can't wait to see more from them. But speaking of new characters too, we got a couple of them introduced to us during the Gamescom trailer as well. So could you tell me a little bit more about Kagachi?
Easier for
and
Konami to
Achilles
do a
as
Metal
well?
Gear Rising's since it's not really made by Kojima Productions. True. At the same time, I can't help but feel like some of the stuff in Death Stranding 2 kind of feels like Kojima acknowledging Metal Gear Rising. I don't want to get too much into it for people who don't want Death Stranding 2 spoilers. But there's already been some stuff in the game where it's like, this kind of feels like Kojima acknowledging this.
So first,
what he probably views as a
Kagachi is
bastardization
officer in the Divine Dragon
of
Order, and
some of his
because
work.
Kagachi shares the same objective as the Divine Dragon Order, which is to keep the Dark Dragon sealed away. So this Yakumo, on his mission to release those seals, he ends up having to fight against Kagachi because they have conflicting objectives.
アキレスはですね、これまでシリーズでもいた、魔人のうちの一人になってます。で、ただですね、これまで過去作にいた重機卿、それから視察重機王とはまた異なる魔人になっておりまして、アキレスについては
Yeah, Kojima did give a lot of nods to Metal Gear Solid, but it's one thing for him to put in a bunch of little references to games that he himself made.
Ninja Gaiden games, but he belongs to a different faction of Fiends.
But there's definitely some things that are more than that. That feel like him sort of taking jabs at Konami for other things that they've made using his
in addition to the fantastic story trailer that we just saw
his original
recently, I hear that
games.
you've actually got some exclusive gameplay footage for us to take a look at today, and maybe you can talk me through some of that as well.
そうですね。今日は正しいインゲーム映像を用意していただいたと聞いていますけども。
To the detriment of the game, it kept breaking my immersion. It does go a little too far. There are definitely moments where it's too obvious, it's too on the nose, it's very fourth wall breaking. But at the same time, it's fucking Hideo Kojima. Like, it's like Colonel Campbell telling you to turn your fucking game console off in Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, fourth wall breaking is nothing new. It's like Psycho Mantis telling you to put your fucking controller on the ground in Metal Gear Solid 1. Kojima's always liked doing self-aware fourth wall breaking, but there is a lot of it in Death Stranding 2.
Yeah, he's supposed to be infiltrating it. Of course, he's going in with a bang.
As is the Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, Potato. We read the books. We read all the books. Dollman acknowledges Kojima Productions directly. He also references Elle Fanning in Frankenstein. So again, it's extremely self-aware and fourth wall breaking.
So you might have noticed that Yakumo is sporting a different outfit than what you see usually, and this is actually the pre-order bonus for Yakumo, and it's the costume he's wearing is called the Dark Dragon Descendant outfit, and because it's white, the way the blood splatters on his outfit, it's really striking and very cool.
で今お見せしていたのがこれが今回新しいトレーラーで公開された暗記の武器になっておりまして、一つの武器にはなってるんですけど手裏剣だったりとか近接武器だったりとかっていうさまざまな武器を切り替えながら戦って結構トリッキーな武器になっています。
And the weapon that we're showcasing right now, this is the Assassin's Tools weapon, which was revealed in the opening Night Live trailer. And this it is one weapon, but within this weapon, this one weapon contains a wide arsenal. So there's long-range options in the form of these large shurikens, as well as a large arsenal of close-range melee weapons.
はい。で、ヌエの方ですね。ヤクモのパワーアップした状態になると、背中からでかい腕が生えて、普段よりもさらにでかい武器を使って戦うことができます。
And when you go into Bloodraven form with the Assassin's Tools, these large mechanical arms will
Just
come out of
popping heads left and right.
back. And this allows you to perform even more, devastating attacks using the weapons
Like, this looks fun.
in the Assassin's Tools arsenal.
I see.
あと本作ですね、これまでの発表とかでもお話はしていたんですけど、
Like I said, big Metal Gear Rising vibes.
切り替えられるようになってまして、先ほどもからも映像で
But this looks
だった
fun.
りとか暗記だったりとかっていう武器に結構素早く切り替えて戦ってると思うんですけど、もうこれぐらいリアルタイムで常に戦闘でいろんな武器を使いながら戦うことができます。
And you might have noticed in the footage that Yakumo is seamlessly switching between weapons. So in the fight that happened previously and what's happening right now, you'll see Yakumo switching seamlessly between the staff and Bloodraven hammer and the Assassin's Tools weapon.
Yeah, I like that.
あと先ほどちょっとちらっと見えたと思うんですけど、シリーズファンの方向けになんですけど、今回首切り投げっていう
Better get a big section for Silent Hill F as well. Maybe answering some fan questions would be cool. I don't know if they'll do that.
Fans might have noticed that Yakumo pulled it off an in-air guillotine throw.
But
So this is
I hope there's at least new information with the interview. That it's not just a bunch of the same points we've already heard from all the other interviews and footage and trailers and transmissions and everything we already know.
こちらがツイストソードですね。突進力を生かした武器で、
We're hoping for new info of some kind.
単体に対してはすごく強い武器になってます。
And right now we see Yakumo using the rapier.
And our fingers are crossed that they're going to say, and you can play the demo right now.
In one-on-one encounters.
でこちらがおなじみのイズナ落としですね。
And of course we see the Izuna drop.
The classic. Oh. Very good.
Have my doubts though. Konami doesn't really do demos like that anymore. They're not Capcom. Capcom pretty consistently does demos, like the timed demos and stuff.
Yeah, so
Konami doesn't really do that.
Which are these flashy,
So yeah, I doubt
They
it.
combine both the base form and the Bloodraven form varieties of these weapons. So very flashy and very cool.
Very
ここは爆弾を使って一気にイズナ落としで敵を倒していきました。
So we saw Yakumo use bombs and then connect that into an Izuna drop.
Nice.
Gonna be too scared to play Silent Hill F, Q-Dog. I mean, 3 Dog's definitely gonna be playing it. I'll be playing it. I'm sure 3 Dog's probably also got the digital deluxe to play it on the 23rd, same as I do.
As well as having to deal with these enemies. Wow.
今のような感じで打ち上げた
September 23rd, by the way. I guess. Not like 2 days from now. A month from now.
コアな遊びっていうのもできるので、そういう自由度も皆さん楽しんでいただければなと思います。
And you might have seen how Yakumo pulled off a just guard counter, launched the enemy into the air, went into the air using the Bloodraven form of the Tachi blade, and then did an Izuna drop, and then transitioned that into an on-landing ultimate technique. So there's really elevating the core Ninja Gaiden combat experience with new possibilities.
これが暗記の実技になってますね。
Yeah, and that was the
Haven't seen a Konami demo since PlayStation demos came with the magazine. I mean, I can tell you what the last big Konami demo was. You know it. I know it. Everybody here should know it. And it's one of the big reasons why Konami doesn't do demos anymore.
You might have seen right now Yakumo use
PT.
a wire to
Even though it technically wasn't a demo.
That's part of Yakumo's
It was a
Raven gear,
playable
which is
teaser.
A new, aspect to Ninja Gaiden.
It does a lot of damage to the company to be like, hey, look at this cool shit. And then the game gets canceled. So I feel like
In addition to that, the traversal
Konami would rather
gear includes
just
other,
market things as best they can and then rely on people to buy things without a demo. Because then, even if you buy something and then don't like it, you still bought it. And that still reflects in sales numbers.
No, it doesn't look like that at all. Very high.
Whereas if they release demos, people start getting expectations. And for some people, that's going to mean they don't buy the game based on a demo, or their expectations are too high because of a demo, and then the game winds up not meeting those expectations.
But the thing is, if you hesitate or you slip up, the enemy will be quick to punish you for it. So that intensity is always there.
I think there's a chance Konami might revive Castlevania as well. We were talking about that earlier, Zenfair. I would say it's very likely. Konami has a tendency to test the waters with their IPs in other small ways. So 2019 was when Konami got the ball rolling for reviving Silent Hill. And 2020 is when they collabed with Behavior and Dead by Daylight and did the Silent Hill chapter for Dead by Daylight. And then a couple years after that, we got the Silent Hill Transmission, where they were like, hey, we're reviving the franchise. New movie, new remake, new games, all of that stuff. So there is also a Castlevania chapter that came out earlier this year for Dead by Daylight. Konami wouldn't just do that if they weren't planning on doing something else with Castlevania. Yeah, plus the Netflix show and the collections. They've done some other stuff with Castlevania in recent years. So I'd say there's a good chance that they'll probably do a very similar sort of game plan for Castlevania to what they're doing with Silent Hill. They'll probably greenlight a whole bunch of different things. A classic style game, a 3D style game, a remake.
But it's not, the violence in Ninja Gaiden, it's not
a
meant
movie.
to be grotesque. It's really to provide feedback and to the player and provide that sense of satisfaction and catharsis.
僕はプラットフォームの外に浮いている敵がいたので、暗記の手裏剣の攻撃で対処した後に近接武器からの伊豆直落としみたいな感じのコンボでやってます。
Yeah, now you can see Yakumo use the assassin's tools to use projectile weapons to take out the enemies that are floating outside of the platform, and then switch up to those close counter weapons to take out the other enemies.
で今少し空中に飛んだんですけど、あれが新しい
Y'all would probably hate this, but I would like a Silent Hill anime. If it's done well, I feel like Silent Hill could be adapted to a lot of different things, including anime. An anime, a live-action TV series. Like, there's a lot of things I think Silent Hill could work well as far as adaptations go, but you just have to have the right people involved. Broadway musical, sure.
Yeah, so
why not?
In addition to the Raven gear, we probably
could be like Phantom of the Opera.
Rail sections that have been premiered in,
there or Sweeney Todd. There are horror musicals. I'm not even joking. If you have the right people behind it, you can make that shit work. You get Akira Yamaoka as a composer, putting together a musical based around stage play stuff.
You can see the enemies are really
Silent Hill stage play, Broadway musical. You can make that work. You can make live action TV series work. Something along the lines of oh god, what's the Stephen King?
なんで時を超えて最新作としては出してるんですけど、今まで感じてたようなすごいハードなバトルっていうのは今回も健在なので、そこはご安心いただければなと思います。
Castle
so
Rock.
Even though it's been quite a while since the last
Castle
mainline
Rock.
entry, Ninja Gaiden 4
You could do something kind of like Castle Rock
and relentlessness
with like a Silent Hill setting.
あとちょっと紹介が遅れちゃったんですけど、さっき左下に出ていたゲージが乱殺ゲージというゲージでして、こちらがマックスの状態になるとさっきフィルターが出て思いっきり
I think you could do a really good live action series, and I think you could do a good anime.
Yeah, you might have seen that there was this circular gauge on the bottom left-hand screen.
You just
and when
have to
that
have
filled up, you can enter Berserk
a good
state.
writer
And
who
when you're in Berserk
understands
state,
the
you can unleash
series.
bloodbath kills, and that's when the screen turns red and you just like completely devastate an enemy with a devastating strike.
Yeah. It looks sick. I really enjoy the visuals on the
Good
Berserker
director.
attack.
こいつは重装型の敵で結構手強い敵なんですけど。
Yamaoka for some music.
Yeah, and these enemies are usually pretty tough, but the person playing this game is really skillful, so is able to take them out.
I bet.
でどんどん基地の奥に進んでいきます。
Yeah, so you keep on going deeper and deeper into the Divine Dragon Order base.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing that look halfway through the game. I can't wait to check out some more. I have a couple of questions about what we've just seen, and maybe we
Hey,
can
what's up, Otter
dig
fam?
a little bit deeper into some of the Bloodbind mechanics and stuff like that, if that's okay.
Are you summoning Cthulhu?
かっこいい映像を見せていただいてありがとうございます。これからちょっと時間残っていますので、もしよろしければ、ヌエの方とか、本作の様子について、詳しく、教えていただければと思っています。
本作の要素について。
はい。
ですね。はい。そうですね。今作先ほどお見せしたよう
Yeah,
な
that's right. There's a new Resident Evil movie being
できて
produced.
いたアクションを一通り継承しつつも、新しくできたヌエの方によってよりダイナミックで
Like separate from the existing Resident Evil
1
franchise.
対1で手勢に無勢の状態だった戦況っていうのを広範囲の攻撃で一気に変えることができるっていう、新しいアプローチをしていまして、これまでの忍者ガイデンの良さも継承しつつより繊細にダイナミックに戦えるアクションとして据えています。でまた竜はやぶさに関しても、戦火状態っていう、新しい形態を用意していまして
Yeah, a lot of people have been saying
より
weapons
竜が町人だっていうことを知ら
was
せるよう
really
な
good. I still need to see it.
激しく強いアクションになっておりますので、そういったところも楽しみに。
How long is this Ninja Gaiden 4 presentation? Holy fuck. I mean, it's still going. Hopefully Silent Hill F gets this much attention.
While also injecting it with these new, very expressive.
We're going to get this super long Ninja Gaiden presentation.
Arsenal of techniques that you can use at
And then
your,
Silent Hill F is
disposal.
going to be like
And you'll
5
see
minutes.
that in the Blood Raven form of Yakumo.
It's
And,
scary,
also
and
with
we're
Ryu Hayabusa, he has
making
a
beauty
gloom
and
state,
terror.
and the
Okay,
gloom state
bye.
really just
That's
kind
going to
of
be Silent Hill
demonstrates
F.
How powerful and how just absolute Ryu Hayabusa.
That's going to be the Silent Hill F presentation. They're going to say beauty and terror at least 3 times.
Form, and maybe with Gleam as well. There's different weapons that we spoke about that
And show the same gameplay footage of Hinako smacking a mannequin with a naginata.
The particular unique state
And that'll be it.
for the different weapons, and also how they're best used in combat as well.
そうですね。薬物の武器種について、カラスの方とヌエの方。
And say why they changed the Japan setting? Yeah. And mention that Ryukishi's writing it.
そうですね。まず全体を通してなんですけど、カラスの方っていうのはこれまでの忍者ガイデンでできたアクションっていうのを一通り取り揃えて、忍者ガイデンのプリミティブな体験っていうのができる形態になってます。で、一方でそのヌエの方に関しては先ほどお伝えしたようなそのダイナミックな攻撃をできるっていう形態で、それぞれ自由にヌエの方はゲージを消費するんですけど、自由にスイッチングしながら戦うことができます。
Yeah, so the base form of Yakumo's
We changed it to a Japanese setting so we didn't have to send our artists overseas. But their artists aren't Japanese. It's Neobards. They're from Taiwan. It's funny how many people I've actually seen who are like, finally, Japanese developers making Silent Hill again. It's like, it's Neobards. What are you talking about? It's a Taiwanese studio.
2投のスタンダードな攻撃からタッチの、広範囲かつ、強力な攻撃を繰り出せたりとか、あと
I'll be honest, I was one of them. I mean, to be fair, your main core devs, your like top 3 or 4 people are Japanese. Motoi Okamoto producing, Akira Yamaoka doing music, Kensuke Inage doing music, Kero doing creature designs.
So each weapon has its own distinct
So like
qualities.
a lot of your main
base weapon, the dual blades,
people
and the
involved
tachi, when you
with Silent
use
Hill
Blade
F
Raven-
are
Blade Raven
Japanese,
form,
but the
tachi
development
will allow you
studio
to
actually
unleash these
doing the
devastating
work
kind of area of
making
effect
the game as a whole.
to engage with enemies
It's like 95% Taiwan,
the hammer, which is
and
the
then
Blood
like
Raven form of the
5%
staff.
Japanese.
And this
And
is,
everyone is
very
like,
close
finally,
range,
Japanese
but
devs
it
making
will
Silent
allow
Hill
you
again.
to hit
It's like,
enemies that are to the
kinda.
side of you and behind you. And then the weapon that was revealed in the
You had
opening
more
dialogue
of you
trailer,
had
the
more
assassin's
Japanese
tools,
developers working
if you look
on
at the
short
footage,
message
you can see that it kind of is a
than
jack of
on
all
Silent
trades.
Hill
You can
F,
use it
by
in,
the
in
way.
any situation, but because of how diverse its tool set is, it's quite tricky to master. But once you really wrap your head around how it works, the possibilities are just immense.
It sounds like a lot of fun. Now, are there any particular enemies that are susceptible to the different weapons and also the different bloodbind states? Is that a balance that you've put in there?
そうですね。この敵に対してこの武器が有効だったり、そのようなことがあったりしますでしょうか。
そうですね。
Something that I didn't know, Okamoto helped write short message, if I'm not mistaken. Okamoto has been very like involved in a lot of the games that he's been a producer for. Like he seems to be taking the Tom Hewlett approach to producing, where he's not just overseeing the development, he's actually involved and giving input to story and design.
Certain weapons can be more effective than others. So if you're in a one-on-one scenario against a very formidable opponent, you can use the
Which
rapier
like
weapon, which
can be good and bad.
when you use Blood Raven form to
It's
use that
good
to
because
really,
it shows
drill
that
into
he's
and,
passionate
and take
about
them out.
the
And then if you're up
games.
against, a lot of enemies,
He's not just getting a paycheck. He's not just sitting there as a producer making sure, the directors are doing what they're supposed to be doing and basically being just man in a suit in a cubicle making phone calls. Like he's actually involved with the developers and the studios and cares about the game itself.
Weapons and try them out myself, but probably the assassin's tools. I like the
But
challenge you've set. Hard to master.
Just like with
but
Tom Hewlett,
looks
it
like
can
a lot of
lead
fun
to
try out.
a lot
Before we wrap
of
up quickly, I would love to ask Hirayama-san
him
and
having
Hao-san
any
what their
fundamental
favorite part of
misunderstandings
developing
about the
game has been
series,
so far.
and then sort of projecting that into the games that he's involved in, instead of just like letting the devs cook, letting them have their vision without somebody, a producer, leaning over your shoulder and being like, I don't think that's what Silent Hill actually is, so this needs to change. It can be good and bad. I said, I would rather it be somebody like Okamoto or like Tom Hewlett, where they do care about the series, they do really care as a producer about the game. They're not just taking a job.
落とし込んできたところの要素だったとありまして、そういった意味ですごく思い入れもあるし、ぜひ皆さんの方で触っていただいて、ヤクモっていう新主人公の中でもその忍者ガイデンとしてのアクションといったものを感じていただけると思うので、ぜひ触ってみていただきたいなというふうに思っています。
Yeah, so I think one of my favorite aspects of Ninja Gaiden 4 is the Blood Raven form. Blood Raven form has been a through line throughout the whole development of this game, and it was really the vehicle through which we were allowing Platinum Games to inject.
He's very active on Twitter, but he mostly talks about random things in the industry. Yep.
To exist on top of the
random things in the industry and repost hosting
those foundations.
adult doujinshi
And, I
from
think the
Comiket.
players, pick up the controller and they start
That seems to
playing
be
as Yakumo, they'll,
Okamoto's
understand that, Yakumo
main
is a new
presence on Twitter.
protagonist, but he really retains that quintessential Ninja Gaiden experience, and we're really looking forward to the day we can,
He's a man of culture, just like Masahiro Ito.
Absolutely, not long at all. I can't wait to play it. And thank you so much, Team Ninja and Platinum Games, for showing us the look at all that very bloody but very good fun. That was great. And don't forget, you guys at home, you can pre-order Ninja Gaiden 4 today to receive that thick skin that we saw Yakumo in, the Dark Dragon Descendant Yakumo skin at launch. Day 2 of
Ninja Gaiden
Xbox
finally.
Gamescom 2025 broadcast is just ready.
Silent Hill F
We
now,
still got
please.
a metric ton of trailers, interviews, and gameplay deep dives left to dig into.
We ate our vegetables.
Speaking of digging,
Give us dessert. No.
Time to get at it. There's beasties to shoot and work to be done.
We gotta watch Space Gnomes. Time for the 45 minutes of gameplay of whatever this is. This new Dwarven Fortress game looks sick. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. You called it Haunter Noir. It was insert name Survivor. I mean, it was Deep Rock Galactic. Which, to be fair, I've heard good things about. I just don't care about those kind of games myself.
Let's skip the diplomacy.
Chemically enhancing your statistically unsafe lifestyle. This might sting a lot. Ooh, an enemy. Son of a spread.
Wait, what? What was just censored? What just got beeped?
Be grateful you're not on fire.
And no, you can't sleep with them.
Yeah, this is the same trailer we saw for opening night live. It's Outer Worlds 2.
Well, if you ask me, trailers, they're all well and good, but part of the joy of Gamescom is getting to go deeper than the trailer, which we're about to do with a game that I'm just absolutely
Silent Hill F.
over, the latest from Thunder Lotus.
Damn it.
Now, in 2020, Thunder Lotus captured gamers' imagination with the almost nostalgic feeling of shepherding spirits to their eternal rest aboard an ever-growing houseboat in Spiritfarer. The new game, At Fate's End, looks to tug at some of the same heartstrings, albeit maybe in a bit of a brand new way.
That's right, Charlie, and today we are privileged to be joined by creative director Nick Guerin to learn even more. Welcome to the broadcast, Nick.
Make
Thank
it
you
quick,
so much.
Nick.
It's so cool to be here. I cannot wait for people to see the game and to put my hands on this and to have this.
Another
rolling.
50-minute deep dive. Let's go.
Thank you for joining us. This is going to be great.
I mean, you guys first revealed At Fate's End at the Xbox Game Showcase, and it was very much in that typical Thunder Lotus style where everyone saw from the people that made Spiritfarer and knew
It was like,
I'm in.
take my money.
But how's the general fan reception been since then?
It's been awesome. We do have the best community. If you guys want to join our community, do it. We have the best people, and actually, it was absolutely awesome. So we had a great time, and seeing the reception was just so enthralling for us. So again, absolutely great.
Amazing. So we're all super excited to see more and hear more about At Fate's End and its entrancing story.
Hey, what's up, Sober Tom?
Whatever the hell that means. So, what have you brought to show us today?
Yeah, so I'm going to start the game, and I'm going to show you At Fate's End.
Okay, perfect. Let's jump in and immediately give us a bit of context of what's going on.
Village of Creston, and right now, Shan, the character on screen, is looking for her sister Camila.
Okay.
And the reason why she's doing so is because the end goal of Shan is to find all of her 7 brothers and sisters God swords. She's got to reunite them to restart the cycle.
I like
and
the art
she's being
style.
told basically by her sword Azus that something is afoot with Camila.
Okay,
Some
cool.
opening little mind palace.
These menus.
I know.
Nick,
Thank you so much.
this is gorgeous.
So Azus, your sword.
This reminds me of Cultist Simulator.
And basically, Azus
This menu with the cards and everything.
Makes you think that she's not as good as she's pretending she is.
Okay.
So,
If anybody else here has ever played Cultist Simulator.
And she basically did a terrible job at doing anything. So the weather is out of control. There is, as you can see, it's lush and green there, but some areas are pretty dry.
Okay. Yeah.
So basically, right now we are on the track of trying to find why Camila did lie to us. So we have to do 2 things right now. We have to meet her in the chapel.
Yep.
We have to go in the chapel to find clues about what happened to the people around her.
Yep.
And then we also have to meet her at the tavern at night, which is what we want to do. So
And we picked
Hey, what's up, R7?
quest log, right?
Yes,
the thing we were looking at before. It's like a detective quest log.
Exactly.
Wow,
But if I just
that's
now
so
want
cool.
to interact with the world, with a simple button press, I can actually stop time at any moment.
Oh, wow.
That's how I can actually interact with things. And that guy, little guy over there could tell me that, hey, you know what? Come back here at night. So we have to find a way
Terry
to make
Terrier's
night happen
Tavern.
here in the village.
Okay, and I'm sure
Good name.
you know exactly how to.
That is like the name I would make up for a Dungeons and Dragons NPC that I forgot to give a name to.
He's gone in on that little tavern, trip over there. But
whoa.
Like my players go into a tavern that I wasn't expecting them to.
No, I don't want to puke.
And they're like, "Who's the owner?"
So in the chapel,
Terry
we
Terrier.
know that there's some stuff that we can gather, some intelligence, some clues about why people are afraid and distrustful of Camila. So
Boblin
that
the
guy here
Goblin.
is talking to another person of that group that feels like a cult, and it's a pretty toxic masculinity cult that is linked to her brother Roman.
Okay, sure.
I won't say more about that because I don't want to give credit to anyone.
Great family by the sounds of it so far as well.
And you see the bubble right now is kind of weird and flaky because this is a pretty specific inside the sword is selecting for you. So basically when you see this, it's going to transform into a clue card that then you're going to add to your own story through kind of what you mentioned as a quest log is also an investigative board. There we are.
So anytime you notice that the text is slightly different, there's something about
Okay.
it, it's the game helping you remember that's important. We're
You're
going
on
to
the right
use
track.
that
Absolutely.
later.
So you basically have to deduce stuff by see the card down there. There's specific clues that we've gained throughout the course of the game beforehand.
Right.
So we had a chat with someone in the forest telling her that her little daughter was killed during a gigantic flood. And that guy just taught us that basically Camila in a drunken stupor made a flood happen.
Do we know
So
what time
it
Silent Hill
is
F
to
panel
make-
will start?
She is the reason why the
nope.
flood happened.
Oh,
there you go. That's what we learn about her as well.
It'll be at some point today.
So gorgeous, Nick.
We don't know
Really
exactly.
poured a lot of heart into all of these animations. I mean, we know that from many of your games before, but in particular, it feels like you've really dialed in and just honed in on the theme of them all as well.
Yeah,
It's gorgeous.
Kudos to the art team. They do an excellent job, and everyone in the studio, of course. So right now, we see we're trying to find that way to actually make the night happen. This is probably there. I kind of know it's there, but it's
Well, yeah, you'll know.
it's actually blocked by the gigantic green crystals over there. So the way to dispatch those is to enter into a fight. Let's try to
Thank you, Sober Tom. I'm doing well.
So the fight in at Fate's End.
I appreciate you being here.
Snappy and it's all based on timing and positioning, so I can jump at any time and I can attack in any direction, as you can see there.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to try to kill that guy over
I
here.
know I'm not very good at this.
Got him.
Exactly.
I'm not a React Andy streamer,
Also cost time in the fight.
so I'm not very good at doing
Every
the.
move in the game is basically based on an encounter you have with your brothers and sisters.
Let's
So
have
that
crazy
move right there is
reactions to
Roman,
the game.
and he's the devil, and I can
Whatever
throw my
conference
sword with this and
broadcast.
Oh, that was
nice.
Not really my
Many
thing.
fights, they do have
Not that
specific
kind of
arenas
streamer.
and many,
So I
phases
appreciate
to
anybody
attack.
coming
I'm gonna
through
try
and
to be
and
good
hanging
right
out
now
and keeping me
focus
company
on
during
the
this stuff.
team at home watching right now.
Do the,
Actually saying, Nick,
the blue barrier, is that like a shield you're
yeah,
trying to get
exactly.
behind? Nice.
So
okay.
I also have another move, which is a grenade, which I'm going to use right now. And then
Yeah, nice.
Oh, that's taking a bit of the shield out. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm here for some hopefully new Silent Hill F info, and we just have no idea.
To deploy during combat.
No idea when it's going to happen.
Is there a way that you need to like manage the resources to be able to actually?
Yes, as you can see, we actually got resources, and through those resources, we can upgrade all the moves we have in every.
Oh my God, this game has combat. It sure did.
So now
For a few moments there.
So the game is heavily influenced by tarot theme, which is, as I said,
I mean,
how the sword sees it. So the sword is basically making you absorb that power, which is the moon.
Tarot cards.
Might help us making the night happen.
I think I'm on to what you're up to.
Command the twilight. Yeah, I'm seeing this.
And her hair's changing color. Is that relevant at all, or is that just some cute thing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that family is called the Hemlocks, and all of the knights of the Hemlocks, all the brother and sister from that family that do have a sword with them, the sword live within them in a specific part of their body that they've sacrificed exactly to host the sword. So for Shan is the throat, which also means that the sword talks for her. So we'll be able to select your bubbles, your fun bubbles, and then we'll be talking.
Sorry to ask, but I can't help but wonder what happened to Dusty Fungo. Really hope he's okay and he's doing well. One of the first streamers to follow you back on Twitch.
This is the night.
I wish I knew.
If time is going
I wish I
forward,
knew.
If we actually choose to be there at night.
I've heard
Right, we're in the pub.
from some other people, like through his old Discord and stuff like that,
Is there waiting for us to have drinks.
that he like moved and got a job as a truck driver. I don't know how true that is,
Particularly well at the moment. Need to have a word.
because I don't want to like spread rumors and shit like that. But
and she doesn't really.
I wish I knew.
Talk to you.
I wish I knew. I just hope he's doing well.
But not
I miss Fungo.
Oh, if we have to, sure, okay.
Yeah.
When in Cologne.
Yeah.
We are. We've been drinking. No, we didn't drink
very
anything.
professional.
No, very, very professional.
Can of
Right,
snails.
so let's partake in what she offers.
Thank
us,
you so
which
much
is
for the
thanking
5
for a
months.
stocking letter.
Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Also gulping very fast.
And there's the sword you mentioned coming out of the
Exactly.
throat. Yes.
So not only does she want you to drink, but she also wants to use your
Yo,
very
why are
special
my
power, very silly
alerts
things,
not working?
drinking mugs and showering
Yeah.
in glass.
It's like clay pigeons. That's sick.
There probably is a law here against this. I'm kind of worried. Again, we're back with the question, and she's still at the. All right, I don't want to talk right now. I still want to drink. Okay, but still, I want to talk to you, Camilla.
Why
about
are
what the
my
hell happened to
alerts
you.
not working?
Why did you actually
They're
leave your
on.
people
They're
suffer
on.
that much because the weather was terrible and nothing happened probably in your region?
They're set up in OBS. They're set up on
It's gonna be much
Twitch.
shorter because I'm way more drunk now.
That's
Basically,
going to have an effect, is it?
It
I don't know why they just randomly break and don't work.
Oh, that's
They weren't working on Tuesday's stream either.
I'm usually good off
robbing, and it's gonna be tough to
Oh my God,
select
it's
a card.
But Can of Snails,
Oh, no, I did it.
Yes.
thank you so much for the 5 months, and thank you so much for
I'm very good at
gifting
doing
out
drunk
subs
Wow, this is getting way worse than I
to
expected.
Jimmy Jenga and Death
No,
D14.
I'm People don't drink at home or drink responsibly.
Mannequin Stickbug, yeah, I know. I just need to like.
This is cute.
Oh, there.
Now she might, yeah, this is
They're just
really
super
falling
delayed.
apart. The speech bubble is also falling apart.
And way offset for some reason. Whoa,
Okay,
why is
so,
it like that?
Yeah, what happened really? Just tell us now. So basically, she's answering you that she had
Get
that
stick
duty
bugged.
fulfilled, but she basically inherited it and she didn't want to do any of it.
Oh, I
It's
see.
I
She's
mentioned
in charge of the weather, but she doesn't want to.
Exactly.
Get
It's
stick
really hard,
bugged.
actually. It takes hard work to do that, but also she doesn't really want to do anything.
Oh, okay.
Thank you,
I'd
Can
rather
of
stay
Snails.
there.
Thank you,
So
thank
again,
you.
so the speech bubble changes to give you more clues. Exactly.
Alerts for some reason are on a 10-minute delay. Can't figure out for the life of me why. Sometimes that's just Twitch servers. If you're using the built-in like Twitch alerts
Again,
system.
drink responsibly at home.
Yeah.
Of course. Or don't drink at all.
Always an option.
The easier option, sure.
Because yeah, sometimes mine work perfectly. Sometimes mine are super delayed, and there's not really anything you can do about it.
She's still taking all that as a training.
Sometimes
She
they just
sees
don't
you
work at
as an
all.
inferior fighter, so the reason why you could actually convince her to give you
All right,
her sword.
I need to go get some more water
Fair enough.
and use the restroom.
She is out.
Yeah,
Okay.
So enjoy
All right,
whatever
so
Nick talks
use that
about
insight.
tarot
And we had
cards
first
this
learned
game.
by someone that we met in the forest earlier.
I like the art style of this game, but I gotta say I am not compelled based on the gameplay I've seen so far.
Which reveals a minor arcana,
So
which is exactly the crux
not for
of the
me.
story. So every
So I'm
sibling
gonna
will
use this
have
opportunity to go and
secrets that we'll
use the
discover through
restroom,
whole
get some more water and stuff.
Right.
So I'll be right back.
Meet all of the siblings.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all of them will have different stories embodied by those minor arcana that you can get to decide which side you want to use.
Wow.
Which will have an impact.
So what's the plan now then?
All right, so now we have to go back to the forest. So we're going to use the world map to basically teleport somewhere.
Pretty.
Let's go to Hagog Forest where we had to go. To the outskirts.
Talk to us a bit about the size of...
Yeah, so the world is pretty big right now. It's one of the 6 regions we have in the game in total, and we have many destinations to explore. All of them are pretty open. We have to meet her during the day because she's still pretty hangover right now. She actually passed out on the counter. Actually have to go back to the day, so let's get rid of the moon card there.
Oh, and you just take it out when it's back
I just take
to
it out,
day. Oh,
and day's happening.
Easy. Okay.
All right, so another very big theme of Fate's End are secrets. So you might notice something, but the game also tries you to look at things differently. So I'm gonna use the reveal mechanic right now to see, in the branches there were that weird esoteric symbol. It's actually a cancer symbol. And the cancer symbol is associated with Camilla, which will allow me to then to teleport much faster to her. I don't have to go through the whole forest again.
I'm going to need to brush up on my symbols then.
Oh,
before I play this.
I'm a Capricorn and I've had no idea what I'd be looking for.
It is a challenge. All right, so let's have that tough conversation. We know everything we need to know. Now it's time to actually tell her, you know what? Why the hell did you lie to me? Why did you do a crappy job at what you're supposed to be doing?
And I have a feeling this isn't going to be a normal conversation.
No, those guys, they talk with swords out. And also, basically, you're kind of threatening her with truth. Oh, how inconvenient. So she's going to get the sword out of her arm. Terran is the sword of, again, Sky and Thunder.
Whoa. Like, animations are so on point.
Thank you. And then Camilla gets aces out of her throat.
Wow.
Aces symbolized by 3 cranes and the bull with 3 horns.
It's just beautiful.
And now that's where that demo is gonna, go sideways, and I'm gonna lose that fight and skip it.
Nah.
She's a super tough fighter.
Whoa. Okay. Here we go.
My money's on you. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna. No, that's not. No. Okay.
It's okay. You need to take 1 hit just to show her how tough the fight is.
I'm gonna try to defend first. No, still no dice. All right.
Did you just have like a rose symbol around you there?
Absolutely. She's the fool as a Tarot Arcana. So I have to hit her in the back, actually. That's the way I do it.
Oh, of course, because the shields,
Exactly.
Nice.
Double jump from her. And again, the double jump could be another move in a tactical stance. So all the moves can be actually reversed and to be either dynamic or tactical.
Okay.
All right, so she's summoning Thunder. That actually missed it. That's fine. No. Okay. Right.
I'm seeing a lot that the barriers are very directional, depending on their move as well.
Absolutely.
So I imagine there's going to be a lot of traversal stuff you can do to maybe get behind people quicker. That's really cool. Oh, nice.
Also using your brother against her as well. That's fun.
All right, I can do it.
Go on.
Have faith in me. Have faith in me.
Been a good string of hits.
Oh no, she's summoning lightning.
All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
Oh, okay. So we need to get rid of them.
Yeah, I need to get rid of them.
Oh, there's boss fights in this game?
I can do it.
Good.
Yeah, if I do enough of them, she's gonna disappear. I can do that.
Get her!
Nice
Yes,
big hit.
I did it.
Nice. Beautiful.
All right. Let's not lose focus. Oh yeah, that did kind of
get that rose.
Yeah. Holy. Yeah, I can do it.
I
promise you guys.
totally believe.
Again, electrodes. I have to get.
Yep, everything's Dark Souls now. Yeah.
It's quite a deep moveset for...
Yeah, she does an awful lot.
If there's combat of any kind, it's a Dark Souls. It's Souls-like.
And she does another variation of her attack, which is basically...
That's how it works.
Go at me, she can summon, lightnings to me.
Whoa, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Don't you know Dark Souls invented combat in video games?
Nice, getting rid of barriers.
Oh yeah, here we go. There we go. Nice gap.
Yeah, I can do it.
Almost halfway there.
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh,
nice.
That's
Good
time.
dodge.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you got it there. Beautiful. How often can you use that card of your brother's?
Sober Tom says, how do you guys feel about Silent Hill F? What's your interest level? Out of a 10? Being like maximum level interest? I would say I'm at like a 7.5.
battle, a confrontation. This is a family feud.
Exactly. So now you can choose what.
I like most of what I'm seeing. I'm excited to play it.
Because we know Camila, I mean, you know her for like
But
years now, but I've been knowing her for a long time.
Yeah,
a lot of it is going to come down to how good the story is.
You didn't do that
If
exactly
it's
on purpose.
relevant
You
to
might be
the Silent Hill
actually
series
taking
at
a step
all,
back and saying,
like if it
okay,
should
you're
even
right.
be
So
a
she's
Silent Hill
losing
game,
her diamond there.
So because you were
or if it just sort of has Silent Hill in the title, which it can still be a good horror game, by the way, even if it has nothing to do with Silent Hill.
They might, just get angry.
It doesn't necessarily make it a bad game. It might wind up being a very good Japanese-style horror game, just not a Silent Hill game, you know?
You definitely will. If I know anything about you.
We won't know until we play it.
She messed up and she knows that she's sorry.
Gameplay mechanics.
So we basically got to her
I'm
by
fine
saying
with
that
melee,
her life is definitely
action-oriented
alive,
stuff.
also her mental
I'm not a big
stamina
fan
anyway.
of hit
But she's
stun.
gonna be tougher
I'm
in
not a
phase
big
two.
fan of deteriorating weapons.
Because she's symbolized
But
by the chariot
if the
made her
systems
kinda-
in play and the mechanics of the game, once I actually play it for myself, are polished and feel good,
Whoa, these attacks are intense.
Nice.
Oh, that's a good opening.
then then it'll be fine.
Oh, good dodge.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
that's
gonna
it.
wait
Now
for
we're
her
gonna
to
jump
stack
over.
ready. Get ready. She might.
As a lore nerd, I just have to know how it works. Yeah.
You know, like in those kids, shows like.
And I definitely care more about the story and the characters than the gameplay at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, no, the actual.
So if they have a really good, interesting, intriguing story,
Hemlock Knights, they are super mobile and they move so quickly.
then it'll be all right. If it's actually Silent Hill related to established points of lore, if it feels appropriate, deserving of the Silent Hill title, that'll be even better. And if the gameplay is fun, and I actually enjoy myself playing it for all the times that I'm going to be replaying it, then that'll be the best case scenario.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna do something. Okay, I'm gonna,
So we'll see. We'll see how it all turns out.
There's a lot of the chariots as well.
Getting hammered. Okay, I'm gonna wait for my grenade to fill up. So grenade there, and then I will actually attack her.
Yes.
It should do something. Yeah, it worked. Okay, great. We're almost there.
Nice. Two more left. Two more left.
How close is Silent Hill F to Book of Memories?
I'm actually starting on
In terms of gameplay mechanics, there's a lot.
and then attack again. I can do it. I got it.
Deteriorating weapons is a big part of Book of Memories, where the more you use your melee weapons, the more they break. The hit stun, when you hit enemies, is a mechanic in Silent Hill Book of Memories. Having to use resources to repair your weapons is from Book of Memories. Being able to turn your resources in for currency that you can exchange for other resources and other weapons and items and things like that. That's all Book of Memories. With the memory residue system, there's equipable artifacts that affect your stats and buffs. That's Book of Memories.
We understand, basically.
Yeah.
But see, she brushes that up, saying that, yeah, but we are gods. Come on.
So
what happens if people die?
the thing is, like, those mechanics are not inherently bad things,
I would have liked to see
but they are very
maybe.
often
No.
handled poorly
So many
in other
screenshots of this
games.
game. This is a mid-boss fight conversation, and it is gorgeous.
That's what I'm saying. We are Hemlock, and that's it.
It's very easy to make those game mechanics feel
You will
bad.
have to play the game in 2026.
Like, the reason why Dark Souls, so many people refer to games like that as Souls-like, and I'm not saying Silent Hill F is Souls-like. It's not. It just has action elements to its combat mechanics.
Thank you for the segment. It's great.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I'd
I
love
think
to
they're
see
ramming
more,
up.
But hey, I'm really just looking forward now
But,
to checking out Fate's End when it drops in 2026. And if you at home are hooked, make sure that you
With those action mechanics, like, if they don't feel good,
on the link that we're showing on screen.
it could be a situation like Homecoming. Homecoming also was trying to have more action oriented with dodges and counterattacks and combo systems and stuff like that. But it was really shit design. Like, nothing had proper impact behind it. Combos didn't feel good to do. Dodging didn't feel consistent or reliable. Blocking didn't feel consistent or reliable. And ultimately, you figure out eventually that you can just combo everything with the knife and stun lock, and it completely defeats the purpose of weapon variety or combo variety because it wasn't balanced properly. It wasn't designed correctly. So
these monsters are not for the faint of heart.
Action mechanics can work in a Silent Hill game, but they need to be done well. And it's very hard to do those types of mechanics well. That's why Dark Souls is known for them, because they have really polished combat mechanics. Your dodges have very specific amounts of iframes that line up with the animations, backstabs and counterattacks and parries. Like, the way you adapt to that game, or the Souls-like, you know, from soft games,
and reward you with extra eternal shards.
Feel good
These shards will allow you to upgrade
because of
your
how
perks
that
and
stuff
weapons
is
a lot
all
faster, while the temporary
designed.
buff will increase your odds of success.
There's a
when facing
ton of
33
other
mortals and
copycat
dangerous
Souls-like games out
While you're
there
at it, how about
who have all
slaying
the
some
same
monsters
mechanics,
inside?
but
Hello to our brand
the
new
animations don't
legendary
feel
weapon
right,
skins.
the hitboxes
This
don't
brand new
feel
type of
right,
cosmetic is only
the
available to
invulnerability on dodges
themselves
doesn't
worthy
feel
of
right,
defeating a
the
major boss.
speed of
There is
the
one
the
legendary
gameplay
weapon skin per weapon
doesn't
to
feel
collect
right.
Each major boss,
So
meaning 4 different skins from Lucifer.
it's easy to
All
copy
from
those
Adam and Eve.
things. It's hard to
Can't
make them
guarantee you'll
good.
Find one in your next run. Rewards come to those who persevere.
So that's one of those
That's all
reasons
from
why
me
I'm
for
concerned
today.
about those things with
Thanks for
Silent Hill
joining me on the
F.
33 Immortals Update 3 overview. See you in a dark woods near you. Alright, silly me, forgot to mention. The update is available today. Come heed the call to arms in 33 Immortals.
By the way, Nub, how was the recent Silent Hill F trailer? Avoided it as I want to go in fresh, but what was your reaction? Mixed feelings. I'm not a huge fan of the English dub. I'm definitely going to prefer the Japanese over the English. Prop hunt? Decoy Mayhem? It's proper. English dub felt very anime. So did the character design for the fox mask man, who is definitely Shu, or some version of Shu. Felt out of place. Fox Mask Man is kind of giving Gacha game boyfriend. That's the thing. Like, we've seen all these other characters, like the school students and Hinako's older sister, and like everything else we've seen so far has been like relatively grounded in like realistic 1960s Japan.
Okay.
And then
That's good. Feel safer. Of course.
Yeah, Fox Mask Man
God forbid, go on a full
is extremely anime.
You're going to need a Batman to step in. Some sort of toy-based Batman.
I did watch the Japanese dub of the trailer, and it does sound like Shu's voice actor.
Batman's first AAA title in over a decade. Jonathan, thanks so much for joining us.
It's a huge pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Now, you obviously
all right, 45 minutes of Lego Batman.
Night Live. Yep. How has the reception been? Because it was
We're still waiting for Silent Hill F.
Thank you so much. We were so thrilled to reveal that game, and the reception has been overwhelming. Everyone on the whole team has been hanging on every tweet, every comment, and we've been absolutely delighted with the response.
Now, there's been 3 Lego Batman games in the past. What's been your approach for the Legacy of the Dark Knight?
Simple. Take everything to the next level. Go deeper and further than we've ever gone before. Make the game
Lego
richer,
Batman
make
still
it
looks
more
pretty good.
immersive, and tell
This
for the first
this
time
legitimately will probably wind up playing.
whole
Rachel
story
is a big fan
from
of the
young
Lego
Bruce
games,
Wayne,
and the
year
few
by
that I've
year,
played,
to
like I've had
becoming,
fun with them.
as a player, as Bruce, as
A
Batman.
lot of the Lego games are
the Dark
consistently just really good, fun
Liam
games.
Neeson's just hiding away somewhere.
And
also, we saw
the
Batman
combat and
flying
everything
over
in this
Gotham
one,
City, throughout
it's
that.
basically
It's an open
the
world.
Arkham
Sure, with the whole of Gotham as a
series
playground.
style of
You'll
combat.
start right at the bottom
Just
in Tricorner
Lego
Island. That's
graphics.
one of the areas of the demo that we've got here to play on the show floor.
So if you
But
like
as
the Batman
story
Arkham
progresses,
games,
you'll move further up the island.
the
and reveal
gameplay for the
all
Lego
those
Batman
famous
game is basically the
locations.
same.
You can explore every rooftop, every alleyway, down and high, and
It's just
it's
Lego
full of secrets
visuals
and surprises.
and more
See,
humor.
I can't go wrong with secrets and surprises, especially in a Lego game as well. And talking secrets and surprises, there's a load of new features with Lego Batman. What are they?
So we wanted to make the combat system richer than we've ever had before. So you have a lot more tactical choice, you've got stealth, you've got great gadgets, you've got now fluid combos, takedowns, counters. We've got some footage here. You can see, so you start with training to be a ninja in Nanda Parbat with the League of Shadows. And then we'll take you back to Gotham, you'll build your first Batcave, your first Batsuit, and then start to discover all
But
the
see, look at
crimes
this.
that are taking
It's
place
literally
in
Arkham.
the terrible place that is Gotham City, and you'll deal with those bad guys as only Batman
It's
can.
it's
So
straight up
the features,
the
that
Arkham combat
system
system.
you saw in play there, that's a really important part of the package, but there is a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, we've got tons, because the trailer throughout has so many little Easter eggs as well. And we've got to talk about the Batmobile. We had the tumbler from the Dark Knight, which is
Lego
fan
Silent Hill 2.
Can we change our Batmobile?
We've got all the Batmobiles. This is the ultimate, essential, definitive Batman story.
Maybe one day.
You'll start, as you can see here, when you first get back to Gotham in the Dodge Charger, which is the Batmobile we saw like young Robert Pattinson Batman in the Matt Reeves Batman movie. That's what he sort of cooks up in his garage as his first Batmobile. But as the years go by and he draws more upon the resources of Wayne Enterprises, we get Lucius Fox involved, so you get more and more over-the-top, ridiculous Batmobiles. So you'll see and you'll control the long-nosed Batmobile from Tim Burton's 1989. You'll get Batmobiles from across all the movies and TV shows. Some are pretty wild, but whatever you want, it's here.
How are we going to? Can you give us a little hint about how we're going to get hold of those different Batmobiles? Or
yeah, so as the story progresses, we'll put you in situations where you're given a new Batmobile. Like the Tumbler, for example, comes to you at a key point in this story where the villains that Bruce and Batman are coming up against require like a new level of response, and there are iconic sequences from certain films you may know that we really want to make sure players live out through our story.
That's gonna be so cool.
That's the big thing, is those they recreate so many
that's what I was gonna ask
sequences and moments from movies and games, probably the animated series. Like if you're a fan of Batman,
so suits as well. We've got 100 different.
there's going to be a
suits
shit ton
for you
of
to
fan
collect
service in the
over
Lego
course of the
Batman
game. And then we've got Batmites,
because the
running
Lego
shops
games do
in City that
lots
will
of fan
give you
service.
Both suits. You can get the new vehicles with studs as well. You'll be able to get upgrades for your gadgets and your
Lots of
customizable
references.
Batcave. Now we're not showing that in the demo today. We're showing a bit of the open world and one of the story missions, but we'll be able to show more of the Batcave expanding and growing and becoming just your dream of the ultimate
Batman
place
goes
to
hard.
display everything you've collected and all your achievements over the course of what's a really
You know, when I was
successful
younger
game.
and like reading comics, I never really got super into
You
Batman.
mentioned combat a little bit earlier on as well, and I think like if we see some of the gameplay,
I've only ever really.
I think one thing that load of people have
I
noticed
liked.
as well, and like I love, is all the little.
So like my
comic
mom used to
book
watch
kind
the
of
old
sounds and stuff
Adam
that you
West
see.
Batman. So I grew up
those,
watching
what
the
other,
old
like,
Batman TV
situations
show.
pop up?
Oh, so if you do
And
a powerful
with,
finishing
like, Adam
strike
West and Burt
or a
Ward.
takedown, we really wanted to amp
And
up
then,
the feeling that you get. I mean, throwing,
like
I
the Tim
love
Burton
throwing enemies
Batman
into things,
movie
into the Lego objects. You can use the
Onward.
backdoor to
I
pull
watched
them
all the
in, and then
movies.
You can throw them at each other. You can throw them to your partner character, and he can then kick them into crates. But look,
So, like,
when
I
you
like
finish off
Batman.
like that, all of those
Not my
call-outs are taken
favorite
directly
in
from
terms
comic
of
reference.
like
You know, we're drawing not just upon movies and TV
superhero
shows, but
comic
really
book
closely
stuff.
upon comic book storylines, and we wanted to represent and honor that legacy.
Yeah, the animated
Part of the
series,
legacy
the
of Batman
animated
stories,
series,
with those really
the
cool
original
VFX
Batman animated
layouts.
series,
Yeah, I think
and
it's one of the things I've
Batman
loved everything I've
Beyond.
seen about this game,
I was
because
also a
it's
big
really
fan
kind of
of
like a homage to, like, the
Batman
legacy
animated
across films, comics.
first
It's so cool
series
to see.
and Batman Beyond.
You've got to go
Those were both
into
awesome.
other playable characters, because it's been such a big part of any Lego game that you've played. It's like all the characters.
I also
that you
used
play.
to like Lego a
Which
lot when
ones
I
are we
was a
gonna get
kid.
alongside Batman?
That's right. So
Kind
you
of got
play
out of it
Batman
as I got
all the way
older.
through. The focus is Batman. We've never done that before in a Lego game. Had one character be the sole focus.
I couldn't tell you the last time I like put together a Lego set.
All the way through. And then as the story
But I used to do that a lot
different partners
when I was a kid.
Build out that Bat family. So you'll start training with the League of Shadows and Public with Talia al Ghul.
Had a lot of Legos,
She'll
had a
return
lot
to
of
Gotham later in the
connects.
story. You'll then, as you move back to
Anybody
Gotham,
else?
hook up
Any
again
other
with,
connects
Jim Gordon, who
enjoyers?
you first see in Crime Alley when you lose your parents. One of
In
the last
chat?
good cops in Gotham. He's got fantastic gadgets that you've played on the show floor here. We've got him with his ricochet launcher with rubber bullets that bounce around and smash objects and bounce off enemies and cause them to misfire their weapons. He's also got a foam sprayer which incapacitates enemies and can be used to solve puzzles. So
Do you
all of
think
these different
kids born in
characters
2020 would
combination
like
with
Star Wars and
His
Batman?
cool gadgets as well give you all
Probably.
new kinds of different tactical
It's so much
choices in your
more
combat.
ingrained into
After
the
Gordon,
culture
You'll get Selena Kyle as Catwoman with her whip
these days.
and her other gadget that we'll talk
Like,
about later on. We've also then we'll
If
see
you're a
as Batman gets
5-year-old
older,
walking
you know,
around
he will,
Walmart with your mom,
he'll go to the circus
you're gonna
with
you're
Selena
gonna
Kyle,
see
and that's where
fucking
we'll go to see the
Batman
Flying
and
Graysons.
Star Wars
Young
and
Dick Grayson
Avengers
will-
and
another
like
tragedy will
all of
befall
that
another
stuff is
child.
just
Well, that's what
everywhere.
happens. But Dick Grayson will become Robin.
The toy
Another
aisle is
part of the
full of
character
those
with really cool
toys.
gadgets.
The
And we'll see what
clothing
they
for
progress
kids
with
has those
And
logos
Jim
plastered
will
all over it.
actually get a daughter of
Like,
his own as well. That's Batgirl.
it's-
will join as
it's
Barbara Gordon. So loads of
everywhere.
different characters, and we've really gone
Compared
deep into
to
each of
how
those
it was
characters,
like
given them their own distinctive
back in the
styles,
day.
lots of different
Back
suits,
back in my day,
upgrades as well. So there's a lot
and
more,
going back to like the
personality to
80s
each of them
and
than we've ever had
earlier,
before.
like if you were specifically a fan of stuff, you could seek toys and clothing and merchandise and stuff for that thing out, but it wasn't like everywhere the way it is today.
Absolutely. So by having Batman and a partner, as a single player, you can switch between the two of them. When there's a second player, you're playing them both. One's Batman, the other's the partner character.
Right, we've talked about the other playable characters, got co-op, but there's no use unless there's some big
Like
villains
the
to go
game
up
plan
against.
for
What villains have we
marketing
got?
for franchises has changed a lot over the last few decades. And the game plan for the last like 20 years or so has been oversaturation.
Over the course of this, we've got.
It's why you're looking at a Lego Batman game right now, because the game plan is fuck it, Batman everything.
Channeling there both
everything.
Danny DeVito's sort of
Put it on
representation of
everything.
that character in Batman Returns, but also
Put it
Christopher,
everywhere. Put
sorry,
it in
Scott
every
Farrell.
store.
We've got references to the Batman movie there.
Put
Bane,
comics out, put
a
movies
highlight
out,
from the trailer, voiced
put
by
games
the
out,
inimitable Matt
put
Berry.
clothes
An
out,
amazing
toys
take on
out,
that cool character.
everything, everywhere, all the time.
Yeah,
I love the reception I got when that
Batman,
played out,
Avengers, Star
opening night
Wars,
live.
all that type of
It
stuff.
just got
Disney.
everyone. It was amazing to see.
And I will say, many more.
Right, so more to discover
Just
about the story.
put it everywhere so that people have to know what it is. Even if they don't know what it's from, you just grow up knowing
Of
it.
course, all batarangs are very, very important. You can use them to stun enemies, hit
Like-
targets, and you can upgrade them. We've got the Bat Claw is really
When I go
powerful.
out
Not only
grocery
can it
shopping,
pull
I see
enemies
little
in,
kids
so you can
wearing
deliver a powerful finishing
Poppy's
move.
Playtime
You can then throw them around, throw them off buildings,
T-shirts
throw them into the toxic goo of Ace
and Five
chemicals.
Nights at Freddy's
And,
T-shirts and stuff
that's
that
upgradable
probably
as
don't
well.
even
That's for
realize those
the other characters
games.
have got their own gear.
Okay.
But
Very
it's
nice.
stuff that their parents buy for them
So I don't think that's a
because
gadget,
it's like
yeah, that comes with
cartoony
the character, but
characters, and it's just
grappling,
everywhere. It's on
to vantage points, So
everything.
you can do stealth takedowns like you see here, and grappling in the open Gotham City all around, from rooftop to rooftop. gliding, when the bat glider over the streets, that's all part of Batman's arsenal. The other characters have similarly cool traversal systems as well.
No, and a lot of times, like if you're a kid where you're at that age and you're going to school, and like, oh, your friends all have Avengers shirts or Poppy's Playtime or Five Nights at Freddy's or this or that or whatever. Like, even if you don't know what that is, you want to fit in with your friends, fit in with the other kids at school, so you'll just wear stuff or have, you know, stickers on your notebook or whatever.
In
like,
Lego games, you've always been able to smash objects and then build.
Because marketing for these things is just so oversaturated
here, Batman can use
that to the point of being unavoidable.
Where those smashable objects are, like show where to build it. Show, oh, you need to find some more. Here's where they are.
To make things as familiar, as brand recognizable as possible, even if you are very detached from the actual source material.
Cool. That's going to help you find those secrets as well.
And you said Riddler challenges, absolutely. So on the
when you were in primary school, you had a Spider-Man backup and pencil case. I had a Street Fighter II lunchbox.
Bat tokens, trophy pieces, skill bricks. There's so much to collect. I will say in this game, it's not just the Riddler who's setting you those challenges.
Like, I try to think about that.
Okay.
When I was a kid, like, what are the things, what were the brand merchandise things that I had a lot of? And I had, like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I had TMNT shirts. I was a big Turtles fan. And I played a lot of video games, a lot of fighting games. So I had a lot of Mortal Kombat stuff, and I had a lot of Street Fighter stuff.
That's the main currency for gadget upgrade.
Okay, nice.
Skill bricks you'll get through progressing through the story missions. They enable you to upgrade your core traversal.
Other than like TMNT back in the 80s and early 90s was kind of like that,
will enable you to, for example, customize
where
and your back cave.
TMNT got huge
as well. Oh yeah, we've got red bricks. Of course,
where it was legitimately like everywhere for a while. It was on everything.
That brings me on perfectly because we saw Bane stepping on one of those red bricks in the trailer, which was hilarious. And TT Games are so known for those funny moments, whether it's in cutscenes or there's little bits of the game. How do you come up with them?
We just force people to be silly. That's what they get paid for. Our team spends months absorbing the source material, so watching every movie, reading every comic book, watching every show, and bouncing
Sonic, Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, see, that stuff came a little bit later for me. That would have been like going into middle school when all that stuff really started to pop off. Like Sonic had been around, a little bit earlier, being on the
to places people haven't gone to before, and I think it's that sort of sense
the Master System,
the uncertain that just enables comedy to happen.
But like,
the skill of our animators,
it really blew up with Sonic 2. Sonic 2 on Sega Genesis. I guess the first Sonic somewhat, but I feel like Sonic popularity really kicked off with Sonic 2, especially because it was bundled with so many Genesis consoles around that era. So it just blew up into this big phenomenon. Like, if you had a Genesis, you had Sonic, and if you knew what Sonic was, Sonic was like the cool, Mario is
any game we've ever done
is lame and boring, but Sonic is cool and hip
because we're telling
for that time, So that was like what wound up taking off kind of for that reason. And then you got Sonic comic books and cartoon and everything like that. It got really big. Pokemon, I mean, Pokemon is just got huge and then never went away. I still fucking look for Pokemon cards. I still occasionally get Pokemon cards. I still play Pokemon TCG Pocket.
Together with that darkness,
and like I've been here since the very fucking beginning, since Pokemon first became a thing.
Those stories, all the stories that are dark, the stories that are fun and colorful from the 50s.
But yeah, that's one of those things that just blew up as part of just kind of culture, worldwide culture, to the part where it's so ingrained.
And now this game activates all those feelings. Everything's gone into you over the years from Batman.
Even if you don't
we can now
know
bring to this. So
what
I think
anime
it's a combination
is,
of
even if
darkness
you
and
don't
light
play video
and
games
a real emotional power in the character.
or
That's why he's
card
lasted
games
so
or
long.
anything like that,
It's an incredible story. Now,
you
for
still
those
know what
watching at
Pokemon
home,
is. You can
right,
still
who are
recognize what a
chomping at
Pikachu
the
is.
bit to play.
Any,
Is there
and you
anything
could
that
go
they
up
should
to
know?
any fucking random
Fine, let's leave the bit.
person between
what
the
else
age
do
of
you need to know?
3
This is
and
another game
90
coming next year. So we're showing at the
and show
floor
them a
here
picture
at
of
Gamescom.
Pikachu,
You can play
and they'll be like,
Tom
yeah, there's a
Park,
Pokemon.
Side Corner Island. You can grapple
That's a
and ride
Pokemon.
as Batman and Jim Gordon and take down the goons who are wrecking havoc on the streets. We're also showing some people a whole story mission. So creators are there, they're recording their footage, so you'll be able to see people play through the Ace Chemicals mission. Famously, a character is going to have a terrible accident, which is going to
You have about 500 packs behind you in assorted ETBs, collections, and loose boosters. Damn.
And learn what we're able to show at the moment, and watch for more. It's on all game platforms.
I've never been that type of card game collector.
Yeah, and if anyone
I am
comes down to
definitely
Gamescom, they
the
can play on
like.
show floor as well.
I'll get a couple booster packs
so much. Like,
at my peak. I would get a couple booster packs, you know,
is set to grapple onto
every
your Xbox Series
month.
X or S next year. Although, if you were keen to craft a deadly trap,
And now I don't get anything because you can't.
Jurassic World Evolution 3. Take a peek at the new parks, and day 2 of the Xbox at Gamescom broadcast continues with Onimusha.
Everywhere around me
Hello, park managers, and welcome to this
is completely sold out of cards.
the new features coming to Jurassic
I've been
World
trying to
Evolution
get
3, the Cretaceous Cruise.
Pokemon cards, and I've been trying to get
I'm Sandy,
Magic the Gathering
principal designer
Final
on the game.
Fantasy
And in this
cards,
demo, I'm going to show you how to build this attraction through several
and you
enclosures,
cannot fucking get them
including the
shits
T-Rex.
anywhere
Hopefully everything
unless
goes
you
to
buy
plan.
them through
Let's
scalpers
dive right in.
online.
I'm going to be building in our lovely Hawaii map. You can see we already have
And I
a
ain't
lot
doing
going
that.
on here with a mix of enclosures. We've got some lagoons, aviaries, and land enclosures, but also a number of new attractions. Floating in the background, you may have noticed a hot air balloon. And over here, we have our new dinosaur encounter, where guests can pet your dinosaurs.
You can pet the dinos.
But what if you want something to go through an enclosure? Veterans of the game will be familiar with our gyrospheres, which will be making a return. However, the Cretaceous Cruise lets your guests view dinosaur families whilst cruising along rivers and water bodies, opening up all
Do
sorts
I
of
have
interesting
the
ways to construct
previous
your
one of
enclosures
these? I think
with
I
this
have one of
attraction
these
in
Jurassic
mind.
Park games.
Like all our attractions, I'm going to need an entrance. We have our building already placed down. Jurassic World Evolution 3 now features modular building, meaning you can customize buildings
like
like
never
this to
even
your heart's
installed it.
content. We have 3 enclosures we want this ride to pass through, so our guests get to see a wide variety of dinosaurs, including that T-Rex we mentioned. I've placed a couple of security cameras around. We should be safe if things get a little chaotic. Let's start adding a track. It's incredibly easy. Clicking here, I can simply lay down the route I want, adjusting the path to be curved or straight as needed. And while this is a great starting point, our new scenery pieces mean we can make these spaces even more interesting. Let's make the ride feel more dynamic by adding a rock arch. If we go into the scenery panel, we have a wide variety of rocks to choose from. Very easily, we're able to create something unique for our ride. And then I think we want another type of structure over the path. Over here, we have a structure we've turned into a blueprint. There we go. That looks great. Now we've reached the end of the enclosure, we need some more
This is
water in
cute,
order
so I'm
to
not
continue
ripping
the
on it
ride.
specifically, but I really wish Jurassic Park was treated more horror-y. I want Capcom to bring back Dino Crisis.
In this new enclosure, you can see that we have these elevated areas of terrain that can act as natural barriers to keep dinosaurs separated.
Like
You no longer
Jurassic
need to
Park,
rely purely
you
on
can kind of
fences to
go
house
both
your
ways.
dinosaurs. I'm also moving into deep water
You
now.
can make it
Deep water's
actiony,
a
you
new
can make it
feature and a need
horror-y,
for some of our
you can
dinosaurs.
have
Certain
chill
species
park
will be able to
building
navigate
simulators
through
like
the water
this.
or swim. We can see in
But
this
if we're gonna do
enclosure we have some
dinosaur
brachiosaurs.
horror,
They're able to wade through deep water. On the banks of the
just
river,
give me
you
some
can
new
also
Dino
see
Crisis,
foliage was laid
man.
down to create a canopy around this area. Let's use one of
Give
the
me
compound
some
brushes to finish off the
RE
section
engine
over here.
Dino
The
Crisis,
scenery brushes make
please.
detailing your spaces super simple. We now have our ride complete. Let's open it and head down to guest level. There's multiple perspectives you can choose from when interacting with the kayak. You can observe from third person, first person, or even take control of the ride. In this perspective, you will take control. allowing you to move the kayak freely both along the track ride or outside it. From this vantage point, you can get
That would be a big gamble for Capcom.
Let's take a look at our
They did a public
In this
poll
enclosure, we have a number of males and females.
to see like which of their franchises people were interested in, and like Dino Crisis was relatively high up.
Generation to generation, with certain features being worth more to your overall park rating. Over here, we can see the juveniles as they play in their enclosure. They'll interact with each other as well as adults, so keep an eye out. As we head into the next enclosure, let's hop over to one of the guest kayaks and check out what they're able to see. Passing through the canopy.
What were the other games that were up there? Hold on. Let me see if I can.
It adds so much to the effect of this attraction.
Let me see if I can pull that up.
We make our way into the T-Rex enclosure. These guys can get a bit restless with boats traveling through, so you want to keep an eye, or preferably a security camera, on these sorts of enclosures. That about brings us to the end of our demo, and hopefully you can see just how creative and dynamic this new ride will be. There's so many ways to integrate it into your parks. I'm very excited to see what players will do with it when the game launches on October 21st.
Oh. Uh-oh. Stream. Gamescom. Okay. Okay, so this was earlier this year. I'm going to turn this down a little bit.
Hey there, hope you're enjoying this absolutely peng-a-leg
Oh, hold on.
podcast thus far. And don't forget, later
Silent
today,
Hill F.
we've got our Borderlands 4 controller giveaway and the Outer Worlds 2 and Age of Empires 4.
If Silent Hill F is next, I'm going to shut up. Otherwise, we'll talk about the Capcom thing.
Unpack as we hack and slash our way through hordes of demons and get to know Onimusha Way of the Sword, coming from Capcom in 2026. A big thanks to Onimusha director Satoru Nihei and interpreter
Onimusha.
joining me to tell me all about the latest installment.
Okay, I do want to know about Onimusha. But since we're talking about
So the game is playable for the first time at Gamescom.
some other stuff. Okay, so there was the Capcom Super Capcom Elections earlier this year.
And now we're starting to look at this now. Can you give us a little bit of context
So they did a big poll where people could vote on all sorts of different things. And one of the things they asked was, which of the following Capcom games do you like the best? Right? Number 1 was Devil May Cry 5 with 15,157 votes. Number 2 was Dino Crisis with 10,978 votes.
Is that a significant
Number 2 was Dino Crisis, right under Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry 5. Resident Evil 4 was number 3. Devil May Cry 3 was number 4. Okami was number 5.
That feels like an Englishism.
Monster Hunter World was 6.
Can you speak more about the color that just went
Resident Evil 4 OG was number 7. Resident Evil 2 Remake was number 8. Oh, excuse me. Monster Hunter World Iceborne was number 6. Monster Hunter World base game was number 9. And then Breath of Fire 3 was number 10 for their top 10. Dino Crisis was number 2.
Sneaky. Nice.
Thank you very much.
Can you speak more about the combat style? Is there a preference that you like to play Nihei-san, or are there loads of options you can do here?
アクションですが、二平さんの好みとかいろいろ選択があるんですが、ちょっとそれについて語っていただけますか？
そうですね、僕の好みはまず敵がどんな行動してくるかっていうのを見るところからスタートして、そこからは気持ちよく動くっていうところが、自分で攻めるっていうところが好きですね。
Never getting a good breath of fire. Sorry, Yami.
See what the enemy is going to do, and then once I figured out the way that they move, I like to then move in on them and attack take the advantage and attack.
The long fabled crossover between Bayonetta and Devil May Cry is possible now that Kamiya's back at Capcom. Possibly.
それ以外の自分から出せる飛び道具ありますでしょうかね？
そうですね。今武蔵のこの初期状態はそういうのはないんですけど。
Didn't Itsuno leave Capcom? So I think a lot of people put too much emphasis on game developers being tied to a specific company or publisher, because a lot of the times developers are contractors. Sometimes it's a very long contract or a long series of contracts that tend to focus on one company over another.
And it's very, very satisfying to pull off.
But just because, like, a developer is not a full-time employee with a company doesn't necessarily mean they cannot work with that company anymore. A lot of times it just means that, yeah, they're an independent contractor who's got a contract with a different company. Obviously, there's differences. It's not the same for every situation. Sometimes a developer goes and starts their own studio, like Keiichiro Toyama. Keiichiro Toyama was, for a very long time, a employee of Konami, and then an independent contractor for Konami, who worked on a lot of Konami projects as an independent contractor, and then was an independent contractor with Sony, and then started his own studio, Bokeh Studios.
Right now what Musashi did is he absorbed
You've got, like, Kojima, who was a long-time Konami employee, then an independent contractor, then started Kojima Productions.
Things that happened in this area in the past.
Oh, okay. So that's what's happening in this cutscene here.
So, like, I don't know, just because somebody saying that, like, you know, oh, Ikeno or Itsuno isn't at Capcom or anything anymore, doesn't mean they can't show back up. Yeah, Yamaoka has been an independent contractor for a long time.
At this point in the game, we don't exactly know what it is.
And Ito, yeah. Pretty much anybody Team Silent related, most of them are independent contractors working with various companies.
As we work our way through this playable section of the game, you'll learn a little bit more about that, so please be patient for now.
Okay, absolutely I will. I gotta say as well, I love how dark and thematic, and am I right in saying there's like
Why didn't you try Alan Wake 2 since you're into lore? I mean, I liked the first Alan Wake. I just haven't gotten around to Alan Wake 2 yet. I've been distracted. I've been playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. Because ultimately, even for a game that I'm interested in, like Alan Wake 2, take Death Stranding 2, for example, where I've been going through Death Stranding 2. People don't care. People don't care. I have 40 people who watch me play Death Stranding when I do a stream, compared to like 200 or 300 or more that watch me play through a Silent Hill game. If I do YouTube videos for what I'm doing, I get like 50 to 100 views for something like Death Stranding, compared to thousands of views for Silent Hill playthroughs. So there's a lot of games out there that I'm interested in, like Alan Wake 2, but my focus is on Silent Hill. My audience wants to see more Silent Hill, and me as a fan, I care more about Silent Hill. So I'll eventually probably play Alan Wake 2. I didn't like ignore it for a particular reason or anything. My focus has just been on other things.
Just now I was able to parry that enemy and using his own momentum, slam him into the wall, which caused damage. It's one of the unique aspects of the parry system, is being able to use the environment to your advantage.
Absolutely.
More Phasmo and Dead by Daylight. Hey, I like those games too. But again, I'm trying to get through Death Stranding 2 this week. So that next week I can start Metal Gear Solid Delta. So that 2 weeks after that I can play Chronos: The New Dawn. So that 2 weeks after that I can play Silent Hill F. I'm busy. I'm busy.
In addition to the large cart that I just attacked the enemy with, there's also things such as
We don't have a whole lot of time to set aside for games that, even if I really like them and want to play them, I just don't have a lot of time for, and I don't get a lot of support for when I play them. That's the unfortunate reality.
What's happening here? What's the context of this?
そうですね、実はこれは現場の指示によって人が何かを運んでたというシーンになります。
What we see here is that the people who were carrying things to the temple earlier were being forced to do so by the Gemma.
Oh no!
やだ今の。
これはですね、現場が指示によって人が下に投げ落としているという。
Wonder how this game ties into the older Onimusha games? I know. When does Jean Reno show up?
実際にその京都の舞台から人が投げ捨てられてたという話があったので、それを今作では現場が指示してやっていたというようなお話を作ってます。
So in real history, people used to throw bodies from the temple from the stage at Kiyomizu-dera Temple to dispose of them. And we've sort of given our own twist to that in this story, where it's the Gemma who are having people throw, well, other people off, as you saw just there.
Oh, wow. Was that important to reflect as much accurate history as possible throughout the franchise?
Was that Steve Blum?
そうですね、今回京都を舞台にした理由の一つに、その長い歴史のある京都にそういうおどろしいお話とか、そういうところが非常に魅力的だったので、今回このただの綺麗な京都を描くというよりも、そういうところを鬼武者と絡めて、新しい
No, it's not. I heard the English voice actor when he jumped in and went Musashi, and I was like, that sounded a lot like Steve Blum.
So when we're making a game like this,
Spike Spiegel.
We use that to advantage, and we wanted to show that off as much as possible.
Mostly. And now this looks like a pretty cool baddie, right? Who's this?
かっこいい役ですね。誰でしょう？
そうですね、このキャラは佐々木巌流と言いまして、武蔵のライバル的な存在として描いています。
So this character is Sasaki Ganyu, and he serves as Musashi's, I suppose you'd say, his rival in the game.
Ah, okay. Great blocking there.
Dude, okay, so maybe this is just a design thing for games now. This game looks good, but I'm having some of the same issues that I have with Silent Hill F in the combat.
Enter the blazing state by doing lots of parries. You can see that the
See, like, look how much impact there was on that attack.
You get more blue souls.
where he splits the hat and like knocks him over, compared to the normal swings.
この部位が選択できるようになったんですけど、これもまあ新しい要素として崩し視線と呼ばれるものです。
Just now, by depleting his stamina gauge entirely, you saw a little scene where we're able to pick a part of Ganyu to attack. And when
Okay, now we're just blocking.
Advantages. That's a new system in this game.
I'm trying to make a point and then we stop attacking.
そうですね。今は頭を選んだんですけど、この狙っている部位に
Because that whole first phase, he was slicing at him and like he barely reacted. Like that.
与えたいのか、鬼武者らしさの魂を多く出したいのかなど戦略的な駆け引き要素になってます。
So what I did just then was chose to hit his head, and generally speaking, the options are whether you would like to do more damage or to receive more souls from the attack, which you could then absorb.
Okay, now it's showing a little bit more reaction.
I think I would do the same.
There, those like last two swings where Ganryu just kind of keeps doing what he's doing as a sword just goes through him.
Nice. You make it look so easy, Nihei-san.
簡単に倒せるように見えますな。
いやいや、いくつかダメージ食らったんでちょっとドキドキしながら戦いました。
I'm not sure actually. I took a few hits there and I was worried for a moment.
No, you were absolutely fantastic. That was such a good demo. I really enjoyed seeing more about it. I was wondering if there's anything else you want to share about the game before we say goodbye.
すごく上手でしたね。もう楽しかったんですよ。他にお伝えしたいこととかありますでしょうか？
そうですね。先日新しい PV も出しましたので、そちらもぜひご覧いただければなと思うのと。
This does look really cool. I mean, it looks really cool. It looks really good.
Released the new trailer yesterday, so we'd love it if you would all go and have a watch of that.
It's cool that they're bringing back Onimusha.
100%. Consider it done. Thank you so much for joining me today and having a look at that stunning look at Onimusha Way the Sword, which you can wishlist today. From cutting down demons to raging against Ragnarok, stay with us for the latest from the mythic world of Mistfall Hunter, including new heroines, paths, and questlines.
Silent Hill F.
We've got a trailer and a gameplay sneaky peeky coming up, followed by a closer look at World of Tanks Heat and a celebration of Rare's 40th anniversary later in the day. But first, I have
trailer,
some major breaking news.
Gameplay look, World of Tanks.
The long-awaited sequel to Hollow Knight, it finally has a release date. Hollow Knight Silksong will officially release on September 4th. That's pretty soon. I feel like I've just reported on the moon landing a little bit, if I'm honest. I would remind you to wishlist it, but statistically speaking, most of you probably already have. So to celebrate this historic moment, what say we check out the Silksong release date announcement trailer right now. Silksong, let's go!
Noise. Thank you so much for the 88 months. That's a lot of months. That is a lot of months. Silksong, everybody. It exists. It's real. Apparently the demo for this is the same one from before they went silent. Oh, man. It's never, even if it's a really amazing game, and I know a lot of people have been anticipating it for a long time, being very patient, it's never good when the entire joke of your game in the community is like, hey, look, it exists. Duke Nukem Forever, yeah.
大家好，我是《雾影猎人》的制作人浩，很高兴能在 Xbox Gamescom Broadcast 上正式宣布，《雾影猎人》新一轮的测试将于9月份正式开启。关于
Mistfall
贝塔3测试的
Hunter
更多信息， 我们后续将在雾影猎人的官方社群中发布，敬请期待。在即将推出的 Beta 3版本中，我们为猎金人们准备了一系列丰富的玩法内容和功能更新。接下来，请欣赏我们 Beta 3测试的首支正式预告片。
Bendy Man. Bendy Man, thank you so much for the 10 months. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Mistfall Hunter. Oh, Mortal Kombat Collection. Something else that I'm actually excited for.
We knew that there was something special going on. Fight!
There's still 2 more games that they're going to announce?
Fatality.
Deadly Alliance. Special Forces and Mythologies Sub-Zero. Yo.
That we were given to create that game, in hindsight, was incredible.
That fucking Sub-Zero game used to piss me the fuck off on Nintendo 64 back in the day. But legitimately, this looks like such a good collection. Yeah, you're going to need that rewind feature for Sub-Zero Mythologies. I'm glad that's how they demonstrate it. That game is bullshit. But that's cool. Nice modern Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Being able to just play on a regular modern platform. If I want to do... For me, I'm mainly going to be playing Trilogy and Ultimate MK3. Those are like my favorites out of everything that's on there.
To tell us even more about Heat's fast-paced 10v10 tank battles. Thanks for sitting in, guys. All right, I appreciate you joining us. How's your Gamescom going so far?
Been great.
Yeah, it's, absolutely.
No, you look forward to it. You've been having people down to the Hall 1, isn't it, playing the game as well?
Yeah. We're in Hall 1 all day today. For those of you who are here, you can join us, try the game out for yourself.
Wish they would do something like that for Tekken. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Now, we've got actually a load of gameplay, which we're going to be running through.
I mean, Capcom has done some good collections, some good fighting game collection stuff now.
Because it's a brand new game.
It's nice to see Mortal Kombat following suit.
Can you tell us a little bit for people watching what Heat is about?
So first of all, we at the company stand with a free-to-play as a business model. We are focused on
Apologize in advance for what I'm going to do to you all with Kano. That's fair. That's fair. We'll see.
So, and we're developing. So this is a new, fresh take. And now you see our handgear and the feature that we want to present here. So every
A lot of you guys only know me as a Silent Hill person, as a horror fan.
Gameplay classes. So
You don't know about my long history as a fighting game player.
to achieve the feelings that actually they have a connection, have a specific ability that can
So it's
highlight
okay.
the unique play style of each one. Inside the vehicle, we have a system
Indulge
of
yourself in
so
confidence for
the
now.
player can adjust the play style of this vehicle that we see to and modify some abilities that the vehicle have. And of course, we're focusing on providing opportunity to personalize somehow the vehicle. We are focused on the military, and we're experimenting with something else that actually shooter players familiar with. Some charms, for example, or additional decal or stickers. Of course, we don't want to go crazy about it, but definitely we know that for somebody it's really important to personalize it.
I'm definitely going to be rocking the gold tank.
I know you go hard on fighters, Nub. I can tell by the way you talk about them. I mean, I've been wanting to do some fighting game night streams. I've actually done some fighting game stuff on some friends' channels, like my friend Hirimi. We've been playing Capcom Fighting Collection 2 and King of Fighters 15 and stuff like that over there. Every once in a while.
Okay, let's see what will happen in the battle.
Oh wow. Okay, right.
This is example of completely
I play a lot of Street Fighter 6 in my off time, in between editing and streaming and doing everything else. I play games off stream a lot, and Street Fighter 6 is one of my big go-tos. I've been learning that Sagat, but I'm like, I'm master ranked Blanca in Street Fighter 6. And yeah, I used to play tournaments and things like that from like 2007 up through 2013, 2014 or so, where I was really competitive with fighting games. And then I just grew up playing them a lot. Going to the local arcades, back when arcades were still a thing. Playing a lot of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
Abilities like airstrike or different more cinematic one can add some species, let's say, or salt to this.
Rainbow Mika from Street Fighter made me the man I am today. I was a Mika main in Street Fighter 5.
I'm also noticing there's like so many cues on screen for you to like avoid and kind of like strategize. Can you tell us a little bit more about those as well?
So definitely it depends on the agent and the tanks selected, but if you are playing as a brawler, the game can provide this opportunity, and of course we see the number of on the screen right now, the number of different mechanics.
Dudley is your boy. Dudley is my boy.
And I am as a player have a lot of tactical.
I was a Dudley main for Third Strike and for Street Fighter 4 once they added him.
And right now this is an example of absolutely different gameplay. So
I'm really hoping they put him in 6 at some point.
Play more aggressively and be on the front line of the battlefield and just trying to eliminate the targets, the really weak targets on the battlefield.
Just dishing out as much damage out as possible.
Yes, run as fast as I can. And
Got inspired to pick Street Fighter 6 back up recently to prep for Sea Viper. Hell yeah.
Now, one thing with World of Tanks Heat as well is you've built
Sagat's been a lot of fun.
right?
Yeah, correct.
I'm looking forward to Sea Viper, even though I didn't really play Sea Viper in 4.
This game to all platforms that we know, so this is a cross-platform application from scratch.
It'll be cool to see her in something else. I'm really curious what they wind up doing with Ingrid, because Ingrid gets to be in a game. They recently did an update for Capcom Fighting Collection 2 and added Ingrid and all the other characters for Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max Upper, which was like a PSP game that added extra characters to Street Fighter Alpha 3 that was never on any other platform. And then they added those characters into the Capcom Fighting Collection version of Alpha 3, which was crazy that they would put in that effort, but they did it.
Enough for newcomers and windbreakers, but of course we have lots of different mechanics we want to highlight and provide more necessary information.
Dan's ultimate taunt is OP. Dude, I love Dan. Dan's one of my favorite Street Fighter characters. I actually used to cosplay Dan at a bunch of anime conventions when I was younger. Hang on. This is just World of Tanks, so I don't care. Let me pull up some old cosplay photos while we talk about fighting games. We'll just turn down World of Tanks. Be in the background.
World of Tanks, it's free to play, right? It's something that people can hop on, play. What would you kind of advise someone hopping on for the first time?
Just wish list on our page and start playing. I mean, and invite the friends. I think this game is more fun when you play together with friends of mine, or you can focus and select just character and the vehicle that you like, just mastering it. So this game can provide a lot of opportunity to master the skills, to understand better and enough depth.
All right, you ready for the best Dan cosplayer you've ever seen?
What kind of tank's this? Because like
it's modification. It was modification version of M60, and right now this is a HS.
That's me
more light version. And
at IkiCon, I want to say 2008 or 2009.
And find the weak spots in a enemy defense, for example.
It's so much faster than the other tanks.
Yeah, it's much.
I was going to say that kind of helps to suit to different play styles, right? Depending on how you want to approach.
You're absolutely right here. So we are focusing to bring the wide roster of more unique machine with different play styles. Not only tanks, but
you see, I've got some other ones.
SHTVL right now on the screen, and wheel-based, and even we highlighted in our announcement trail the railgun. So we try to be grounded as possible in 70%, but we add some alternative history elements for 30%.
That's a good one.
Fantasize what if during this period of time this number of experiments in tech and engineering was in the battlefield.
And for anyone also wondering, right, where is heat set? Like, what's the setting?
So this is, as I said, this is alternative reality.
But yeah, I play a lot of fighting games. I used to do a lot of fighting game cosplay. As I said, I love Dan Hibiki.
In tech and science, and we provide opportunity.
So I cosplayed him at a bunch of conventions back in the day.
And you know, assemble the agents.
You get to see some rare beardless nub.
Yeah, no, honestly, thank you so much for coming and like showing us the gameplay. But John, like you said earlier as well, there's people who can come and play it here at Gamescom.
That's right. So we're in Hall 1 today. The big
Oh, there's a little more of a full shot.
Our whole Play Big day. So come down, check out the game, play it for yourself, and check out the Sabaton concert in a few hours here. Yeah.
Thank you.
And for those of you who are not at Gamescom, and for all of you, we hope you'll wish list it on Xbox soon. And yeah, check out the game when it comes out.
John, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And also, for you at home,
thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. But don't forget to wish list.
Like the Brazilian girl fighter? Laura?
Halfway mark of day 2 of our Xbox at Gamescom broadcast, with plenty more in store, including more Xbox Play Anywhere titles to add to the list of those we've already seen, which is already getting quite long. But up next, the scoop on our Borderlands.
Laura from 5.
Take it away, Bex.
So things are certainly
the one that dances.
here at Gamescom, and the temperature
Elena.
Anytime soon. But for now, we have another
I forget what Elena. She's like, is she Brazilian but lives in Africa? I forget what the complicated history is, because then she goes to school in Japan.
Gamer is seeking, including Hall effect sensors for smooth precision and reduced drift. Advanced gaming buttons to
They usually depict her as African.
It's compatible with Windows 11. It's not only
But she does capoeira.
When they are gone, they're gone. But lucky for you, if you're watching on Twitch, all you have to do is follow the directions you see on screen to enter for your chance to win one of these bad boys. They're available September 2nd, so don't miss your window, Vault Hunters. The giveaway closes at the end of the show, and winners will be contacted on Twitch. Up next, we've got a look at the 10th anniversary celebration.
Yeah, she's Kenyan.
Last night here in Cologne. FanFest is in many ways the heart of games.
She uses capoeira, which is a Brazilian martial art, of course, but like, yeah, she's African.
With a celebration of Rare, updates on Overwatch 2 and Silent Hill F, and so
Silent Hill F.
more.
They said it. We still have to wait through a bunch of other shit, but they said it. It's going to be here eventually.
The thing I love about Gamescom is it's always been about the community first. And so this is why we are here today, celebrating with you 10-year anniversary of Xbox.
Wow, that Cortana.
Xbox is all about community, all about our players.
I'm just going to pull up more cosplay photos. I'm just sitting here going through my cosplay pictures, reminiscing when I was young and beautiful.
It's FanFest. It's awesome here. This is something special, yeah, for us.
I cosplayed as a black mage from Final Fantasy XI with the full Artifact 2 armor. And some friends and I went to a Renaissance fair in full Final Fantasy XI cosplay.
This is the tale of Belinda. I don't even know what that means. Please do make your mind up. Gregory.
So my friend, me in the full black mage, my friend in the full red mage artifact, and then another one of my friends and the Mithra starting set with the Windurst Signa flag.
Well, that all sounds very exciting. Are you ready to set sail for adventure, Gregory the Snail? Splendid, admirable bravery for one of our...
Sorry, Gregory the Snail.
Oh dear, Gregory, rather you than me. I can't help but feel you'd be slightly less doomed if you had some friends. You do have friends, don't you, Gregory?
See.
Ah, yes. Success is
Some other
guaranteed. Goodness gracious, it's raining.
here's me and Hirimi
Home, somewhere you can shelter from the... Oh, I love what you've done with the place.
as me as Godo and Hirimi as Von Karma from Phoenix Wright.
Significant example of endless possibilities. Wilderkin. If Gregory can do it, you probably can too.
The start of the coffee issues? Yes. I got way too into character and was constantly drinking coffee.
Very happy to be here celebrating 4 decades of great games from Rare. From pixelated beginnings in the 1980s to shaping the future of social gaming, Rare
Is that actually glowing? It was reflective. So whenever people took my photo, it would look like it was glowing without actually having to keep like a light source in it.
It's absolutely wonderful in that Gamescom way.
Better than the British weather so far. I think we can both agree on that.
I mean, it is humid.
Yes.
That was one of my favorite parts about cosplay, was just figuring out ways to cleverly make things, make props, and make stuff work visually.
All the way to those sort of 8-bit beginnings and to the journey that you've had towards this much more connected social world of gaming. Can you just talk a bit about Rare's journey through that?
So I think obviously what I love about Rare, and I've been there for 18 years, so I can't claim to have been there since the start, but I've been there for what, nearly half of its time.
It's a good innings.
It is a good innings. But
God, this is a pretty old one.
Rare started out
But since we were talking about fighting games,
above their parents, news agents, making
I cosplayed as Johnny from Guilty Gear.
in the 80s, and like I think that's the kind of through
One of my main characters that I play as in Guilty Gear.
sounds kind of too emotional or corporate.
This is from like 2006.
have Snow Patrol swelling in the background right now. But no, I think like that kind of passion is that through line. So whether you're playing something like Atakataka Jetpack, like the passion that was poured into that is the same passion that's poured into games now. And I think Rare has survived that 40 years because of that passion. And I think if the passion wasn't there, and if it was just a case of, well, let's make another game, what shall we make? Well, let's look at some trends and see what looks good. I don't think Rare would have survived 40 years. So,
if you want to see the cosplay, here's the one that I put the most effort into a prop.
It's all about that passion.
It's amazing. I mean, 40 years. Normally you get gifted a ruby.
And a lot of people didn't even recognize who I was cosplaying. A lot of you probably are not going to recognize the cosplay itself. But for those of you who are familiar with the Tenchu series, if you've ever played Tenchu 3, Tenchu Wrath of Heaven on PS2, I cosplayed as Dr. Kimaira. And I literally built a full-sized puppet and wore it on my back for that weekend.
And I think it's just like it's a wonderful thing, like the fact that video games now are being recognized in the same way that Shakespeare was, or William Caxton, or like a battle, or it's like it just. As somebody who
it was so much fun. It was such a pain in the ass walking around.
That's so cool. And how can fans get involved?
And it was so worth it just to see people's looks when they would turn and see this gigantic, because like I'm about 6 feet tall. So the top of the puppet when I'm standing up straight is like a little over 8 feet tall. So the elevator for the convention center we were in, for the hotel, was all like glass. And you could see people in the elevator from top to bottom. Like if someone got on at an upper floor and came down to the lobby, you would see them come all the way down. So I would just get in the elevator and be on my way down, and people would just see me with this puppet barely fitting in the elevator, descending down. The people were just staring.
Things like MS rewards, Game Pass perks. There's a huge amount of love across the whole.
But yeah, put a lot of work into building that that puppet.
Rare always has this signature style to it. Would you say
the Mahime
source behind making a Rare game?
I don't know if there's a secret source. That's a really good question. I think what it is that
went to Dragon Con. Yeah. Rachel has also cosplayed as Nurse Eileen from Silent Hill 4. That's a shame that only like 3 people would recognize. People probably recognized you and just didn't say anything to you, because that happens a lot. People are too shy or don't want to come up and ask, feel like they're bothering you for a photo or whatever.
Super fans illustrated for us. A guy called Dustin, and it's just like this beautiful piece. But you can see like even in our kind of most serious games.
But then again, there's a lot of people who play Silent Hill 4 that don't know about those costumes. Even fans of Silent Hill 4.
True, it's hard to replicate that. To be fair, so if you're taking notes, any future devs, go with some quintessential British.
Who don't know about the unlockable costumes in that game.
Back to today, and we Sea of Thieves continues to bring in players all across the globe. Looking back, what have been some of your favorite community moments from Sea of Thieves specifically?
Oh, within Sea of Thieves?
Yeah.
Well, I think, and there's a people around us right now, Sea of Thieves Fest. So, every year, the fans have organised this event, which takes place, and they come from all over the world, meet, cosplay, make stuff, share stories.
Caught so many creeper photos being taken. Yeah.
To kind of have a game that's
you wear anything even remotely revealing, like Nurse Eileen is a pretty, it's a pretty out there sexy costume, but it's a shame that that's always going to be the case, where you wear something even remotely revealing and people are going to creep. Creeper's going to creep.
Before when we were in early access, first person to fall off a cliff, things like that. They're all kind of marked out within the game as well. So I think community is the heart of Sea of Thieves. It doesn't exist without its community.
I was Jotaro.
Say that, but I think for Sea of Thieves, that's
Jotaro Kujo.
So Yeah, like I think that would be it.
From
Sea of
JoJo's
Thieves
Bizarre
Festival is a
Adventure.
wonderful thing.
I always keep track of the Sea of Thieves Fest hashtag on Twitter because the photos from it are so heartwarming. It's so lovely to see people rallying there together, seeing friends that they normally only get this one chance to meet each other online. So it's lovely. You've got 40 years in the bag now. What excites you the most about Rare's future?
That was around like 2008 or so.
Rare's future. That's a really great question. I think
I miss cosplay,
just
dude.
the ability to continue doing what we're doing, and for me, I think Rare's like it goes a bit back to what you asked earlier with the secret sauce. I think one of the things Rare's always done well is create kind of fairy tales. Ultimately, whether that's
Didn't have a way of getting in pics, so nothing to show for it. I'm sure we could maybe dig through
kind of the ability to create a fairy tale and go into
photographers and people who took photos the year that you went
there's been pirate games before, like before
and find one.
There've been 3D platformers like RC Pro Am. There've been racing
But
games, but I think it's like
yeah, I know how that goes. There's a lot of costumes I've made and a lot of conventions I've gone to where
and I think that's what excites me. The same thing that excited me when
I
I
just
started all those years ago.
I was never able to track down pictures.
It's just the kind of the crazy creative energy that is in that building.
I didn't think to get any myself.
Creative energy to explain to me, how can a monkey be a donkey? Come on, it's been 40 years. Explain that one for me.
I think I know the answer to that, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask you off camera then. Don't worry.
I do know the answer though. Yeah.
Okay. Next up, though, we're going to play a little game. We're going to do some quick fire questions.
Right.
Don't think too hard on it. Just go
Okay.
with your gut.
So it's just
nice and easy. All right. Ready to go?
I'm
Okay.
as I ever am. Yeah.
All right. What's been the wildest rare pitch?
The wildest rare pitch. Well, I would say actually a lot of the wildest rare pitches actually make it. Like Viva Pinata, that's a
that is a weird one. Yeah.
Make a garden.
Yeah.
Have populated with pinatas.
Who were just off to get battered.
That's it. Then there's some
basically.
kind of maniacal
Viva Pinata mentioned.
teacher arrives now and again to steal them from you. Imagine that on paper.
Oh, no, yeah. Well done for getting it through the game.
Well, yeah.
Who would be a better pair? Some Battletoads or Conker?
Battletoads or Conker? Oh, I think Conker. I think the Battletoads would be more like unruly toddlers in your house. At least Conker, I think I could at least put him in the garden and be like,
True.
just recover out there, yeah?
I think he's generally quite ambivalent, I think, is the right
Yeah,
word.
I'd definitely go for Conker there, I think.
Good shout. Okay, would you rather have a Sea of Thieves grog or some Viva Pinata candy?
Oh, candy.
Yeah,
definitely.
Even knowing it's come from a destroyed
the
creature
innards
that
of
you've
a creature,
raised
yeah.
and sort of taken
I
care
think so.
of.
But I mean, you've played Sea of Thieves. You've seen what that grog does to people. It tends not to stay down very long.
That's true.
It's like, hey, straight back out again.
Okay.
Grog is
Banjo
disgusting.
or Kazooie?
Kazooie.
It's like watered down rum.
I mean, that's not to disrespect Banjo, but Kazooie, I just like...
People at home, they'll be making their judgment on you. That's
There's
fine,
a lot of
that's
judgment.
fine.
I hear it. I can hear it already.
Okay, what's the best rare cosplay you've ever seen?
Ever? Well, actually, I saw a fantastic one yesterday here. Yeah, someone from the Order of Souls. It was like epic.
Nice.
Did contact lenses, skulls, smoke effects, the lot. Like, it was amazing. Other than that, I think we were at Comic-Con maybe 8 years ago, and someone came as Banjo and Kazooie, and that was wonderful. Like, it really was fantastic.
I won't even begin to imagine how they managed that.
How they did it.
That's sick. Okay. Can you tell us any Rare developer secrets?
Any secrets to Rare?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I suppose, like, it's not really a secret. It's like the biggest, where we are, I would say, is Rare's, like, developer secret. Like, I don't know if you've ever visited Rare.
I have, and I got to talk to Mike Chapman before.
Oh, there you go.
Immensely jealous of your campus. It is
I was
gorgeous
trying to say
there.
that's our secret.
Yeah.
Is that we're in this beautiful campus with this amazing team around us, like, you know, canteens and just staff and just all these people. Who
Tell us the secret basement where you have Grant Kirkhope locked up.
So shout out to the catering team. They smashed it.
Oh, they are amazing.
So good. What's the best Rare Easter egg that basically nobody has actually ever found yet?
That they've never found yet?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a tricky one. I mean, they used to, and before my time, they used to put cows in a lot of games, even if they weren't supposed to be there. So that's something. Another thing that I did work on was Rare Replay. And, you know, in the stages, when you go and select a game, and it's kind of done like a paper theatre, there's kind of numbers hidden.
I guess let me turn this back
in
up.
those stages, which relate to something
Now that I'm done reminiscing on old cosplay days.
Okay, maybe someone smarter than me can figure that out.
Yeah, people may have spotted though, I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll take a look. And then I've got one last one. Which Rare game should everybody play?
Conquer.
Well, obviously Sea of Thieves, for one. But I'm going to take
Conquer's Bad Fur Day.
that everyone's played Sea of Thieves, yeah? So, for me, I'm going to give two answers, sorry. So I would either go Viva Pinata because that game has just kind of, I think, has just matured the older it's got. Like going back to that now, so ahead of its time, such a wonderful experience. Or my favourite game growing up was Cobra Triangle. So I would definitely direct people to Cobra Triangle as well.
Good shout. You know what? I've got one more I just thought of.
Go on then.
I have been to the Rare campus, like we said. Every workplace has got some kind of weird traditions. Does Rare have any there?
Weird traditions? I mean, many. Like too many.
Give us the best one then.
Probably too many to talk. Let me think. So weird traditions. Like, I don't know if it's weird, but we just we have like a very inclusive kind of family culture. So just like the last 2 weeks, we've had everyone's families in. Kids can be in for 2 weeks. So it's not necessarily weird, but it just gives Rare its kind of energy. And I say that as somebody like, if you don't like children, maybe it wouldn't be so good, but loads of little kids running around the place.
Of course, yeah. Well, honestly, thanks so much for being Game.
Sounds like a nightmare.
And a very happy anniversary to Rare. One thing that's decidedly not Rare are never-before-seen game trailers at Gamescom.
Family visitations are allowed. I mean, that's cool for the developers.
New trailer for Hotel Barcelona, and then we're going to update you on Overwatch 2 Season 18.
As somebody who doesn't particularly like being around kids,
Outer Worlds. That's all I'm going to say.
If I was a game dev trying to get work done,
all right, fine. Full gameplay presentation, but that's it. That's all you're going to get.
and all my coworkers have their fucking little kids running around.
Continues.
Now, entering West Virginia.
Hey, is that GPS broken or something?
No, it's working properly.
I wouldn't be having it.
Now, entering Pennsylvania.
What? I thought we just went back into West Virginia.
Deadly premonition, and no more heroes.
All those who obstruct the transmission of justice will be banished, even if it's a goddamn GPS.
How am I supposed to know where to go now?
Calm down, Master Miller. This is the new sweary. This is the new sweary Suda game, right? Yeah. Yeah, Hotel Barcelona. That looks neat.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump.
Does anybody care about Overwatch 2? Even the people I knew who were big into Overwatch don't really seem to give a shit about Overwatch 2.
2 payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves.
Winston! Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time.
Think you can keep up with me?
They killed PvE. Very toxic.
Wow, they're making waves. One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we go.
So many people were okay with Overwatch 2 was strictly because of the PvE aspect, and then failure of devs couldn't make a real game. Oh.
Whoa, tons going on in that trailer, including
Was that Persona?
So let's
Teased at the very end there? What was that?
Keller, game director of Overwatch 2, who's so kind enough to join me
They're
today.
putting Persona in Overwatch 2?
How are you?
Doing so good. Thank you.
Did
so
I
much
misread
for
that?
having us here. This is great.
I am so excited to geek out with you. Obviously, I wore my Mercy t-shirt especially for today.
I love that.
Representing some support mains.
Okay.
So, first up, number 1 with the bullet. Season 18 is almost upon us. So, how is the Overwatch team feeling this year?
Okay, we are so excited right now. This is like the mid-year point for us. In Season 18, it's going to be one of the biggest
Persona
seasons
5
that
Everywhere
we're going
system.
to launch
I was
this
talking
year.
about it
And
earlier.
it's
That
so
is the
big, like,
marketing
we're
strategy
not
for things
going to be
today.
able to get into all of it
Oversaturation.
today, but the season, it's going
Just
to touch
put it
every part of the game.
everywhere
We're
in
releasing
everything.
a new hero, and we'll get into him later. There's also
So that people are familiar
something
with
really
it, even
cool
if
that
they
we
don't
wanna
know what
show
it is.
players with him, so stay tuned for that. We have a huge update coming to our perks system this season. We've got a revamped progression system. We're doing things to our competitive mode. And then we've got just a ton of cool features and content coming to Stadium.
Heck yeah. Well, let's start right there because that sounds like a whole lot I want to get into. But Stadium, me and a lot of the Overwatch team, the Xbox on Overwatch fans have been enjoying Stadium so much as well. Our pal Sam is actually just hit Legend rank, so he wanted to flex that as well, if you're impressed by that.
I'm impressed.
But it's been a massive new mode for you guys as well. That
Persona
was
5
debuted
Joker been
earlier.
showing up in a lot of other games. Can't wait for the Dead by Daylight crossover.
But yeah, how's the team taking that on in Stadium?
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen.
Can't wait for the
like,
Dead by
huge
Daylight
surge in
Persona
player
chapter.
excitement as people are jumping
All right,
into
well, I
this
don't care about
mode. I
Overwatch
think
2,
it's
so I'm going to
really
use this opportunity to go to the
lets
restroom
you,
again.
like, totally transform your
I'll be right back.
heroes. You put together these builds of hero powers and items. You get new abilities. You get more powerful, and it's all done over the course of a match. And so a lot of people are playing, which means we're getting a lot of feedback too. And two of the most common pieces of feedback that we're getting for Stadium is players want to play Stadium in an unranked mode, and they also want to have crossplay enabled for it. So we're listening to that feedback, and when Season 18 launches, it's going to have both crossplay enabled and a new unranked version of the mode.
Sick. Okay, so we've got that to look forward to coming up in the new season. Oh my gosh. I mean, you were speaking about customizing characters. I personally have been loving playing Mercy when I've got, like, I call it the kind of like kid backpack where it just heals and does all of my beams to all of the teams, so I can just go and blast them all with my Guardian pistol. That's my favorite one.
I love that.
So I'm hearing also that players are wanting a couple of more heroes in Stadium as well as that mode. So are you going to give them what they want, Aaron?
Yes.
Tell us now.
Yes. We want to make the game that players want to play. And really, heroes, they're the lifeblood of Overwatch. And a lot of our players, they have their favorite heroes, and they want to be playing them in Stadium. So at Season 18 launch, we're going to be introducing 3 of our most iconic heroes to the mode. Winston, Pharah, and Brigitte are all going to be joining the Stadium roster. And then just a few weeks later, we're so excited that Tracer is also going to be jumping into the mode. Now, some of the builds for these heroes are kind of nuts.
Okay.
And we can't wait to see what happens when players get their hands on them. And then we're going to continue to develop heroes for Stadium for each future season.
Gosh, that sounds great. I mean, like you say, I love mixing and matching, so I'm sure there's going to be some crazy combinations for those guys, especially Tracer. Oh,
Yes.
she's going to absolutely kill in Stadium. I can't wait to see that. Now, also, are we going to see maybe some new spaces to get into the action of Stadium, some new maps for that mode as well?
Yeah, and it's not just going to be new maps. We're going to be introducing a new exclusive to Stadium game mode called Payload Race. And this is like the first time we've introduced a game mode that has 2 objectives active at the same time. And it introduces this really strategic element to a match where a team will start prioritizing either pushing their payload or defending the other payload and figuring out what the right time is to do that. And then on top of that, yes, we are going to be introducing 2 brand new, never before seen maps for Stadium Race, or sorry, for Payload Race. And they're both like a total blast to play.
Sick. Can you tell me a tiny little bit about the location, or is that reserved for another time?
We can talk about it a little bit. We showed it in the trailer earlier, but one of them takes place next to King's Row. It kind of has that same kit and art style. It's a fan favorite map. And then another one takes place near Route 66, and it kind of has this like Deadlock gang sort of like references to it.
Sick. Aaron, those are two of my favorite maps from Overwatch and Overwatch 2. So you're talking my language, Aaron. That sounds sick. I can't wait to see those in the new mode as well. Now, it sounds like you're giving us exactly what we want, but is there anything else coming in Season 18 that is a highlight for the team that you want to share with us today?
Yeah, I mean, yes, there's a lot to go over, but one of the biggest things that we're doing is we're releasing a huge update to our perk system. Perks went live earlier this year. It was a really big hit with players because it allows them to kind of like change their heroes' capabilities over the course of a match. And in Season 18, we're going to be introducing over 60 new perks to the system. In fact, like every player is going to get at least one new perk that's going to allow like sort of like these fresh choices to help make each match maybe feel a little bit different. And the cool thing about these is that some of them are like really, really impressive. And I'm hoping that we can go over like a few examples right now.
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. I want to hear some examples.
Okay, so let's jump into maybe the first one. It's for our hero, Juno.
Okay.
Now, normally Juno has her primary fire.
All right, are we back?
But when she equips this
It's
latest
still
perk,
Overwatch
it
2. God damn it.
Automatic weapon, as long as glide boost is active.
That Okay.
looks sick.
Yeah, so like you can see, this gives her like the potential to have like huge burst healing or damage if you want to be that type of player.
I was just thinking that, exactly. I mean, as a support main, yes, I am guilty of also trying to dabble in DPS, so that looks great. What else have
DPS
we
is
got?
like, the DPS support is so fun in Stadium.
Thank you, Gohan.
Okay, so
Thank
we
you,
have
Potato.
another example that we can take a look at. It's for May. She's like our favorite meteorologist.
Got
and
me a
when she
granola
chooses
bar
this
for
perk,
breakfast.
she gets like this boost to her mobility. And what it does is it allows her to double jump by automatically firing this ice pillar under her feet, and it launches her
My
up
granola
into
bar
the
and
air.
water.
So, like, this gives her like a more fluid style of mobility than she normally has.
Happy the
It also
interviewer's
lets her,
interested in this at
access
least.
high
Somebody's
ground
got to
in
be.
different parts of maps easier, really, than she ever could before.
That makes
I
sense.
said,
I mean,
I know there's a bunch of people like Yami was talking about who feel very burned on Overwatch 2, and
upwards, but I love that you can just do it automatically.
There's a lot
I'm
of-
so guilty for just clicking everywhere and looking
there's
down
people
at
who
the
care
screen
about
while I'm
this.
being like, no, please, I'm already dead.
No knock
That's-
against them. It's just not my kind of thing. I've never played Overwatch,
We're
let
quite-
alone
that's
Overwatch
it.
2.
Any other examples that you want to share just now, or we'll leave that
There's
for
some
later?
really fun Moiras that are Moira perks that are
Just
coming.
don't really
Like,
care about these
there's
kinds of
this one
games.
where you can send the orb out, and then when you activate it again, it returns to you. And so now you've got the ability to kind of like use it both ways, and to be like a lot more strategic on like whether you want to like send it out and pull it back in.
Yeah, perfect for corridors and stuff like that. Just
Yeah.
yo-yo it straight away. Love that. That sounds great. Now, we also have some extra kind of news, I believe, about a new certain hero that we'd like to talk about. Shall we dive into this guy?
Yeah, so we do. We have a new hero joining our ranks in Season 18, and maybe we can take a look at that special little glimpse I talked about earlier.
Do that, indeed. And could you tell me a little bit about their name and maybe introduce them up?
Yeah, so
New
we're
players
going
would
to be
care. A
looking
lot of the older
at,
players,
Wu
the
Yong,
second
and he's,
PvE was canned,
from
just stopped
China.
caring.
He's gonna be
Yeah,
our
I mean, that's
latest
fair.
support hero, and he attends this school in China with his sister Onron. And so he's
You
learning
get
to
promised
be,
one
like,
thing and then
our
it doesn't
version
show
of
up
a
in the
water
game at all.
elemental mage. She's learning to be sort of like our version of a fire elemental mage. And then I think we can kind of like see what happens when the piece plays.
Love that. Shark Girl and Lava Girl and Shark Boy coming out. I love that. Shall we
Here we
take
go.
a look?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay.
Well, this is not how I thought my night would go. My name is Ye Wuyang. This here is my sister, Ara.
Why are they trying to animate it like
I think
Airbender,
it all started before dinner.
Avatar?
Someone slipped this under my dorm room door. Overwatch wants me? Really? I could be a hero! How cool is that? Oh wait, aren't they still outlaws? I'd be a criminal. But I'll be so...
Played Overwatch 1 quite a bit, didn't have any desire to try Overwatch 2. That happens a lot with a lot of different games. Like, sometimes you just get entries in a series that you just don't care about.
Oh no. What will Unrun say?
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff like that in Silent Hill. Where, if it wasn't for what I do for a living, I would never play those games again.
Cool. There must have been a mistake. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve...
Origins,
that.
You were
Downpour,
invited to Overwatch, and you don't think you deserve it?
Book of Memories,
You and
Ascension,
me, sparring arena.
Short Message.
Look, I don't really...
It's a lot of those that if I didn't specifically do streams and make videos, I would not play those games anymore.
Exactly. Not ready. It should have been you.
Or like Street Fighter, we were talking about fighting games. I'm a big fighting game player. I really like Street Fighter 6. I really like Street Fighter 4. Didn't play a whole lot of 5.
What?
5 I played a decent amount when it first came out, and then fell off super hard because I don't know, something about 5 didn't click with me.
Unrun? You okay?
Stoner Gohan, thank you so much for the 5 months. Appreciate the Prime resub.
I never want to hear you say you're not good enough again.
How many controllers did you break during your fighting career?
'Cause I will
None.
literally-
I literally still have the same fight stick, the same hoary fight stick that I've been using since like 2006.
What?
It's rusted and yeah, it's showing its age. I've completely peeled the faceplate off so that it's just like rusty metal and plastic, old fucking beat up plastic. I've replaced the stick, the switches, the buttons several times over the years, but I still have it. It still works.
He looks like such a sweet
I'm not a I'm not a break the controller type of fighting game player.
backlore, but can you tell me a bit more about him as a character, his story, his lore, and maybe a bit about his sister and his family, what we can expect?
Yeah, and thank you. I love that piece too. Like,
Empirical,
I'm not
welcome
supposed
back.
to
Thank you
do
so much
this
for the
on
18
camera,
months.
But I'm like tearing up a little bit.
Thank you for the Prime resub. Thank you, thank you,
Cool
thank you.
sentimental moment between those two siblings. But yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, like Wu Yong, he's sort of like our archetypical like water mage, you know, and Onrun is that fire mage, and you can almost see inspiration in their kits from even a game like World of Warcraft. You know, it's just like there's some similar visual elements there, and they both attend this school.
Yeah, Rachel
in
got me a
China,
really nice new stick.
and they're kind of like both really formidable fighters, and even just recently they managed to repel a null sector attack.
She did get me a really
in
nice
China.
one. That's my main
This
one
is
that I
really
use
why
now.
Overwatch wants to recruit them now.
But I
and
still have the
since Overwatch
trusty
is recruiting
hoary
them,
stick that I've
I
been
have a
using
feeling we'll
forever.
probably see more of them in future stories.
For like nearly
And
20 years
Wu
now.
Yong also, he's going to be our newest support hero. So most of his abilities, they're all based off of water. And I have to make a call out. He has this really over-the-top personality. It's so unique, and a lot of it is based off of or the benefit of like.
But
an
yeah,
absolutely
I'm not
incredible
the
voice actor, Howard
I'm not the
Wong,
break
who's turned in
controllers
an incredible performance here.
type of gamer.
Yeah, absolute legend as well. I can't wait to hear some of the more quips and voice lines that we can expect from Howard. That sounds sick. Now, can we talk a little bit more? He's a support character. Can't wait to try that out. What's going to be his gameplay like? We saw a tiny glimpse there, but can you break it down for me a little?
Yeah, definitely. So like I said, a lot of his abilities are based off of water. And so since he is a support hero, one of his primary roles is healing. And the way he heals is he sends out like a channeled
This is
beam
going on
to
for too long. There's only so much you can talk about a hero character.
But what's cool about it is when
Dude,
he
all
turns
these
his attention
presentations
elsewhere,
have
that,
overstayed their
aura will
welcome and
stay
been
on
way
that
too long.
teammate, and it will continue to passively heal them,
Which
as
just
they're
makes me
moving
think
around
even
doing
more
other
the
things.
Silent Hill F presentation is going to be so
He
short
puts like this torrent of water on his feet and uses it
and
as,
say
like,
nothing new.
mobility in order to be able to get around a map easier. It gives him a speed boost, and it also like really expands.
I'm like, they're going
the
to
distance
sit here
that
and
you
talk
can jump,
about
so he can start
Overwatch
crossing
and the
gaps
tarot
in
card
maps where he can
game
use it to
and
get out of a tough
whatever the other stuff
situation,
was
or
we
to
saw
get to an
earlier,
ally to
World
try
of
to
Tanks
save
and all
them.
that
He
shit.
can use
Talk
his
about each
staff
of
to,
these
like,
things for like
slam it into
45
the
minutes
ground
a
to create
piece.
this wave of water. You saw like a giant
When we
version
finally
of
get to
it
Silent
in
Hill
the
F,
hero
I'm telling you,
trailer
it's
right
going to be
there,
like
but
10
what
minutes,
that does
and they're
is
not
it'll
going to
knock
say
back
anything
enemies,
new.
It'll start
Just watch.
amplifying healing on all the teammates that you hit
We're going to
with
sit
it.
through all
And so
this
it's
for
one of
Silent
those
Hill
really
F,
cool abilities that has multiple purposes, and
and they're just
it
going to
gives
show
you
the
a lot of
exact same footage that
strategy
we've
over
already seen
how you're going to use it
and
when
hit
you're
all the
going to
exact
use
same
it.
talking points.
And then, okay, let's talk about his ult a little bit, because his ult is really, really cool.
Silent Hill is
What
set
he
in
does with his ult
Japan.
is he'll
Beauty
place,
and
like,
horror.
almost like a ticking time bomb style mechanic on a teammate or even himself. if he
Yamaoka's
wants
back
to.
making
And
music.
what it does is, after a few seconds, it's going to detonate. And when it does,
We could make a bingo
it knocks
card.
down any enemies within range, and it also gives the person that was holding it a really big healing boost. And so the
No,
cool
there's
part
no
about that
schedule
is 'cause
as
you
far
have
as
that
I know
healing
for the
boost,
event.
you can have the confidence to be kind of aggressive.
Yeah, Reezy, there
when this
is
is
supposed
on
to
you.
be a
You'll
Silent Hill
dive
segment
into an
today
enemy
where they're
team,
going to do an
knowing
interview
that
with
that's
the
gonna
Silent
keep
Hill
you
F
up, and hopefully
developers.
you're able to make like that really big play with that ability.
That's the whole
And then
reason I'm
I
watching.
think maybe like the most unique part of Wu Yong's kit is his primary fire. You saw a little bit of it in the hero trailer, but what he does is he
I don't
shoots
care
out
about any of this other
orbs.
stuff.
Now,
I'm just waiting for him
once
to talk
those
about
orbs are
Silent
out,
Hill.
he can take control of them and start guiding them around the map. And you can steer them into enemies, and when you get good at it, you can even start bending them around.
Tomorrow
corners.
during the
So if there's,
Gamescom
like, an
broadcast
enemy
is
that ducks behind
more
cover or
Silent Hill
something like
F?
that, you can bend it around that corner
Wait,
and hit them.
they're doing
There's,
more
like,
Silent Hill F
nothing maybe,
tomorrow?
like, as
More than what they
satisfying
showed
as, like, see an
with the
enemy
new trailer
trying
on
to
opening night?
disengage at low health, run into a building, and you curve that orb into it and take them out. It's like, it's pretty amazing.
Is it going to be actual part of the broadcast or just there at the event?
Away. And then, you know, we talked about perks earlier. Wu Yong is getting a complete set of perks when he releases
Silent Hill
Season
2 remake
18.
for
I think
Xbox today?
my
Not gonna
favorite
happen.
one is rather than just shooting one orb at a time, he'll shoot
No,
3
it's
orbs
not going to
out
happen, Reezy.
simultaneously, and you'll be able to
They have an exclusive contract with Sony
I love the sign of his
for
moves and
1
mechanics
year.
because again, as a Mercy main, I'm so
October
used to
8th
sometimes that little
is when
pop
that
back
expires.
from spawn and just hoping one of my teammates will come back and
So
pick
they
me
can't
up.
make
So his
announcements.
movement abilities sound
They can't
so
market
sick
it.
for that.
They can't do anything until after that contract expires.
Thing to do.
Thank you, and that's why you're game director. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate
got
that. So I wanted to ask a little bit about his ultimate there. Now, you said about this.
Feel sorry for Xbox players. That's not to say that it's not going to happen. But it's not going to be announced or anything like that until after that contract expires, which is not until October.
Yeah, and that's what's so cool about it. So when you activate the ult, you have the ability to choose, like, do you want to place it on yourself, or are you going to place it on like the teammate that you're targeting right there? And when you hit them,
Mr. Potato, I'm checking the
they get it.
Discord.
It's very obvious that they have it on them with VFX. They know it's on them. And then it's a little bit like
Gamescom Day 3 live
it's like,
stream.
now's your time to go and do the thing that you're supposed to do because you have this on you. There's a little bit of pressure, but but you also have the opportunity to make a pretty big play for your team.
Okay, that's
Silent Hill F. I mean, it's part of the title. It's part of the description.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
So I guess they're going to show more Silent Hill F tomorrow. Okay.
Do you have a personal favorite alt voice line, by the way? Mine is obviously.
We'll be sure to try and watch that as well. We're just watching all the
Mercer. I have to go with that one. But do you
all
have
the stuff this
a
week.
favorite alt
Oh
voice
my God,
line?
that's such a good question. I kind of go back to some of the original heroes because it was just like it was such a formative time for the game, and so there's a few there that I really love. There's something about Reinhardt's where like that character is so over the top in the way he delivers everything, and even with his animations, and because there's so much counterplay with that ult, just kind of like hearing it, especially if
Yeah,
you're Ryan
we
facing
caught up
off
on
of
the
them,
Future
and you start to
Games
see that
presentation
lined up on
yesterday.
animation. It's like
After we got home from my doctor's appointment.
Aaron, I am absolutely gutted that is all the time we have
Yeah.
to talk about Overwatch.
Rachel's
2
hyped for
and
the new
Season
Rusty
18.
Lake.
But you and me, we're going to talk more after this for sure. I can't wait. Thank you so much for having us today and coming on and speaking about that.
Which, those are
And
really
you
cool
guys at home,
games.
be sure to
I've only
jump
played a
in
couple
and
of them.
experience Overwatch 2
At some point, I
Season
need to
18
stream them.
yourself next Tuesday, August 26th. Let's go. I'll see you in the lobby. Today, we've still got more to share, though. Something silly.
But Rachel streams them a lot and does the way I do like in-depth story stuff for Silent Hill. She does that for the Rusty Lake games.
Worlds introduce players to a brand new and hilariously corporized universe, dripping with that wit in action that Obsidian are known for. Now, the stellar action RPG is back with new companions, new adventures, and new tough calls to make, many of which I'm sure
David Hayter and Maggie Roberts were amazing. They were amazing, but I always feel bad for voice actors when they're doing presentations like that. And you know the people who wrote everything for them
Hello, my name is Brandon Adler.
just
I am the game director
makes
on
them
the Outer
constantly
Worlds. With me
reference
today I have- I'm Matt Singh. I'm the designer
their
of
like
the
one character.
And we're really excited today.
It's like you're Lady D and you're Solid Snake and none of your other achievements matter.
take you on a demo of the Tomb of the Matriarch. So why don't we just jump right in? Cool. All right, let's do it. All right, I'm going to set the table real quickly before we really.
I always feel bad for them.
So first
Like,
off,
let them be
let's go take a look
themselves.
at our companions. So our first
We
companion
know
is
who the
Niles.
fuck they
He's
are
a director at
for
Ethan,
lots
plays
of
an
different
agent just
roles.
like you. He's really handy with a wrench, so he's got great engineering skills, and also he's got great ranged capabilities, so he's really good with range damage and whatnot. So we're going to use him like that in this demo. We also have Tristan. So Tristan is a part of the Protectorate. He's an Arbiter. You can kind of think of him like a Judge Dredd.
Especially
type
those two, they're pretty
character.
charismatic on their own. Yeah.
He's got big heavy armor, he's got a big hammer that he uses, and again, he's gonna be great as a melee tank for us.
Like, I'll sit and listen to David Hayter all day long. He doesn't have to do the snake voice.
Started, why don't we take a look at our character real quickly? All right, so yeah, let's just take a look at our skills.
Maggie doesn't have
Yeah,
to
you can see
be
here,
Lady D or
we've got
Orin.
pretty good guns. We have decent sneaks, so we're gonna be using that in a few different places. Also, we've got lockpick. This is gonna be very important because we're gonna get into
I just like them as actors.
Engineering, hack, also great things for using interactions inside of the tomb. And maybe the most important thing is observation, and I'll explain why in a bit. So why don't we head over and look at our inventory real fast. All right, so the first piece you have is the Scrutinizer's eyepiece. This one comes with a grenade bandolier that gives you an extra grenade slot. But the cool thing about this is that strong enemies get weak sooner. So it basically gets them to the weak state much faster. And that also scales with your observation skill, important from what we showed you a little bit earlier as well. Why don't we go down into the heavy hitter? Yeah, so we have the heavy hitter armor. This is just good all-around armor that has a lot of damage resistance. It's gonna be very useful in the combats that we have ahead. Let's go to our weapons. Heavy revolver. This is just a normal heavy revolver, but we've modded it with a silencer. Again, really good for sneak attacks, for sneaking around and stealth. We also put
How do you put a silencer on a heavy revolver? How does that work?
So if Matt hits the headshots, which we'll see if that actually happens, that should actually do a good amount of damage. Let's jump over to the assault rifle. So we have a compact assault rifle. This one has a reflex sight. Again, this is great for critical hits. So it
Video
has
game
critical
magic?
hit, chance.
I mean,
Also
true.
really
I guess I
great
shouldn't be
for-
questioning
so
things
really
like that.
good for actual range combat. And then lastly, we've got the antimatter plasma sniper. So this one just does a ton of damage per shot. We've added the advanced energy modulator onto it, which reduces ammo costs. That's just going to give us more shots that we can use. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and jump on into the demo. So real quickly, we're going to be heading into the Tomb of the Matriarch. So the reason you're going into the Tomb of the Matriarch is you're actually trying to get into a high security facility elsewhere on Praetor, the world that you're on right now. there's a secret entrance in the Tomb of the Matriarch itself. So we're heading into the tomb. The tomb is a pretty interesting place. Not only is it the resting place for the Matriarch, kind of like a god figure for the Protectorate, but it's also kind of almost like a museum. You get a lot of really cool lore elements in there as well. So we're going to see a lot of that as we play through. Yep, so you can see there it's guarded pretty heavily. Matt's going to have
Every
to
time
go
I see
ahead and,
gameplay like this, it just makes me want to play Fallout
I'm gonna
again.
use this stealth grass to get kind of a strike of opportunity. I'm hidden in the shadows right now, and one thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to equip my tactical time dilation gadget. So in the Outer Worlds 2, you have a number of different gadgets you can play with. This is actually a returning favorite from the first game where you can slow down time. I'm going to do a stealth attack on this guy, and then I'm going to go to town. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, he's missing
I just
his
want to
head.
play
All right.
Fallout.
Let's see if we can get in there.
One of Matt's favorites. Are you going to be able to shoot it? All right. You had to slow down time to shoot it, though, folks.
That's what it's there for.
And you can see Tristan's jumping right in there as well.
You can take on that melee guy.
Okay, okay. Yeah, well, you missed that.
Let's take this guy out.
All right.
Give Niles a little bit of help.
Yeah. You might want to take out some of the cover, too. So something here is we have destructible cover. Taking this stuff out and destroying it means that enemies cannot use that as cover spots.
Take this guy's out.
Yeah, so there you go. So you can see right there.
Nice,
You're able
and
to
I
knock
can
him out of
clear him
cover. Just get some free shots on him that way.
One guy over here.
All right. And that's all cleaned up. Let's go loot the bodies and we'll head inside the tomb.
Gotta get that loot.
Gotta get the loot. Truly gotta get the loot.
Oh, yeah.
Outer Worlds does give Fallout vibes, even by its logo. Yeah, exactly. It's Obsidian. I was going to say the same thing, Rachel.
The Matriarch, beautiful. You can see here the first thing we see is the Golden Shroud. So the Golden Shroud is a piece of armor that the Sovereigns wear in the Arcadia colony. So this one's under lock and key. But it looks like if we can find the Golden Shroud key, display key, excuse me.
They
we'll go
made
pick
New
that up.
Vegas.
So we'll go look for that as we head around the facility looking for the entrance to the other high security facility.
Woe to have the matriarch taken from us before her time.
Actually, the matriarch passed at the impressive and venerable age of 90, establishing Arcadia's precedent for longevity.
Played Fallout London mod. They announced an expansion is in the works. No, I haven't. The last Fallout-related thing I played was the Fallout 4 DLC.
We have a docent, we have a sentinel that's more.
Because I played the fuck out of Fallout 4, and then I played what was it, the Nuka-Cola World, and Bar Harbor.
Yeah, so you can see through the wall, so you can actually see some of the wiring that's going on. It makes it really nice when you want to see how everything is connected. So there you can see that panel looks like it's controlling the security system for the tomb room. So I bet you if we interact with that, we can maybe interact with the security system. Yeah, so unfortunately, the way to actually interact with it right now...
Wish I could play 4, but it doesn't like my play style. 4 clicked really well for me because I could sit around and build bases, and you know how I am with that shit.
Take a look for that, and then we can head back over here and activate it.
If I have a game where I can scrounge materials and build bases, make my garage, my custom-built garage for storing all my power armor and never ever using it.
Based museum elements. You see some of the murals. You see some vignettes that are set up. Why don't we actually take a look at one of those vignettes?
For my next gift, I bestow upon you the pinnacle.
4 really wants you to follow a path. 4 is definitely a little more force you into the linear main story than some of the other Fallout games.
Time once spent in numbing manual labor may now be spent in harmonious community with your neighbor and in humble service to the Protectorate.
Like, I liked a lot of the side stuff in 4. I liked the base building.
Which I have returned.
The main story was honestly kind of the weakest part of that game.
At 13%. Power cell has been partially depleted due to inaction.
All right, very cool. Why don't we take a look into the next room, though? There's some windows over there we should be able to see inside.
Let's see what's over here.
Yep, just like I suspected. There's some auto mechanicals. I don't know if we want to fight those just yet. Why don't we find a way to distract them? Oh, yeah, as you can see right there, we have a cable leading to the back. Maybe there's something there we can use to distract them.
Let's take a look.
Gamers aren't going to notice that cable.
Not only do we find loot, but we have engineering.
Put some yellow paint on it.
Yeah,
And
so
a
it
big
looks like
fat
that will,
arrow at the top of the
disengage
screen
the
pointing
lock
towards
on
this box that you need to interact with.
what that does for us. Who knew all you had to do to be an engineer was turn a few knobs?
Warning. Power at 13%.
All right.
Power cell error.
All right, let's see where this guy's going.
Has been partially depleted due to inertia. This presentation will continue until audience.
Yeah, it looks like he's
recognition
actually heading
is
into that room with the auto mechanicals. Maybe we can use him like a good distraction there.
Gloria Arcadia. Gloria Arcadia. Gloria Arcadia. Pathing obstructed. Rerouting. Error. Reroute.
This area is not.
Yeah, so it looks like we're distracting all the auto mechanicals right now. So while that's happening, why don't we head off to the side? There's a side room over there. Yeah, let's get in there. Looks like it's locked though.
Gotta play to the lowest denominator. I mean, we've seen from game developer conferences that they design games around Darkside Phil.
All right, so now we're in, and you can see we have some foil. That's good for crafting. What else have we got?
They will literally use DSP as an example of like, this is why we need to design things a specific way.
Short way to go, I guess.
Stealth by these guys.
Yeah, let's get out of here while they're still distracted.
Apparently he was honored they used his footage, but also pissed he didn't get paid. Of course.
That up as well,
that's perfectly on brand.
All right. So as a reminder, we've got some grieving.
I need that money.
Why don't we take a look at that?
I really need that money.
Yeah, and as you can see, we have Hack 5 and we have the Good Subjects Guide to Electrical Systems. Let's go ahead and activate that. Excellent.
You may leave now. The marriage? Or what? The chat?
And that, my friends, is why you always listen to
all
your
of
docents.
it.
Yeah, that's bad for them. But why don't we go down there and make his day a little bit worse? Guaranteed he has something nice for us. Looks like they're still...
It's the sad reality. Games have to be DSP proof because a lot of gamers are just like him or worse.
All right, Matt.
Man, there's also just... It's not even just DSP, and it's not even just like gamers or anything like that. I feel like culturally,
Oh, see, we got the golden shroud display key.
instant gratification
And she had some armor.
has really just sort of broken people's brains.
Casket of the matriarch. So,
Like, nobody has patience for anything anymore, and nobody can accept being wrong or doing something incorrectly, getting stuck on a puzzle, or figuring out where to go in a game.
Looks like the
Like,
remains are worth a lot.
We're gonna definitely sell those.
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with playing a game wrong. There's nothing wrong with playing a game and getting stuck and having to think about it for a while, having to figure things out for yourself.
In case we get into combat, I'm actually gonna.
Things don't need to cater to that if people still played games the way they used to. If people still kind of had the mindset of what they used to. Like old people like me, we grew up in an era where if you wanted to go online on your computer, the time it takes for your computer to boot up and your dial-up to connect, let alone load a web page, especially if it had any sort of graphics or images. God help you if there was audio or a video, even small one. Because that shit, I mean, you'd literally set your computer up and then like go fuck off and make a sandwich and do something else for 20 minutes
A priceless protectorate artifact.
while a web page loaded.
It's over here. That looks like a pitchball card or a tossball card.
Nice.
So these are pretty cool. You can actually collect these, and
Things now are just like
later on if you find the quest.
instant. You don't go sit down at your computer and boot it up and wait for things to happen. You take out your phone in 0.5 seconds. And
why don't we go get that golden shroud, though?
you type in what you're looking for, or you just say it into your microphone.
Obviously. I don't know.
And it's automatically searched or
So yeah,
pulled
here's the
up.
golden shroud.
You download it
Let's open it up.
on your super high-speed internet connection.
All right. Now,
You immediately can pull up YouTube videos of gameplay and walkthroughs.
take a look at that.
Yeah, this one's actually really cool. It
It's
gives you
all
damage
instant, and it's all at your fingertips all the time.
But,
And
it'll
it's
cost you bits
made
each time you
people
take damage.
come to
So
expect
it's costly,
that
but it can be really
in
effective.
all aspects of life.
I think pretty good for
Everybody wants everything all the time instantly.
look for that,
And anything less is just viewed as bad.
Oh, let's loot.
And it's like, no, you can fucking take a minute.
Look, right there.
You can have some
the
patience.
observation eye. Yeah, so
You
that
can
little
you can
element
play
there
a
is telling
game
you,
and not know
you have an
everything
observation
about it
check
right
that's
away.
hidden
You
because
can
your
get stuck on
observations will
puzzles.
find it.
You can
So that looks
not
like
know where to go
secret
next.
entrance to the toxic
It's okay.
facility.
You don't need to have yellow paint and big fat arrow markers and cater to the DSP common denominator
that-
type stuff.
Yeah, there you go. It looks like that heads to the facility.
But
Very cool.
culturally, humanity just doesn't mesh with that anymore.
Really appreciate you guys sticking with us and watching everything. The Outer Worlds 2 actually comes out on October 29th. You can pre-order that right now. And have a great Gamescom, and thanks for being with us.
Of all the amazing stuff
People have
happening
become
at
more
Gamescom
lazy
this year,
too.
obviously a pretty big
Yeah.
standout is the upcoming release
Now
of
we've
the
got a lot of
Xbox
people who
Ally
just
and
let
Ally X,
ChatGPT do all their thinking for them.
handhelds dropping on October 16th. Yesterday,
They don't know how to think of something,
the Ally team and get hands-on with it for the
so they
very
just
first
have
time.
ChatGPT do it.
as well,
They don't
but
know
let's
how
check out
to
that demo one more time.
feel about things,
Yeah, so one thing that's great
how
is
to
there's a
talk
fingerprint
about
reader on the
things,
power
how to
button.
learn about things.
But as Dom mentioned, we made a lot of
And they rely on
videos to
other
help add gamepad navigation
other things,
across the
other
device.
people
So I
or
can press A to
software
access the lock
to
screen,
kind of think for
and I can
them.
navigate all elements that I would expect to with a gamepad. One of the features I really love is that we've added gamepad indicators to the pin pad. So if you're familiar with them on console,
Yes, yeah.
you'll be able to enter your pin or have your own kind of
People have less time.
combination
I mean, that's
that you would
definitely
have
another
to
factor.
put in your password quickly. You can also use directional navigation, and we really want to give the flexibility to the players of how they want to get into their gaming session.
Cool.
So
I'm not
no-
going to peek at your pin, don't
no,
worry.
no one's
Yeah,
gonna
you
look
can
like
enter
what the
that,
pin
Hard to
is.
sit and sort through shit for an extended time because life right now doesn't allow for that.
For this device, and you'll get
That kind of downtime a lot, yeah.
Cool. And what's the first thing we're kind of seeing here?
That is true.
This is that Xbox full screen experience that we've talked about. So it boots directly into this experience. It's really tailored for gamepad navigation, for the handheld screen, and again, it doesn't even load those processes that aren't required for gaming. In some of our initial estimates, this shows an estimated 2 gigabytes of savings in memory, which can all go back to your games. Which
Less time and an infinite amount of distractions.
Absolutely. I mean,
That's true too.
happy just to get into that. I mean,
Yeah.
super
There's
cool.
more
And I've gotta
options
say,
than ever.
Big compliments on the library that I
Yes.
can already see. When you run us through a bit of this experience as
Yeah.
well.
One of the buttons
There's
that we've
more
added
things
on this
to
device is a library
eat
button,
up
so you
every
can
last
click
little
that and
second
it'll
of
take you to
your
library.
waking
Dom mentioned
hours.
about the aggregated library. You'll see these new indicators across the thing. So, hey, these are my games from the Game Pass entitlement. These are the ones installed from other storefronts. And we really want to make sure that when people play a game in the library, they know what save they're doing it. You might be like me and you own the same game across multiple
And then there's
storefronts.
games like Final Fantasy
You're
VII
safe
Rebirth
on
that does that all the time. Yellow paint, mini map markers. Yeah, and I mean, for example, good one to bring up, Nora. Like, I liked Resident Evil Rebirth, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah, so let's launch up Gears of War.
I really liked Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Bootloader that we have launches full screen.
I'm a big fan of the
that
7
really
remake,
takes you to kind of that
and a big fan of
immersive
7
experience, so
original.
You're not seeing those desktop elements that Dom mentioned previously.
Very cool. Because there's something I use at home on my desktop, which is
So it's like those elements being in a game don't necessarily ruin a game for me.
party chat.
Yeah.
We have a little
But I hate that it's become the standard
One of the main differences between the
where like all games feel that that sort of stuff is necessary.
Xbox button on the device. And so by pressing it, you quickly bring up game bar. And this is the optimized view that we shipped last year called compact mode. That takes that same widget model that we have before that's completely extensible, but it puts it in a more streamlined, optimized form for these handheld devices. So it lets you quickly get access to device settings and most importantly, command center.
Nice.
So instead of having multiple overlays that you're juggling, it's all in one overlay. And
Like
it's
how
all in
Bloober
game
Team
bar,
took a
and so
jab
you
at
can get
Capcom.
access to some of those
Yeah,
awesome
yeah.
AMD
They
features,
they
as well as the
specifically
features that you've been known
went out of
for
their way to
before,
talk about
be
how
able
we
to
don't do
navigate
yellow
those and get
paint
those kind of
and stuff like
performance
that to
settings
tell
on
you
the
where to
fly.
go.
As a person who is already a multi-device user, it does
And then they just have
feel
white
quite
cloth.
familiar as well. Like across my console or my PC,
It's
I'm
the same
getting
thing.
this
Just have white
very
cloth
fluid
wrapped over
and
everything.
connected system. It's really nice.
Yeah.
So we could jump back into Gears of War, but we know this is a fully fledged Windows device.
Yes.
What else can you do with it? Are there other apps that you can use?
Yeah, so one of my favorite features is we've added a new custom task switching view. So by long pressing on the Xbox button, you'll get this new experience where you can quickly bumper between existing applications as well as go to the Windows desktop if you need to kind of tweak something that you can't do easily. And it really kind of makes
Why
it
are we
feel
still
fast and
remastering
fluid.
games like this? Will it ever end? Stuff like Gears of War?
Getting a little hint and edge.
So I say this as somebody who really likes Gears of War and will probably wind up playing Gears of War Reloaded. It does feel unnecessary remaking that kind of stuff, but for a lot of developers and a lot of publishers,
Gamescom 2020 broadcast. And guys,
it's low investment and high return, or at least very high chance for return.
And joining me now to give us just a
Oh.
glimpse into the newest title coming September 25th.
This is it.
Silent Hill F. Please welcome Silent Hill series producer.
Hey, Okamoto and Yang.
Game director at Neobards Entertainment, Al Yang. And interpreting for us today is Daiki Yamamoto, also from Konami Digital Entertainment. Thank you so much all for joining me, guys. Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Okamoto-san,
4
can you
hours
please
later.
just give us a quick introduction to Silent Hill F and why this new entry in particular is so special.
はい、サイレントヒルエイクは日本で初めて舞台になるというところと、高名な竜騎士07さんがシナリオを書くというところが特徴になります。また、ホラーとアクションが融合したゲームプレイを体験できるのが特徴です。
So, what makes Silent Hill F stand out is that this is the first ever game to take place in Japan. And we also have enlisted the help of Ryukishi07 as the scriptwriter for the game.
Oh my god, I should have made the bingo
another
card.
aspect is that the gameplay centers around a fusion of both horror and action.
That's amazing. I mean, Mr. Yang, what does that unique setting really bring for the horror of the game?
So something that Silent Hill series has always been about is that kind of...
I should have made the bingo card. We've already hit like 3 things on the bingo card.
Setting in Japan, and actually...
It takes place in
Showa
Japan.
era Japan,
Ryukishi's writing it.
gives us kind of
Beauty and
two
horror.
main
Say beauty and
points.
horror.
The first one is, and I like to always use this phrase, which is it's foreign yet familiar. So using the school as an example, everyone culturally knows what a school is, but you might not know what a school in 1960s rural Japan might be. On top of the time period, which is the 1960s, where you might have seen like a rotary phone before or like an old style car, but you've never actually maybe experienced that before in real life. So it adds that kind of extra layer of unfamiliarity, so it feels a little bit foreign yet familiar to the players.
That's so true, yeah. Anytime there's a sort of retro element, it somewhat feels a bit creepier to me at least instantly, so I really appreciate that. Okamoto-san, the new trailer, that debuted at Opening Night Live, and we did get to hear the English voice of the protagonist, Hinako. Can you tell who is playing her, and why is this casting so important?
Susie Young. Yeah. Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Gonna be the English Hinako. And I'm pretty sure Fox Mask Man is Caleb Yen. They haven't announced officially any of the other voice actors yet, though.
So,
But I'm
Hinako
fairly
in this
certain
game
it's
is
Caleb
voiced
Yen.
by Susie Young, who is a very renowned actor who does many prominent voices in Japanese games and works. So, Hinako has to fight oppression, female oppression that she faces in the game, and we felt that Susie was a great match.
Female oppression.
Also, Okamoto-san, fans are really curious after seeing that trailer.
In
So I'm gonna ask some really
1960s
important
Japan.
questions for them. First off, who is that mysterious guy wearing the fox mask, how does the Silent Hill F story connect to the rest of the Silent Hill universe?
Good question.
And also, what does Ryukishi07 bring as a narrative writer to
Beauty and horror.
はい、キツネ面の男はですね、非常に重要なキャラクターで、ひな子の人生であったり、物語の根幹に関わっています。ただ、ネタバレになるので、詳しくは言えないんですけど、ストーリーの根幹に関わっているキャラクターであるのは間違いありません。また、龍吉さんは、サイレントヒルの従来のユニバースの上に、今回の日本の設定を作られているので、シリーズのファンの方には、ニヤッとするようなイースターエッグ的な要素が込められています。
So the man in the fox mask is a very important person to both the plot and to Hinako's life in general. But we won't delve into too many details because we don't want to spoil everything for you.
Yep.
But also
spoilers. It's Shu.
07's involvement has placed the Japanese setting in the overall Silent Hill universe. So there are some nods and a couple of Easter eggs that the most tentative, that the most intuitive players can find and enjoy for themselves.
Amazing. So something there for you guys to check out then.
So there will be nods and references.
Let's talk a bit about the gameplay. Because
we don't know.
That's a very important part of a horror game. You do have a new weapon to reveal that has a really big impact on the action.
Tentative
so
players. Intuitive.
本作はソウルライクゲームではないかって言われてるんですけれども、ソウルライクゲームではありません。ホラーとアクションが融合した新しいゲームプレイを体験できます。で、また従来のサイレントヒルシリーズを楽しんできたファンの方向けにはストーリーモードという難易度設定を用意していますので、その設定で遊んでいただくと従来のサイレントヒルに近い体験で楽しめると思います。
So one thing we would like to make clear is that we've been hearing the term Souls-like getting thrown around, but this game is not a Souls-like.
Souls-like.
Good to know. Yes, and it's
not a Souls-like officially.
Action-based gameplay experience.
It's got action, but stop calling it a Souls-like.
For any long-time fans who have some concerns, there is this story mode difficulty.
You should have said that to the IGN reviewers that you sent the game out to.
Yeah,
who compared it to Sekiro.
Let's talk about the monsters in Silent Hill because they've just been striking fear into us for decades. They are some of the most iconic characters to appear in all of horror as well. And I'm hearing that Silent Hill F is not going to be any exception. So why don't you tell us a little bit about some of those ghastly creatures that we can look forward to, or maybe not look forward to?
Gotcha. So first off, I want to give a big thank you to our creature designer, Kara-san. She did a really good job taking kind of the themes that Ryukishi-san basically wrote out and then marrying that with a very, very distinctive art style and then really putting that beauty and terror into the game. But in traditional Silent Hill fashion, as you know, that each monster in Silent Hill represents personal turmoil for the main character. And then in the case of Silent Hill F for Hinako, that's basically the same right there. So it's very interesting that we're seeing fans are already kind of talking about, oh, based on the name of this monster or based on what they look like, what does this represent for Hinako in her story? The second point I want to talk to is that for us, when we're designing monsters, each one is its own kind of puzzle, a combat puzzle, if you will. So we spend a lot of time making sure that the combat
Silent Hill 2 protagonists,
could do
psychological stuff again.
The lore and the meaning behind each of these monsters.
That's so clever. It's
the concept
really
of Silent Hill 1,
there's a personal journey that goes along with the horrors that you're
where
seeing
you're
as well.
experiencing somebody else's nightmare, is dead. Everything is Silent Hill 2 now.
Okamoto-san, the Silent Hill games are also very famous, not just for the monsters, but also for the sights and the sounds that we are also experiencing. So can Silent Hill F also give us that same classic Silent Hill experience?
はい、山岡明さんというですね、シリーズを代表する音楽家の方が今回も音楽を作ってくださってますので、シリーズの本質的な音楽を楽しむことができます。また稲毛健介さんという方が日本の楽器を使ったガークというですね、日本古来の音楽を作っているので、ユーザーの方は日本の古来の音楽を楽しむことができます。
So, of course, the renowned Silent Hill composer Akira Yamaoka will be returning, and he will be providing some music for this game.
Another one for the bingo card.
Not just him, but we will. So, of course, he will be providing the fundamental, the classic Silent Hill audio experience.
Yamaoka's back. He's doing music for the Fog World.
Mr. Kensuke Inage, who will be providing some some more Japanese-themed
Kensuke Inage.
Japanese-themed music in the form of gagaku, which is a more classical type of Japanese music.
The guy who wrote
like native
Friday
instruments
Night
and more
for the
more
Yakuza
classic
games.
elements. So we can expect a
And
very
did a bunch of
diverse,
music for
musical
like
experience.
That's
Tekken.
incredible. I'm very excited for that sort of melding of a very authentic representation, but mixed with the classic Silent Hill that we all love. So it's all really exciting. Thank you so much, guys. Is there any last thoughts that you'd like to share with the audience before we check out our next segment?
最後にもし一言ファンに向けて何かありましたらお願いいたします。
非常にですね自信を持って送り出すシリーズですので、ぜひ楽しんでいただければと思います。コンバットに関していろいろご意見いただいておりますが、ストーリーモードで遊んでいただければ従来のサイレントヒルに近い体験で楽しめますのでよろしくお願いします。
So we would like to say that we are going to deliver this game with the utmost confidence, and so we sincerely hope that all the fans get to enjoy the game. Of course, to any people who have some concerns about what the gameplay externals will be like, again, story mode will be providing the most authentic and quintessential Silent Hill experience. So please,
story
give it a
mode.
try.
Excellent.
Play
stuff.
easy
thank
mode.
Thank you so much, Okumoto-san. Thank you so much, Mr. Yang. And of course, thank you as well, Yamamoto-san. Guys, thank you so much for joining us for these insights.
No way
Silent
that's
Hill
it.
F,
No way that's it. Not after
unsettling
45
remake
minutes of fucking
By the way, it's
Overwatch and
available to
World of
pre-order
Tanks
now, and it's
and
launching
everything
September
else.
25th.
The tarot card
Welcome to
game got
horror
more than
as well.
Silent Hill F?
Now, some fresh gameplay from a game about a sentient rail.
They showed
grinding
more
school
Silk
bus.
Song
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. That doesn't sound
Silent
as
Hill
scary as
F. What the
Monsters, but
fuck?
You try saying that when one's bearing down at you at 65 miles an hour. And then more on Valor Mortis when the Xbox at Gamescom 2025 broadcast continues.
4 hours. 4 hours of sitting through. It was exactly. Did I not call it? Did I not fucking call every single one of those things from the very start of the show? That it was going to be a 10-minute talk where they don't say anything new. They're just going to talk about it being in Japan, Ryukishi writing it, Yamaoka doing music, beauty and horror, not a Souls-like. Oh my god. Get out of here. Get out of here, Gamescom. I don't want anything else from you. 4 hours, dude. Unbelievable. This could have been an email. No Silent Hill 2 port? I don't know why people are expecting Silent Hill 2 Xbox port. Or do you mean original Silent Hill 2 being ported onto like modern stuff? Sony has an exclusivity contract for Silent Hill 2 Remake. For people who are wondering about like the Xbox release, if it's going to happen, when it's going to happen. They can't even announce it until that contract is expired. And that's not going to happen until mid-October. At the soonest. I guess let me put some background music on while I rant. It could have at least been at the beginning if it was going to be so short. Yeah, but then they wouldn't have gotten us to watch 4 hours of shit we don't care about and that I'm not going to play. Promise story mode isn't the devil. Use it on Mass Effect games and still enjoy them. I mean, here... I don't care about that kind of stuff. It'll matter to a lot of other people who play Silent Hill, who are only going to play the game a handful of times or once. For someone like me, I'm going to play it on every single difficulty level. They could go full Silent Hill 3 with it and have beginner, easy, normal, hard, extreme, extreme 2, extreme 3, all the way up to extreme 10. Because that's what Silent Hill 3 has. Silent Hill 3 has 13 difficulty levels. 10 levels of extreme. Excuse me, 14. 10 levels of extreme plus beginner, easy, normal, hard. And I've played every single one of them. So, like, difficulty levels and stuff like that don't really matter for me. Because I'm going to play the game so much, I'm gonna play it on everything. Whatever platforms, whatever difficulty levels, whatever endings, I'm going to do all of it. If you don't like the how the arcadey combat looks, play on story mode is a bullshit response. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to take away the arcadey aspect, but it'll probably just be faster. You get to deal with it less. Excuse me. God, my throat. You get to deal with it less. Will Silent Hill F have puzzle difficulty modes? Yes. I'm pretty sure they talked about that in the IGN gameplay video. They said that there would be separate action and riddle levels. They for sure talked about that in the IGN 5-hour gameplay review. I need Silent Hill F requiring me to know the full Shinto mythology to solve one puzzle. Sort of like the, shit, there's a puzzle in Fatal Frame like that. There's a puzzle in Fatal Frame like that I think they actually changed for one of the later re-releases of Fatal Frame to make it easier. You didn't have to know, like, Shinto, but you did kind of need to know kanji. And I think they changed it. I'm sure the gameplay will be fun, but I don't think many people would put their hat in the ring of stat leveling and talisman buffs in Silent Hill. They've done it before. It was called Book of Memories, and it was fucking shit. This is one of those problems where, being one of the only people on the fucking planet to have actually played Book of Memories any substantial amount, most Silent Hill fans don't know Book of Memories. So they don't recognize all of these things that are being talked about for Silent Hill F and realize those things were all in a Silent Hill game already. Breakable weapons that you have to repair, resources that you can exchange for currency, hit stun, combos, dodges, stat leveling, equipable artifacts that give you buffs. That's all Book of Memories. That's all in Book of Memories. That's all in the worst one. That's not, and again, it's not to say that Silent Hill F is necessarily going to be bad because of those things. But they've been done in a Silent Hill game before, and done poorly. That's kind of the issue of things being backed by one person with money. They don't have anyone over them trying to keep things equal. Yeah. I mean, presentations and award shows and stuff like that is all kind of bullshit to begin with. It's all marketing and it's all money. Jeff is very blatant about it, but I mean, shit, so's anything like that. So are the Grammys and the Oscars and the Emmys. That's just sort of award and presentation culture in general. Just have some actual connection to the mainline story and I'll forgive the majority of this stuff. See, like, there's a lot of different levels of expectation with Silent Hill F for me. Ideally, in the most perfect of worlds, the gameplay will be fun. It will feel good to replay. The story will be good and also tie in to previously established lore. It will feel like an appropriate Silent Hill entry and not just something with Silent Hill in the title. That's like absolute best case scenario. Beyond that, if it manages to get the story, the connection, everything else, but then the gameplay is not my cup of tea, that's fine still. That puts it around like Silent Hill 4 levels for me, where I love everything about Silent Hill 4 except the gameplay. There are Silent Hill games that I have a lot of love and appreciation for where I don't like the gameplay aspects of them. But I still appreciate the characters and the story and the atmosphere, the enemy design, the horror elements, even if the gameplay is rough. So stuff like that. If the gameplay is the only thing bad with it, it still puts it in my top 5. Worst case scenario, Silent Hill is just in the title. There's little to no references to pre-established other Silent Hill properties, lore. The gameplay's bad. The story is bad. Like, if everything just falls apart, that's worst case scenario, which I don't think is going to be the case. I feel like we would know by now from trailers and gameplay. The game already looks good. I'm already looking forward to just seeing the world, going through Ebisugaoka, looking at all the environmental details. Like, I'll have a ton of fun. Even if everything else winds up being bad, the story winds up being predictable, anime slop, and the gameplay winds up being really poorly designed action garbage. Like, even if everything else manages to fail, I know I'm going to enjoy exploring, which already is at least some points for me. It puts it above a lot of other things. Have you got the early access nub? Yeah, UFO Techie. Shoutouts. If we can do a shout out for UFO Techie. Shout out. UFO Techie. There it is. Go follow UFO Techie. Techie's an absolute legend in the Silent Hill fandom. And good friend of mine for many years who got me the digital deluxe edition of Silent Hill F so that I can play it on the 23rd of September. Do you still want to watch the IGN Japan? Yeah, eventually, Mr. Potato. I just need some time. This is my time to rant and talk and decompress after sitting there for 4 hours so that they could talk about Silent Hill F and tell us all the things that we've already known for the past year in 10 minutes. I need a moment before we jump into the next video. The fact we got Overwatch for her. I'm telling you, fucking everything that they showed was longer than the Silent Hill F presentation. World of Tanks. Fucking Silksong. They showed more Silksong than Silent Hill F, and that game's not even real. Thought I must have missed a ton of the interview, but clearly I saw nearly the whole thing. Yeah, it was over in 10 minutes. And it was nothing new. The main takeaway point was the developers just saying it's not a Souls-like. Everything else was old info. They were setting the record straight because everybody's been calling it a Souls-like. But again, that's on the IGN reviewers that they sent the game out to, who compared it to fucking Sekiro and called it Fog Souls. Like, what are we supposed to think when you show us gameplay and reviews where people are saying it's like Sekiro and you have to read enemy patterns and who goes to IGN for game news? It's not so much the news. It's not like that is ever a big thing, but IGN got the biggest chunk of gameplay for anybody like me, like a lot of you who try to keep up with these games coming out and wants to know everything about them. They had the first gameplay footage. So it was like, okay, IGN, 5 hours of gameplay. Here's what they think so far. I mostly just want to see the gameplay footage, but you get that along with IGN's thoughts, that person's review of it. Don't add a lock-on and side dodges if you don't want to be compared to Souls-like. See, it's not even that. Like, Silent Hill 4 had fucking lock-on and dodge mechanics. It's the way that they're presented. It's the way that they're implemented into the gameplay. You can have those mechanics in a game without having it resemble Souls-like or action games in general. Plenty of games had dodges and lock-on well before Souls came out. Absolutely. But we were having this conversation earlier. You don't have to be the game that invents a mechanic to have it associated with you. You just have to be the game that becomes popular for it. Right? Like, Doom is not the original what are referred to as like boomer shooters, but everybody kind of associates those types of games with Doom because Doom popularized the fuck out of that genre when it came out. So things become known through association, through culture. What is relevant? Dark Souls, nothing that's in Dark Souls was invented by Dark Souls, or even Demon Souls. Hell, there's a lot of that shit that's been around since Kingsfield and before. But nobody calls those things Kingsfield-likes. Yeah, Metroidvania. Anything with progression and item-based exploration. There's a ton of games that fit that moniker that have come out since Super Metroid or Castlevania Symphony of the Night. But those were the ones that popularized that type of gameplay and created, in turn, a lot of things copying them. First-person horror. How much first-person horror gets compared to, like, PT? PT was not the first original first-person horror game. That's been a thing that's been around forever. But anytime anything first-person horror comes out now where you're in a hallway for more than a second, people are like, oh, it's PT. It's a PT clone. Yeah, also not the first to do the looping mechanic. Like, none of that stuff was new, but that was the thing that culturally popularized those elements into a game. And because it was so popular, lots of other things afterwards directly were influenced by it. So, Dark Souls didn't invent action combat, but it did popularize it. It made it, and it did it so well, and made it so synonymous with that type of game coming from FromSoft that anything that even remotely resembles it gets called a Souls-like because of it. It's just a culture thing. The reality is, like, the names and the labels and everything that we try to give to games just don't fucking matter. They really don't matter. You just have to kind of take games for what they are, not necessarily what they resemble. Because nothing is unique. Nothing is wholly and completely original. Everything is based on something. Whether it's a previous game, or movie, or book, or piece of artwork, or experience, personal experience in someone's life. Everything is based on something. Everything is influenced by something that came before it. I don't know. I feel like PT and Death Stranding are two different things. They are. Kingdom Hearts invented convoluted plot lines that take 15 games to explain a side story to your main plot. Yeah, Final Fantasy was around. There were 10 fucking... Well, more than 10. There were 10 mainline Final Fantasy games by the time Kingdom Hearts was even a thing. And then even outside of Final Fantasy, there was fucking Phantasy Star and Dragon Warrior / Dragon Quest. Zelda. Yeah, Zelda. Anyway. Let's watch the other thing. Meow, 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 meow. Let's watch the other thing. In a moment, anyway. I'm going to get this pulled up. Let's hope it'll be a bit better than what we watched. Well, the whole thing is like an hour and a half, but it's not all Silent Hill F. Only the first, let's see, 45 minutes. The first 45 minutes of the video is Silent Hill F, and then they move on to other games. So that's still a lot of Silent Hill F. But yeah, IGN Japan, they're playing and talking about Silent Hill F. Will there be anything new? I mean, we see more extended gameplay at the very least. So we'll get to see a little bit more context and stuff for gameplay, which could be nice. And maybe some of their commentary on it will be enlightening. But I'm gonna use the restroom really quickly, and then we'll watch that. So I'll be right back. All right. I am back. My cats are causing issues already. My internet connection went shitty for a moment there and then stabilized. So everything is running smooth. What a disaster. All right. So Gamescom was a big waste of time. We waited around for 4 hours for them to talk about Silent Hill F for 10 minutes and tell us nothing new. Meanwhile, during Gamescom Day 1 at the IGN Japan booth, they did some hands-on gameplay and talking about Silent Hill F. So the whole video is like an hour and a half long, but it's not all Silent Hill F. The first like 45 minutes is Silent Hill F. So hopefully we get something interesting for this. Let's watch this. Skip ahead to where they start talking.
はい、皆さん、ゲームスコンスタジオへようこそ。今日は IGN ジャパンから私、クラベと野口が現地に。
Auto translate subtitles are going to be bad, most likely. But it's better than nothing. Yeah, there's the Konami setup at Gamescom. You can see Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill F. Got the big Delta display over there. I know they've got a big Silent Hill F thing that I've seen people posting on Twitter and social media.
いますので、皆さんにプレイしたタイトルなどさまざまな情報をお届けしたいと思います。
はい、お願いします。
野口さんどうですか、今年のゲームズコン。
いや、かなり国産のタイトル多いなっていう。
多いですね。
任天堂さんも参加していて、まさかのカービィエアライドを遊べるっていう。ね。
カービィも遊べるし、メトロイドも遊べるし、ポケモンも遊べるし。ものすごく任天堂が久しぶりにこんな感じでその大きなゲームイベントで存在感を放っていて、そこはまずすごく我々も知らなかったんでね、大きな驚きとなっています。で、そういう意味ですごくコナミさんもそうですし、カプコンさんもいろんなメーカーが日本のメーカーがすごく見どころの多いタイトルを紹介していて。早速ね、朝から僕は任天堂とか並んだりしたんですけど、まだね、ご覧の通りまだビジネスデーなんでね、まだ比較的空いてるというか、それでも人気なところ結構列はできているけれども、きっとこれが明後日から一般のお客さんが入ってこられる時。
Everyone's having a great time at Gamescom. There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of exciting new things, and we love Kirby Air Riders. I'm skipping ahead.
その我々2人の感想トークも後ほどご紹介するんですけれども、その前に僕開発の方々にインタビューもできたので、インタビュー映像をまず見ていただければと思います。どうぞ。どうぞ。
サイレントヒル F。
運転手さんいませんか？
まずはじゃあお二方に簡単に自己紹介をまず岡本さんからお願いできればと思います。
はい、サイレントヒルシリーズのシリーズプロデューサーを務めている岡本と言います。本作でもプロデューサーを務めております。
よろしくお願いします。
So I'm Al Yang. I'm the game director for Silent Hill F. Pleasure to meet you.
はい、本作の、ゲームディレクターを務めているアール・ヤングさんです。よろしくお願いします。今回、サイレントヒルの久々の完全新作となるわけなんですけれども、それを和風の設定にしようと思ったきっかけとか理由について
At least Al Yang is there to maybe talk about some of it in English.
はい、
Subtitles giving up? Yeah. Auto-translate subtitles on YouTube are pretty garbage. Like I said, it's better than nothing.
だとやっぱ飽きられてしまってるんじゃないかというようなイメージがあったので、私の方で例えばアジアシティ、アジアのどっかの都市であったり、もちろん日本も含めてなんですけど、そういったどっか別の場所でやりたいなという思いがあったので、その中でやはり日本がいいんじゃないかというところが
My Japanese is not good enough to translate all of this for you in real time, so I'm sorry.
その現代とか J ホラーが一番そのブームだった90年代とかじゃなくて60年代を選んだわけは何でしょうか。
はい、今回女性の抑圧がテーマなんですけれども、日本でやっぱり女性が抑圧されていた時代っていうと、1960年代でちょうど1960年代って日本で女性運動というか女性の人権に対する運動も盛り上がってきた時代でもあるので、ちょうどその女性に対する抑圧を描くにはふさわしい時代じゃないかということで設定されています。
なるほどですね。結構今回は主人公が女性ということもありますし、
So a lot of focus. We've already heard this from other stuff, but yeah, a lot of focus on
出てきたりするんですけれども、
women's oppression, especially in Japan in the 1960s.
キャラクターも含めてどういう物語になっているのかというところもちょっと教えていただければと思います。
Playing a big role, big
そうですね。
theme.
かなりネタバレになってしまうとあれなんですけど、やっぱり非常にひなこっていう主人公が抑圧されている状態にあるので、その彼女にとっての家族っていうのは何かとか友達っていうのは何かっていうことが非常に問われてくるという、その中でひなこにさまざまな選択が迫られていくというようなお話になります。
すごく印象的、プレイさせていただいたんですけれども、印象的だったのがそのキャラクター図鑑とか、彼女にとって大事な出来事がメモ帳として記録されるんですけど、
Important events for the
物
liver.
語が進行するにつれてちょっと新しい情報がどんどん追加されて、それもカットシーンで見たような内容ではなくて、そこを読めば読まなければわからないようなものだったりするんですけど、そういうシステムにしたきっかけとかについて教えていただければと思います。
Your journal
そこに関してはちょっと
constantly updating
はい、わかりました。
with
So I'm
things to
asking
read.
about the memo in which you can learn more about Hinako, other characters and other events in the game. And some of them you cannot learn in cutscenes, and if you progress through the game, you learn new things about them. Why did you guys think of a system like this for Silent Hill F?
So for Yukishi-san, when he designed the world, he basically left a lot of kind of clues and very kind of deep story in there. And a lot of this kind of story is if you just present it to the player very directly in a cutscene, it will kind of spoil a little bit of the mystery or some of basically kind of the relationship between some of the characters. And with Silent Hill, the series has been very traditionally kind of obtuse in some of the information that's presented. So what we did is we kind of split off all the information in the game, and we kind of says like, oh, these are very suitable for cutscenes. These are very suitable for kind of direct like voiceovers, and these are really interesting if they were kind of supplementary information in notes. And on top of that, there's some things in there which are interesting, which is as you progress through the game and Hinako learns more and more about her situation and the world, some of the notes might even change for what the players might see.
Okay, I like that. Similar to some of the previous games, even all the way back to Silent Hill 1, where if you take the time to read more notes and learn more kind of about what's going on, it will change the amount of information that you get as you go on and how like your character processes that information.
そうですね。恵比寿ヶ丘という舞台は竜吉さんが構築した緻密に構築した町で。岐阜県の金山町というところをちょっとモチーフにしてるんですけど、
constructed by the Dragon Knight.
やっぱりひなこの生まれ故郷ということが非常に物語上も重要で、従来のサイレントヒルってサイレントヒルという街に外からやってくるっていう構造なんですけど、今回に関してはひなこの生まれ故郷をあえて舞台にしているというところに物語上の意味もあります。
やっぱこれまでは新しい街を訪れるということに対して主人公にとって非常に身近な場所がこう変異するっていうことだと思うんですけど、その中でやっぱこうなんていうんですかね、サイレントヒルシリーズが得意とするそのもう一つの世界、主人公の精神世界なのか何なのかわからないんですけれども、それを今回そのどういう形に実証したのかというところについてもぜひ教えてください。
そうですね、実際に使用されてご体験されたと思うんですけど、闇の社殿と言われる
Call me silly, but isn't the monster design an inspiration for Silent Hill 1? Not personal to Harry, personal for Cheryl. They are, yes. That's the thing we were talking about earlier, where Silent Hill as a franchise and the way that a lot of the, I guess, majority of the fans, the casual fan base, understands it, everything is Silent Hill 2 now. Silent Hill 1 was not about Harry Mason and his internal trauma manifesting creatures specifically for him. It was Harry and Sybil and Kaufman all being sort of trapped in Alessa's nightmare. Everything was based around Alessa. The other world was being colored by Alessa, but everyone was experiencing the same other world that was stemming from an outside source, not your protagonist. But then Silent Hill 2 came out and became the fan favorite over time. And by the time you get out of the original Team Silent games, where like Silent Hill 1 is not Harry Mason's personal demons working out his personal trauma demons in the town. It's everyone experiencing Alessa's nightmare. Silent Hill 3, yeah, it is Heather and Cheryl and Alessa sort of all combined, but it's also Claudia affecting things. Silent Hill 4 is not Henry and his personal trauma demons being worked out. It's all Walter Sullivan forcing people into his nightmares, his created worlds. Silent Hill 2 was the outlier. Silent Hill 2 was the one that made it personal rather than an unknown source. The whole idea of Silent Hill 2 was you go into it thinking that it's like Silent Hill 1, that there's some outside source causing mysterious things to happen. And then it's revealed to you, oh, you are the bad guy. James is the guy who did the bad thing, and his personal trauma, what's in his subconscious mind that he's trying to block out, that is what is coming to the surface and coloring his other world. That was the big twist for Silent Hill 2. The problem is, after Silent Hill 4, and when all the other Silent Hill games started being outsourced after that, everything was just copying Silent Hill 2. Despite that not being the way that Silent Hill games were for the majority of the first 4. Everything just copied 2 after that, where it's protagonist with past trauma that's either being blocked out or, amnesia'd, or they just straight up deny it and don't want to face it. In the case of like Murphy, where he's aware of all of his past, but it's the same thing, where it all stems from the protagonist over and over and over. They stopped innovating and tried to stop doing different ideas or new ideas or even returning to the core ideas that the other world and the nightmares and the manifestations all stem from someone other than the protagonist. So Silent Hill F is kind of still fallen into that, where they've already straight up told us like everything is sort of based around Hinako's trauma. So it's like we're never escaping that. We're never getting away from the Silent Hill 2 formula. That is what people associate with the series, despite that not being what the series was largely about when it was created, when the first 4 games were made. That was the outlier. That was the one that was different. But now that is the one that most people associate with the name Silent Hill. They think Silent Hill 2. So that's what shapes it going forward.
日本のその神社風なエリアがあると思うんですけど、それが裏世界になっていまして、あの世界が一体何なのかということ自体がかなり物語の根幹に関わっているんです。
Sply, we were talking about this earlier, and I've talked about this before. So you say Silent Hill 2 wasn't as popular in Japan because they love the cult aspects of 1 and 3. It's interesting to me that now it's Japanese developed again. They are doing Silent Hill 2 type. So there's a lot of stuff to break down about your comment there. So first of all, yes, Silent Hill 2, when it first launched in Japan back in 2001, was not as popular as it was anywhere else. It had a very rough launch, not just in Japan, but in other parts of the world. But Japan was the most vocal about why. Because everyone who were fans of Silent Hill 1, who became invested in Harry Mason and Alessa and the cult, were expecting Silent Hill 2 to be an extension of that story. They were looking for a continuation or something relevant to Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2 gets announced, and it's a different protagonist, different characters, a different part of the town. Nothing about it was recognizable compared to Silent Hill 1. So a lot of people, when Silent Hill 2 first came out, completely wrote it off because they're like, what is this? How is this Silent Hill? It doesn't look anything like the town from the first game. There's no cult. There's no Alessa. There's no Harry. Like, what is this? This isn't Silent Hill. So people pushed back on Silent Hill 2 when it very first came out. I know that's hard for people now who've only ever known Silent Hill 2 through the cultural zeitgeist of it's the best Silent Hill ever. It's the psychological horror gold standard. It wasn't always. That happened over time, gradually. But when it launched, that was not the case. People didn't like it as much because it didn't tie into Silent Hill 1. So Team Silent have gone on record and talked about their plans for the franchise at that time. They wanted it to be an anthology series. Every single entry into Silent Hill was supposed to be something entirely different and new, where different stories, different characters, different parts of the town, or sometimes outside of the town altogether. It was all meant to be an anthology series, very similar to what was originally planned for the Halloween movies, where like the first one was Michael Myers, the second one wrapped up the Michael Myers story, and then Halloween 3 was something else entirely. And from that point on, Halloween was not supposed to all be Michael Myers. It was supposed to just be, here's a little horror story in Haddonfield. Here's a little horror story anthology series. But just like with Halloween, where you do something different and then people don't like it, so you go back to what sold well in the first place, you go back to Michael Myers. It was the same way with Silent Hill. It was an anthology series where Silent Hill 2 was a departure from what Silent Hill 1 had set up and established. People didn't like it initially. So there was already Silent Hill 3 in development when that was happening. Masahiro Ito has talked about that version of Silent Hill 3. That version of Silent Hill 3 was going to be an on-rail shooter, similar to what the Silent Hill arcade game would eventually be. It was not based around Heather Mason. It was not based around the cult. It was a completely standalone idea and concept for a totally different type of game with different gameplay. Like, it was something else entirely that they were working on. But because of the pushback from Silent Hill 2 and so many fans wanting a conclusion to the story of Silent Hill 1, which is what they were expecting out of 2, they completely scrapped that idea of Silent Hill 3 and instead made the Silent Hill 3 that we know, that goes back to the story of Silent Hill 1 and acts as a continuation of that story with Alessa and her reincarnations and the return of the cult and all of those parts of the story that people wanted. And then they tried to keep with that going forward, even into Silent Hill 4, where it's like, yeah, Alessa's not there, Harry's not there, but the cult is there, Walter is there. Like, it's still in line with those themes. Because they recognized that that was what their fans typically wanted, more than just an anthology series where each story was completely unrelated to each other. So there's that first part of your comment, Sply. On on the second part of your comment, we talked about this earlier too. It's interesting to me now that it's Japanese developed again, and they're doing the Silent Hill 2 type. So the producer is Japanese. The main artist, Kero, is Japanese. Akira Yamaoka is Japanese. Pretty much everybody else on the team is from Taiwan. It's Neobards. It's not calling this a Japanese developed game is like saying that Silent Hill Origins was an American developed Silent Hill game because Tom Hewlett was there. Like, it was Climax Studios UK. It's a UK made game. 99% of the studio is from the UK, and then a couple of Americans were there. Silent Hill F is from Taiwan. It's from Neobards. 99% of the studio are from Taiwan. And then like 4 guys are from Japan. So calling it, even just referring to this as a Japanese developed game, is a little bit of a misunderstanding, I think. That a lot of people, not just you, like a lot of people seem to be under that impression. Because anytime you see anything about Silent Hill F, the game is set in Japan. All they do is talk about the writer being Ryukishi and Matoyo Okamoto being the producer and Akira Yamaoka coming back and doing music. They're mainly talking about those couple of Japanese developers who are kind of like the main people that everyone's looking at. But the majority of the studio is not Japanese. So I feel like that's already misunderstanding. Just saying that this is like, wow, it's a Japanese developed Silent Hill game. I mean, like, there are Japanese people working on it, but yeah, Silent Hill The Short Message had more Japanese staff on it than Silent Hill F does. And that game was set in fucking Germany.
けど、非常になんで交互に霧の街を探検したと思ったら闇の社殿を探検してるんだみたいな、その交互に進んでいくという構造も非常に意図的なものなので、ぜひ最後まで遊んでいただければと思います。
アルさんにお聞きしたいですけど、
Whoa!
それを
Subtitles. Well, they're gone now.
サイレントヒルのその
Hopefully you got all that.
一見すればすごくリアルな恵比寿ヶ丘という街と、すごくその古代日本のこう神社仏閣とかが出てくる精神世界をそれぞれデザインするときにどういう違いがあるのかというところについてお聞きしたいんですけど、So you have a really realistic looking cityscape of 恵比寿ヶ丘, and then at the same time the more spiritual world that you Hinako sometimes visit. How did you design both fields, and how are they different in terms of gameplay?
Gotcha. So when we're looking at kind of one of the big inspirations we got from was basically what people would see in kind of very traditional Japanese culture, especially in the countryside. For kind of like a tourist point of view, it's like when they think of kind of rural Japanese countryside. So that was the big one for Ebisugaoka, and of course Ryukishi-san's kind of his writing and his setting helped inspire a lot of that. And then because of that, we set it to be kind of more kind of open, very traditional, like you would see in Silent Hill, older Silent Hill titles. For Silent Hill 2, for example, in the beginning, the world is a little kind of like a little bit open. You get a lot of freedom of exploration. So we kind of wanted to replicate a little bit of that feeling there. But at the same time, when we go into our other world, which is the Dark Shrine, we're basically saying, okay, because the village, Ebisugaoka, is very kind of organic feeling. It's very kind of natural. There's trees and rocks and basically nature everywhere. What can we do when we go to the other world that's very different? So in traditional Silent Hill titles, when you went to the other world, it's very rusty, it's very metal, it's very, very different. It's very basically inorganic feeling. So we're like, okay, in traditional Japanese culture, what can we draw from that kind of had that same kind of direction, but still had that very strong cultural sense? And we basically, talking to Okamoto-san and talking to Yukishi-san, we basically settled on going with kind of like a very traditional Shinto shrine kind of direction.
I do like that. I do like the setting difference between having the fog world town exploration where there is a lot more nature. We've seen a little bit of that in the previous gameplay footage that they've shown like last month and stuff, where it is a lot of like little dirt trails through wooded areas and things like that, and then having that play as kind of like a an opposite to your dark shrine being this weirdly isolated Shinto shrine that seems to just sort of exist in a void.
結構その歯ごたえがありつつもそのフォーカスモードといったシステムでプレイヤーがゆっくりとその反撃するタイミングを見極めたりできるっていう
They've talked about focus mode and the counterattack system, and we haven't seen, I don't think, any gameplay of it yet.
So just a general introduction about the battle system. I played it and I was very impressed by how it is more difficult and challenging than traditional Silent Hill games, but at the same time you have the focus mode which gives the player more time to react.
It's witch time.
Kind of
it's Bayonetta witch time.
Went for the battle system this time.
Gotcha. So this is very interesting is in the battle system, because as you know, we went completely melee focused this time. Ranged combat in traditional horror games have a lot of basically, how do I put it, advantages in terms of creating tension. So for instance, if I have to aim like a gun, I have to wait for the sights to get slower, so that kind of makes the pace of the game slower. The closer the enemy is to me, the kind of more tension I feel because I don't want them close to me. So we had to replicate these kind of systems and this feeling, but with kind of melee combat. So for instance, you just talked about the focus system. For us, that is pretty much the same thing as kind of aiming. Again, traditional horror games, when I aim, I have to kind of wait for kind of the kind of aim down sights kind of shrink a bit before I can get like a good shot. And same thing with focus. We want to kind of slow down the pacing of the game in order to kind of create the tension that you would have in traditional horror combat games, but within melee.
このフォーカスモードを使っているときにすごく印象的なのが精神パラメータの存在ですね。大体これはスタミナとかに他のゲームではなると思うんですけど、スタミナがまた別にあって、この精神パラメータによって主人公の恐怖とプレイヤーのゲームプレイが結構一致するような感覚を味わったんですけど、これを実装した理由については岡本さんにお聞きした方がいいですか、それともアルさんの。So I wanted to ask, this time there is a stamina parameter as well as a mental parameter for Hinako. So
yeah, you've got your mental meter, your stamina meter, your health bar.
The mental part of Hinako, because it felt like you can feel the fear that she has through gameplay. Is that what you guys were intending?
Yes. So
did you have to turn on YouTube's captioning? I didn't have to, but my Japanese is not good enough to translate this in real time for you, and I assume that most of you would like at least some semblance of what a lot of this conversation, because Al Yang is like the only one talking in English. The majority of this is going to be in Japanese. I assume many viewers are not watching Japanese. I know the YouTube auto-translate caption is garbage, but it's better than nothing at all. So
one of the early things that we were looking at is, again, with traditional horror combat, you need to have resources that can be depleted. You just can't have unlimited resources anymore. You have to feel that you're running out of space, you're running out of time, you're running out of resources. So the first thing we want to do is we want to kind of limit the player's actions, but in kind of a more natural way, and that's where stamina comes in. So again, for us, a big part is that we do have a lot of things that other action games have, but for the design-wise, the biggest difference is the rate and speed at which you can do them. It's not like I can dodge infinitely. It's not like I can attack infinitely. We wanted something to kind of slow down the pacing, kind of like aiming down sights. Same thing. And with the mental gauge there, again, we want to tie this into kind of Hinako's sanity, how clear-headed she was, how she's able to kind of concentrate and focus on what's in front of her. And that's where, again, the focus system comes in. She can kind of use this parameter to basically make her life easy. There's the thing called focus attack, which is kind of like our kind of like headshots for our game. But you need time to do that, and you need to spend the resource. So you have to basically be careful of when do I want to use this stronger move at the cost of the sanity right here.
もう一つそのリソース管理についてすごく印象深いなと思ったのが、今作では武器が壊れるようになっているけれども、精神世界の武器はどうやら壊らないようで、そこでボス戦が今回私有の中では展開してたわけですけど、このリソース管理をする通常の恵比寿ヶ丘でもその、武器があるかどうかよくわからない状態でボスと戦うような場面もあったりするのでしょうか。So what's interesting is that this time weapons they have durability as well, which means that the resource management is not ammo this time, but finding new weapons and repairing the weapons. While at the same time in the other world, it seems like Naginata weapons like this, they don't break, and this is where during my playtime I got to fight a boss.
Yeah, so we learned this from the IGN 5-hour gameplay review.
Well, where you have to be,
your weapons don't deteriorate when you're in the Dark Shrine.
Without going into too much detail, the gameplay, as you know, as you said before, kind of in the Dark Shrine, the weapons there have unlimited durability, and then in Ebisugaoka, everything basically has, all the weapons there have durability, and you basically conserve them like
Get
ammo.
grabbed.
Because of this, we also designed the gameplay to kind of be very different in both sides, where one is focused a little bit more on combat, on basically because you don't have to worry so much about running out of resources in that matter. And then another one is more about exploration and kind of conserving the resources. And as you'll notice, you bring some things back and forth, but not everything. So it also helps prepare for both sides. But as you said, because of the way we designed the weapons, the gameplay, we want to kind of have a interesting kind of rhythm as you go between kind of the Dark Shrine and then Ebisugaoka.
Right. そろそろ時間が迫ってきたかなと思うので、最後にちょっと発売まで1ヶ月となりましたけれども、岡本さんからファンに向けてメッセージをお願いできればと思います。
はい、ですね、本作非常に注目していただいていてありがとうございます。ただですね、一部でソウルライクゲームなんじゃないかという言われ方をしていますが、
Okamoto's setting the record straight again.
なくホラーとアクションが融合した新しいゲームデザインになっていると思います。
There's action, but it's not Souls. It's not Souls-like.
従来のサイレントヒルユーザーの、方に向けてはストーリーモードという難易度を用意していますので、ぜひ1周目はですね、ストーリーモードで遊んでいただければと思います。
And there's an easy mode.
ありがとうございました。
AKA story mode.
お願いします。You too, please. A message to the fans.
And of course, again, thank you, IGN, for coming and talking to us today. Yeah, and we'd like to again thank Konami for allowing us to participate in helping develop Silent Hill F. And just to echo what Okamoto-san said, because this time for Silent Hill,
there's more after this.
It's more action-based compared to previous titles, so our basic
I remember scanning through
difficulty might not be suitable for classic kind of horror game players. But again, when we talk about story mode,
teens aren't allowed to play hard games. Teens are going to be just fine.
Combat level for Silent Hill, so please use this mode to kind of enjoy your first playthrough.
The kids are gonna love it.
Challenge, they can go up to the next one. And again, to echo what Okamoto-san said, for us we've seen
it's all the old people like me
online.
It's everybody.
Again, there's a lot of games out there, and especially older Silent Hill titles.
Everybody who's going to be in their 30s and 40s and 50s,
etc. So we feel like this term at this point is kind of being used to describe anything.
All the fans
kind of
who've been playing Silent Hill for the last 26 years.
We just want to remind players that, to be honest, like older Silent Hill titles,
and our reactions aren't so good, and our eyesight is starting to fail us.
Games, especially Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4, which is very melee folks, melee heavy. So we asked them to kind of take a look at these old games because we're really trying to not create a Souls-like. We're really trying to replicate the classic kind of Silent Hill combat you would see from these older titles.
Thank you so much. ありがとうございました。
That's still quite a name for a place. What, Ebisugaoka? It was almost Shizuoka. They wanted to straight up have it set in Shizuoka, and they decided against it because the view of Mount Fuji they felt would have been too like grounding to have be a part of the game. But I mean, the original Silent Hill, like the namesake of Silent Hill, came from Shizuoka, the literal translation of Shizuoka. And then Ebisugaoka, which is just like Ebisu, like the god of fortune, Gaoka, like Ebisu's hill. I don't know. Makes sense.
移動してきました。すっ飛んでた感じで。はい。こちらがIGN のゲームズコンスタジオのメインのスタジオになります。
すごい立派なとこで。
ね、ここまで立派なスタジオでこれまでやったことはないんじゃないかという感じがするわけなんですけれども、サイレントヒル F のインタビューを先ほど見ていただいて、次は皆さんに我々がプレイした感想をお届けしたいと思います。
You platinumed every Soulsborne game, not scared?
4時間想定なんだけど、
I've beaten every FromSoft game except for Elden Ring. And it's not because I can't beat it, it's just because I don't want to invest the time into finishing it.
喋っていただくわけなんですけど、前にもね一回福山さんと動画
I said the combat itself
今年で一番好きなゲームになりそうな予感がする
is not necessarily inherently bad just because of the mechanics that are being used. But those mechanics and that action style of fighting mechanic is very hard to do well.
のお話の舞台っていうところの空気感みたいなものがその映像だけじゃなくて
There's a reason
もしっかり伝わるようになって
people who talk about Dark Souls and playing Dark Souls games and Souls-like games, for everybody who's talking about like I've platinumed every Soulsborne game and played all this Dark Souls stuff, there's a reason why people put like Dark Souls 2 in a different category than when they talk about Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3 or Elden Ring or Bloodborne. Because Dark Souls 2 is a Souls-like. It is a Souls game. But Dark Souls 2 is just different enough. Your parry timings are just different enough. Your fall damage is just different enough. Your invincibility on rolling is just different enough. Hit stun, animations on weapons, all of those things are all still there in Dark Souls 2. But people still regard Dark Souls 2 as kind of its own thing compared to the rest of the Soulsborne stuff. DS2 is great. I love DS2, but you cannot deny that people think of it generally as being very different from the rest of the Souls games when they're talking about like Souls-likes in the series. Dark Souls 2 is viewed very differently by the fanbase, and we're talking about something that has all the same exact core mechanics as Dark Souls or Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne or whatever, but it's just off. It's just off by a little bit. Exactly. Floaty animations, slightly misaligned parry timings with animations, slightly more delayed and wonky animations from enemies, trying to get used to that. It was different, but it was beautiful in its own way. But that's what I'm trying to say is like, everyone who's trying to compare those elements of the combat mechanics like to what we're seeing with Silent Hill F, you got to understand, like, when I talk about being concerned about these mechanics, it's not just because these mechanics are there. There's a lot of people who write this off just because of the action mechanics that are in the game. I'm not worried about that. I don't care about that. I care that those mechanics are hard to do well in a game. And if they're off, even by just a little bit, where your hits don't quite line up with attacks, and your timings on your dodges or your counter hits or your slowdown time mechanic, like all of those things, if they're not polished to basically perfection, it feels like shit. It feels like a slog. That's when you start getting into your Dark Souls 2 or your Demon Souls type of feel, where those things are the same as Dark Souls and Elden Ring, but people don't consider them the same way that they consider those games on a different level, because those mechanics don't feel as good at their core. So like, that's the stuff I'm worried about when it comes to Silent Hill F. When I'm looking at the combat and I say I don't like elements of the combat, it's not just because it's actiony. Action can be fine and can work well in horror. It's because this particular type of action, the style of action that they're going for, needs to be fucking perfect or it feels bad. And from what I've seen so far, it does not look that way. It's got the weird timing changes because of the slowdown whenever you hit enemies, and the amount of enemy reaction or lack of reaction when they get hit by things, which makes a lot of the animations feel unintuitive if you're going to be trying to like quickly react to visual cues. That's the type of stuff I'm concerned about.
やつの見てたのもあるんですが、はい、ブルバチーノ。でもそれでも
Is there a real Ebisugaoka that exists in Japan? Kanayama.
雰囲気というものを
It's based on Kanayama, Yoshio-kun. Hold on. Like, they literally went to Kanayama and basically recreated that town to be Ebisugaoka. There is no Ebisugaoka in Japan by name, but the town itself is like practically a one-to-one recreation of Kanayama.
的に再現してくれたのは本当に凄まじいなとは感じましたね。
すごいよね。なんかそこがサイレントヒル2のあのリメイクと同クオリティって感じで、
はいはいはい、そうですね。
なんかあれと同じだけど全く別の世界観のゲームをやってる感じがするけど、開発会社全く違うんだよね。
確かにね。
だからなんか同じクオリティによく持ってこれたな。コナミさんのその辺の、だからなんか同じ開発
Head to Chizuruya General Store. Trying to get a little look at the map here. Where you are, how big buildings are, where this is. You like the map, Rachel? I do too. And the way this like is sort of fog of war covered makes me think it's actually going to be bigger than what we've seen so far. Hang on, my cats are fighting. God damn it. Trying to work. Trying to learn things about Silent Hill F. All right. Let's just go. Let's just go.
クオリティによく持ってこれたな。コナミさんのその辺のなんていうの監修っていうか、
そうですよね。
なんかよく行き届いているなという感じがしますよね。
駄菓子屋の中とかもお菓子一つ取ったり、なんか冷蔵庫の入ったケースの文字とかも本当そのまんまというか、
ね、読めたりして、
フォトリアルで今表現できる本当に最高峰のものっていうのを多分目指しておられると思うんですけど、本当にまさに最先端のものを味わえたなっていうのは1時間の間にすぐそこは感じ取りましたね。
いやね、だから多分1時間の最初のプレイの多分20分ぐらいまでは戦闘は特にない。
ないですね。そうですね。
その駄菓子屋に向かうとかでそのちょっとこう迂回しなきゃいけなかったりとか、ちょっとウォーキングシミュレーターっぽいところから。
Okay, so they're kind of talking over it here, but I like that moment where you're going through the little gap between the houses and you can hear people kind of like faintly talking. Very, it reminds me of the mall in like Silent Hill 3. The idea that there are still people around you sort of in the distance before everything goes completely crazy. There's a sense that there's people around you while still making you feel isolated. Like you're not quite in the same reality as them, but the line is so thin that you can still like hear them muffled in the distance.
街の作り込みはすごくなんかそのビジュアルとかディテールだけじゃなくて、結構探索してるといろいろと資料とかも
そうですね、新聞紙のものとかありますね。過去の新聞の
あったりして、この街にはどういう信仰があるのかとか、
I really hope there's not a lot of running segments.
情報を通してなんかこうどういう街でどういう人々なのかっていうのもなんか見えてきて。
Apologies if you hear a lawnmower. Great. We got.
2しかやってないんだけど、野口さんなんかやったことある？
僕サイドヒルはでも2ぐらいですね。僕も
The yard being mowed, the cats fighting.
そのリメイクのちょっとやってみたいな。
ちょっとやってぐらいですね。はい。
なんかあれってさ、そこまでサイレントヒルっていう
Everything possible to distract me from just
見
like
えてこない感じがして。
watching this fucking thing.
序盤は特に何もわかんないことが多いですね。
割となんか何もわかんないままその最初の序盤のこうダンジョンっぽい場所でマンションに行かされて、そのマンションでもうこう割とこう長く続く面白いんだけど、その謎解きが入ってでそこからなんか病院行ったりとか、博物館とかホテルとかいろんな施設に入るんだけど、その街の探索そのものが結構少なくて、今回はもうがっつりと街を見て回るみたいな。
そうですね。見て回るのはすごい楽しいデザインにはなってるなとは感じましたね。いろんな入り組んだ道があって。
そう。結構迷路っぽくなってますよね。
なってますね。
街はどの辺探索しました？
どの辺がちょっと分かんないですけども、最初行けるエリアはほとんど探索しようと思って結構じっくり見てましたね。あとその後のなんか精神世界行ってからもまあ結構探索はしましたね。はい。
I do like how much they're talking about exploration being a big part of it. It's always one of my favorite things in the series. Having a nice big town to explore, having big areas to explore, look for lots of detail.
現代日本みたいな感じなんだけど、精神世界がこう古代日本こう神社仏閣みたいな、
そうですね、神社が鳥居とかね、
そう鳥居とか絵馬とか、
はい。
でそこで入手する武器もこう担当みたいなやつとか、
そう最初担当でしたね。
そうあったりして、で
To extol the advent of our clan, we bestow upon the sacred land the name Heaven's Benediction. Send forth to the sky a crane, send to the earth a serpent, and to the spring a tortoise. Pray for the prosperity of our clan. Puzzles. Okay. So crane goes to the sky, serpent goes to the earth, tortoise goes to the spring. Very Silent Hill 2 coin puzzle-esque. Just from the note. I don't know if the puzzle itself will be anything like that, but I like this style of note and the puzzle.
鳥居とかね。
そう鳥居とか絵馬とか。
はい。
でそこで入手する武器もこう担当みたいなやつとか。
そう最初担当でしたね。
そうあったりして、まあ野口さんそこまでやってないと思うけど、次にこうなぎなたも
らしいですね。
そうなんでなんかこうそこも精神世界が結構その差別化、これまでのサイレントヒルと比べても測れてるのかなっていう。
そうですね。違いますね。
そう感じがして、でしかもなんかそのこれまでのサイレントヒルと比べても測れてるのかなっていう。
そうですね。違いますね。
そう感じが。
Oh. The little switch. You gotta actually switch between your lantern, like your light, and your weapon.
でしかもなんかそのメインのキャラであるひなこだけじゃなくて、その彼女とその関係のある高校生の友達とかも結構そのまた違った形で。
I don't know if the mower is picking up on the mic, but it's like right outside my window, very loud.
それがでもあったかも。
なんかここストーリー的にさ、やっぱりなんかこうなんかおかしいじゃないですか。なんか裏切り者って陰で言われたりとか。
ね、あれ結構びっくりしますよね。
びっくりしますよね。もうちょっと進めるとそのなんか他のお友達もなんかこうちょっとこう主人公に恨みを持ってるんじゃないかみたいな。
Don't hear anything.
匂わせもあったりして。
Okay. Thankfully, like I've got a decent audio setup where most of that should be filtered out, but yeah, there might be a little bit of background noise sometimes, especially when I'm talking and the noise filter goes on.
この間のストーリートレーラーもこれ完全に僕の推測でもあるんですけど、なんかこう彼女が自分と向き合うような場面
最後ありましたね。
なんか幼馴染を失うのは
Smack that monster's butt.
みたいな、なんか辛いことだよねみたいな話が言ったりして、なんかだから彼女のその幼馴染はシューっていう男の子が登場するんですけど、
出てきましたね。光のような存在。
あれが死んでるのか、でも自分と向き合ってるってことは彼じゃなくて自分自身に何か起きているのかみたいな。
なんかあとはお姉ちゃんをすごいキーキャラクターですよね。
そうですね。
今作は。 お姉ちゃんが見えてなくて、なんか人物自体
Yeah,
が
we
あるん
haven't
ですよ
seen
ね
her older
そ
sister.
の中でもお姉さんの顔は塗りつぶされてて見えないってなってて、
We've seen a little bit of her,
はい、
but not a lot.
面白いですね。
We hear a little bit of dialogue from her.
新しい情報が出されたりして、そうなんですよね。で、なんか彼女のその家の事情もね、いきなりそのお父さんはこう飲んだくれで酔っ払ってこう娘を叱ったりして、亭主関白的な本当今の日本じゃもうあんまりいないんじゃないかみたいな。
ああいう描き方をすることすらもうなくなってきましたからね。
ああ、そうかもしれないですね。そう
今時珍しいですね。
なんか先ほどのインタビューでもあったけれども、その女性の立場っていうものを描きたいっていう話があったんで、やっぱこの時代がふさわしいみたいなね。だから彼女がそのなんか次女として、長女であるお姉さんの方がなんかこうどうやらその時点によるとそのお父さんに好かれていて、
そうですね。
で彼女ばかりがずっといじめられてて、でこうね外に出てこう家出みたいな感じのところから始まるんで、結構そこをプレイヤーとその彼女のそのなんかこう気持ちが結構最初からシンクロする。
シンクロしやすいですね。こんな親父の元いたくねえよなってなりますもんね。
そうなんですよね。
確かにな。
でまあちょっとこう探索して、
Yeah, so Hinako's father kind of runs her out of the house when he's drunk, has more affection for her older sister.
僕やってて感じたのが別のタイトルになっててあれなんですけど、サイレンの方のシステム、あれもちょっと戦闘あるんですよ、アクションが。
そうなんですね。
で名前ちょっと忘れたな、死人だったかな、叩いて倒して一定時間停止させてその後逃げるみたいな。なんかそれに近いようなものでは別にないんですけど、雰囲気的にはやっぱどうしても日本のそして古い日本で舞台している中で鉄パイプを持って戦うっていうのが一緒だったので、一緒だからやっぱそこはちょっとどうしても感じてしまう。気分的にでそれは嬉しいポイントですね。
野口さんサイレンがかなり好きで、ずっとなんか戻ってきてほしい感じ
ですね。
をしてたけど、そういう人からしてこのサイレントヒレフはどうですか？
でもその代わりとは言いづらいですけど、時代設定とか世界観という部分ではかなり共通する部分が見られるとは思うので、結構サイレンのエッセンスは何らかの形で感じ取れる気はしますね。でやってて思ったのはそのパリとか、そのアクションに振ったバトルシステムが結構あったので、そこはいろいろ事前に聞いてたので知ってはいたんですけど、実際やってみると本当にしっかりしてるアクションは楽しめるんだなっていうのはかなり意外でしたね。
なんかアクションがさ、結構見てるとコメントとか僕はIGN US 向けにまずプレビュー動画作ったんだけど、このなんかこうモーションとかヒットストップとか気持ち悪そうみたいに言われたんだけど。
They're talking about the hit stop. Made a preview video for the US version. For IGN, people said the motions and hit stops look weird. And I thought, oh, so that's how it can be seen. As someone who's actually played quite a bit, I'm actually quite happy with it. So, I mean, they're trying to like acknowledge people like me who've been noticing the combat and being like, this kind of looks a little jank. Don't like that hit stop. But they're like, no, when you play it, it's fine. I don't know. We'll see.
とか僕はIGN US 向けにまずプレビュー動画作ったんだけど、このなんかこうモーションとかヒットストップとか気持ち悪そうみたいに言われるんだけど、そういう風に見れるんだって思って、僕結構プレイしてる側からしてむしろ結構そのこうやっぱこう思いがあって、特に強攻撃とかこう結構ためのモーションも入ってくるし、その切った時にこう貫通する感じがこう結構気持ちよくて。僕はかなり気持ちのいいアクションだと感じましたけど、やっぱそこは同意ですか？
僕もそうですね。別に特段なんかストレスを感じるところはない。
That's like one of the best examples where the animation as this thing is walking up looks good. The actual combat animations and everything look good to me.
僕はかなり気持ちのいいアクションだと感じましたけど、やっぱそこは
You hit it, you slow down, and it just stands there. You hit it, you slow down, and it just stands there. Like, it just keeps doing what it's doing. This is the stuff that looks rough to me.
僕はかなり気持ちのいいアクションだと感じましたけど、やっぱそこは同意ですか？
僕もそうですね。別に特段なんかストレス感じるところはなくて、まあホラーゲームのアクションとしてはすごいちょうどいいし、ね、これ以上早かったら恐怖感なくなるじゃないですか。そうですね。敵に対する。でそういう意味ではバランスはいいと思いましたね。テンポ
やっぱバイオとかと違ってその主人公はねこう、警察官でこう結構余裕をぶちかまして戦いに行くんじゃなくて、サイレントヒル2のジェームズ以上にやっぱ女子高生で、
そうですね、
もう最初はこう震えながらこう戦いに挑むっていうか、まずその前に逃げる場面とかあったりするんだけど、あんまり最強的な気持ちは味わわない方が。
そうですね。ただいいなと思ったのは、まあネタバレなのかな。まあ、あるキャラクター、どこまで、まあ、あるイベントがあった後に、このきなこですね、主人公が「よしやってやる」みたいなセリフを吐いて鉄パイプ持って立ち向かうシーンがあって、そこは、気持ち切り替えて、戦闘にもう切り替えたっていうのが見て取れたので、そういう意味ではその先そのなぎなた持った状態とかは多分もうちょっとねアグレッシブになってくれるのかなっていうのは期待してます、ね。
ここは結構彼女のその性格も、実は資料その辞典を読むと、
そうですね、
なんかこう結構その自分が特に関わったところのない女子高生だけれども。
Growing up with Silent Hill 4 combat, I'm not all too concerned. I mean, I've played every Silent Hill game on launch since the first one. I've been playing this series since 1999. The thing that's different, like, I'm trying to contextualize why this concerns me, and it's like, oh, there's been combat in other games. The other games have bad combat. Why do you care now? Because this game is being marketed and emphasizing the combat. It's being marketed around that. Silent Hill 4 wasn't marketed around you can charge up your attacks and dodge while readying your weapon. It was marketed as a normal Silent Hill horror game. The story, the atmosphere, the ghosts, the audio, those were the selling points when Silent Hill 4 was being marketed back in the day. They weren't hyping up like there's breakable golf clubs, you know, and charge up weapons with iframes. This is being marketed around the combat. The combat is a huge part of the gameplay for this. They're talking about it in all of the promotional material. They're emphasizing it in all of the trailers and everything that we've seen so far. Like, you're going to have to deal with it, whether you like it or not. Combat was never the old Silent Hill games forte. You're correct, Yoshio-kun, and you could also just avoid it altogether. You can go through most of the original Silent Hill games without fighting more than like 5 or 6 things in an entire playthrough. You can run from almost everything, and it's almost always a better idea to run in almost every situation. You also didn't have to worry like about the janky melee combat in a lot of those games. Like, yeah, melee combat in Silent Hill 1 is difficult. A lot of melee weapons lock you in place. Your animations are slow. Enemies approach you and can just like, you know, mumblers can just like grab you out of animations and attacks and stuff like that. But you also had guns. You also had the ability to hold out a gun and aim at a particular enemy, cycle between enemies with the triggers, walk while aiming, something that not even Resident Evil was doing at that time. Like, there were multiple different ways to approach an enemy encounter, and the game was not being sold as an action game, as a shooter. It was being sold on the story. It was being sold on the atmosphere. This game is not being marketed the same way, and you're not going to have those same options. You're going to have to engage with this combat system. They're saying you can put it on story mode so that you can engage with it less. Enemies and fights and things, resources will be more plentiful and damage will be toned and all of that, but like, you're still going to have to engage with it, whether you like it or not, whether it's good or bad. So yes, like, I agree. I know. I've I've been here since the beginning of this franchise. I know the combat has never been Silent Hill's forte. I know it's not the main focal point of the games. I know. Trust me, I know. But this game is different. This game is different. Just concerned the game won't be scary. All the talk and focus on action feels like Konami messing up marketing again. It could be. It could be a situation of that. It's one of those things we're just not going to know until we play the game itself. Oh man, fucking internet. Sorry, I keep dropping frames. Dude, my internet's crashing out. My cats are fighting. Loud ass lawnmower outside. Sitting here trying to justify my opinions for all the internet gremlins who are like, you're just a hater. You're just an old hater. Despite the fact that I'm about to dedicate a significant amount of my life to playing this game. Like, a lot of people have been, I'm just going to address it because I've already gotten so many fucking YouTube comments and things about it already. There's so many people who are like, you're just hating on it because you're an old purist of the original, old fan purist of the original games and blah, blah, blah. And these minor gripes that you have are not a big deal. Minor gripes are not a big deal if you are playing a video game casually. If you play video games for a living, if you are me and you are about to play the next Silent Hill entry, for better or worse, whether it winds up good or bad, a minimum of like a dozen times to do story playthroughs, cam hack playthroughs, speedruns, everything that I usually do, get every ending, cover all of the information, make videos, do streams. Like, you can buy this game and have your minor gripes and be like, that was fun, and then put it down. I don't. I can't. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to have issues with that probably seems very minor to a lot of basically everyone within the fandom. Because, like, I'm dedicating a significant portion of my life to playing this game going forward. Just like I have with every other game before. I've been covering this series as essentially my job for almost 11 years now on Twitch and YouTube. I've dedicated tens of thousands of hours to the Silent Hill series over the last almost 11 years. And even more than that, just in my lifetime in general, playing them just for fun, just as a fan since the first one. But my perspective on these things is not going to always be the same as yours, even if you are a super hardcore fan who's looking forward to the game, or a super hardcore fan who's completely against the game just because of its action or it's set in Japan or whatever your reasoning may be. Like, I'm the guy who did all 500 zones of Book of Memories because I'm trying to be thorough. I'm the guy who watched all of Silent Hill Ascension 3 times because I'm that fan. I am the one who's going to be as thorough as possible for anything Silent Hill related, whether it's good or bad. So what seems like it might be a minor gripe to the majority of people looking at this, like, who cares about these animations or the action levels or whatever? Like, I do. I care. I care about those little things because I'm going to play this game for 1,000 hours, where most people are going to play it once and after like 15 or 20 hours be like, that was fine, and then get to put it down. So, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. I'm just ranting. I'm fucking crashing out.
陸上部入ってるっていうね。
陸上部入っててっていう感じなんで、なんかだからなるほどちょっとはできるんだみたいな、その結構ちょうどいい塩梅にそこはなってて、だけどやっぱそのね見知らぬクリーチャーと戦って怖いっていうところがあって、そこがすげえうまく表現されてるなと思うのが、今作はスタミナゲージの他に精神パラメーターっていうのがあって、
いわゆる産地ってやつね。
そうですね。これどう思いました？
良かったと思いますよ。
Nidar says, I just lurk, but I care too. That's why you should check your PayPal. I checked my PayPal. Thank you so much for the $10. $10.80. And said, thank you for your work. Thank you so much, Nidar. Also, if you do any sort of tips or donations, things like that, try to put your Twitch username in the message. So if I don't necessarily see you in chat, like this time, I still know who you are and I can thank you without like doxing you, saying your real name or your email or anything that I have on the PayPal side of things. But thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And thanks you guys who did say like you appreciate what I do. I really, really, really cannot thank you all enough. I said, I know you guys who've been following me for a long time, a lot of you appreciate what I do. There's a lot of people out there who just recently found me who maybe don't know who I am, the extent to my obsessive nerdiness when it comes to Silent Hill, and why I get so caught up on a lot of the details of these things. I said 26 years of being part of this fandom will do it to you. 11 years of playing these games as a job. It'll do that to you. Piece of cherry cake. Thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate that love and support. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I get too caught up in the YouTube comments where people who don't know me, who don't watch my videos, they watch 2 minutes of one of my videos and then just go, oh, this guy is just a neckbeard hater boomer who wants everything to be PlayStation 1 art and not change the formula ever. And it's like, no, I've gone over this series with a fine-tooth comb for the better half of my life. And those of you who've watched even a small portion of that know how much passion and dedication I have for this series, good and bad. So like, I don't know, I'm just trying to give some perspective. I'm just trying to share my perspective as a person, as a fan, why I get caught up on things that a lot of other people don't care about, and vice versa. Like I said, I appreciate those of you who understand and who enjoy what I do. And to those of you who just want to comment without watching my stuff or understanding, whatever, you do you.
精神ゲージを使ってパリをより認識しやすくするみたいな機能があったりとか、だからあれを貯めて、強い攻撃を出せるギミックもあったりするので、
そうですね。
結構理にかなってるなと思います。その世界観的にも物語的にも。
なんかその物語とのリンクも結構しっかりしてて、っていうのもなんかその急にこうイベント物語との
理にかなってるなと思います。その世界観的にも物語的にも。
そうですね。
結構理にかなってるなと思います。その世界観的にも物語的に。
Look at how smooth and quick these dodges look. Look at the backdash. And then the forward dash. You have these little moments where everything sort of speeds up and you have this really quick, snappy mechanics in the combat. Look at how she turns back towards the creature.
Like,
this is all smooth looking, this is all smooth looking, everything is real snappy, real quick. Real snappy. It's little things like that, where that's going to be such a minor thing most people are not going to pick up on or care about, and it's hard to tell how it's going to actually feel once you're playing the game with a controller in your hands or a mouse and keyboard, or however I wind up playing this first. I've got it on Steam. I'll probably play it with a controller. I honestly don't know. But it feels disjointed. It feels disjointed. Like the movements and animations and stuff, everything goes like, here's a quick thing, here's a quick thing. The enemy's doing these quick slashes, you're doing these quick dodges, but then it's like, stop and slowly turn. And it's like, wait, why are we doing that? These aren't tank controls. Why are we going to have some of these things be quick and snappy and then other things be weird and slow? These are the things that are going to matter, especially if you're playing this game 12 times in a row, getting all the endings, finding every note, compiling notes for story playthroughs. And you're doing this combat over and over and over and over. These are the things that I'm taking mental notes of that are not going to bother a lot of people, but they concern me.
なんかその物語とのリンクも結構しっかりしてて、っていうのもなんかその急にこうイベントとかあるいはその怖い何かが出現したりすると上限が減っちゃうんですよ。
上限減りますね、精神ゲージの。
でこう実際彼女が戸惑ったりとかしばらく動きが取れない状況になったりするので、それがこうシステム的に彼女の恐怖を表してて、あ、うまいなと思いましたよね。
地味ですけど UI もおしゃれで綺麗ですし。
かっこいいですね。
The UI is stylish and beautiful. Yeah, they're talking about the meters, your mental gauge and your stamina gauge, and if your mental gauge runs out, like Hinako will be completely immobile for a little while, where you can't move, can't attack, can't do anything. So on top of all of this combat, you're also going to be managing your meters, your stamina, your mental gauge, your health, your focus gauge, which is what I assume the other one is. It's also going to make leveling up very interesting, since you level up different attributes and stats as part of this game. So I don't know. There's so much to take into consideration, and I'm just not going to have a full picture of it until I get to play the game myself.
かっこいいですね、スタイリッシュでかなり合ってます。
難易度はどれでやりました？
難易度は普通？
普通か。
難しいとか普通
ストーリー重視と普通があるんですけど、なんか私有の時にストーリー重視でやってくださいって言われて、僕それ無視して普通でやったんですけど。
僕も言われて無視しました。
無視した。さすがやな。で結構私有の中で結構徐々に難しくなってくる感じなんだけど、この普通でやるとこの上限がこう減ると
減りますね。
Thank you, Fishjewel. Thank you, Prejoman.
ありますね。
あそこはストーリーモードだとその上限が自動回復するんだけど、この通常モードだと自動回復はせず、駆読っていう通貨みたいなものを使って回復しなきゃいけなくて、
高徳でしたっけ？
駆読っていうものらしいですね。そうそうそう。で、これも結構だからさ、今回遠距離武器がないじゃないですか。
確かに見てない。
What did they say the currency is?
駆読っていうものあれ。
使って回復しなきゃいけなくて。
高徳でしたっけ？
駆読っていうものらしいです。
高徳? The subtitles are not right. I'm trying to hear. Currency to recover. It sounded like he said kotoku, like virtue.
回復しなきゃいけなくて、
高徳でしたっけ？
功徳
っていうものあれ。
そうそうそう。で、これも結構だからさ、今回
which makes sense considering how much of this revolves around the shrines. So like the shrines, you have the little mini shrines that you're supposed to go to, which I think are kind of like your checkpoints. Kudoku. Kotoku is incorrect.
I mean,
we'll find out the specifics eventually.
そうなくて、だからリソース管理とかシステム的な面白さは全部近接でやらなきゃいけない。
Not to mention how it'll be translated, like localized.
そうですね。耐久値がね、それぞれありますね。
壊れました一回。
いや、僕壊れる前でしたね。壊れずに。
これからやった感じなんです。
ただ武器を回復する、耐久値を回復するアイテムとかあったり、
修理キットみたいなやつありますね。
複数の武器持って切り替えたりっていうのは。
They're just gonna be like spirit orbs or something in English.
やっぱなんでそれがあるのかっていうと、もちろんその武器ごとのモーションが違うとかリーチがとかって楽しさあるんだけど、
Virtue
それ以上に
points.
さ、弾数が減らないので、いわゆるリソース管理が成立しないじゃん。
確かにね。壊れなかったら無限に使えちゃうからね。
銃がないわけだから。その代わりやっぱその武器とか修理キットとかっていう素材をそのフィールドで拾って、そのリソースに余裕を持たせることができるんだけど、逆にうまくプレイできると余っちゃうんですよ。
確かに確かに。
で余ったものをそのチェックポイントで供え物にするっていうシステムがあって。
そうですね。あれは面白かったですね。
やりました？
ありましたよ。備えておみくじを引き。
Draw the fortune slip and mental gauge will recover. You can buy amulets to increase your stats. Basically, the system is set up so people who move around efficiently and don't use up all their supplies are rewarded. I feel like this is a fairly new approach to resource management. I mean, it's, again, that's how Book of Memories worked. You save up your supplies for the things that you actually need, and anything else, you trade it to Howard in the shop for memory residue, which you can use to buy artifacts to increase your stats and replenish the resources that you actually want, usually repair kits for your destructible weapons.
るようになるとか、それこそ精神ゲージ回復するっていう。
そうですね。あとお守り買ってステータスが上がったりとか、要するにその効率よく立ち回って物資を全部使わなかった人が報われるっていうシステムになって、それ結構そのリソース管理の新しい試みだなっていう感じがして。
確かにあんまり他見ないですね。
なんかサイレントヒル2とかすごく高く評価されてましたけど、あるとするならばやっぱ結構そのリソースが余っちゃう問題があって、で途中からもうあんまり弾とか拾う意味がなくなっていく。
バイオとかでもありますね。
バイオとかでも。それがでもなんか供え物にするっていう使い道があって、それで新しくいろいろゲットできればっていう。なるほど、それは面白いシステムだなと思いました。
そうですね。他のポイントに還元するみたいな感じですね。
ただそこで気になってくるのがボスというのも。武器が壊れるとそのボス戦になって武器がない可能性出てくるわけです。
確かに。なったことあります？
だからそれがその私有の中で今回のメインボスが精神世界に登場するんですよ。
なるほど。
精神世界で使う武器は壊れないんです。
らしいですね。確かに。
Yeah, they've talked about this in the IGN review.
なるほどなるほど。
逆に精神世界じゃない方のその街で登場するボスは。
So this boss that you have to deal with in the fog world is more of a threat because your weapons can break, as opposed to the ones that you fight in the Dark Shrine, where your weapons won't break.
あんまりストレートにはネタバレになっちゃうので答えてくださらなかったけど、 恵比寿ヶ丘でのボス戦の扱い方と精神世界でできることがまた違うので、そこでも結構面白い
そうですね、
ひねりが加わってくるのかなというふうに思います、ね。
確かに、うわーやりたい早く。
そうですね。
そこまで行ってないんだよな。
まだまだだからちょっともう少しプレイしてほしかったなという感じではありますけど。なんか先ほど言ったそのサイレントヒル2はその施設の中のダンジョンっぽいパートが多いっていう話で言うと、今回のその5時間の週の最後にやっと学校っていうところにたどり着いて、そこは本当に従来のサイレントヒルっぽい、まあ、てか俺2しかやってないけどサイレント2みたいなダンジョンで、
謎解きが
なんかそのいろいろ教室があって、教室職員室でその、なんかこう鍵をゲットして2階に行けるようになってみたいな感じでこう展開するので。でどうやらインタビューして聞いたのが全部で平均的なプレイは13から15時間ぐらいかかるらしいので、
結構ありますね。
Howard is the connection. He's going to deliver mail in Japan.
割合としてはやっぱその街で
I mean, he's been around since like 1860 something.
序盤ね、それだけでだいぶ時間取りますもんね。
でも街もやっぱその年のおじさんの言う通り迷路っぽくなってるから、それだけでもちょっとダンジョンチックなところもありますよ。
確かに確かに。
民家の中とか
In terms of just the video games,
2回ぐらい入ったかな。
1960s is like the furthest back that we're going with Silent Hill F. But in terms of the franchise as a whole, Silent Hill Past Life, the comic books are the furthest back in history that we've gone.
探索できるところがあるのかもしれないっていう感じですね。ちなみにさっき言ったこう人形みたいなクリーチャーって言いましたけど、まあ、サイレントヒルシリーズはやっぱクリーチャーのこうアイコニックなデザイン、三角頭とかさ、で知られてるわけですけど、今回今とクリーチャーどうですか？
でも確かにどうだろう。でも正直そんなめちゃくちゃ印象的なのは。
Are they considered canon? The comic books. Past, not everything is canon across the entire series, but like Silent Hill Past Life and Story comic books are part of the Downpour canon. But Downpour itself is not canon with like the rest of the franchise.
昭和チックなテイストが感じられる気がしますね。
レトロな感じは確かにありましたね。
When are we finally getting Silent Hill in space? Maybe that's what Townfall will be.
そうですね。でも三角頭みたいにやっぱそういう。
Maybe that's what Silent Hill Townfall will be.
多いと思うので、なんかそういうの出会うのをちょっと楽しみにしてまいりますね。
一応その今回の週でメインボスとして登場するキャラクターは。まあ難しかったっていうこともあって
あんまりちゃんと見えてない
いや記憶に残ってます。
残ってますよ。
なんかそれはそのデザインとか設定とかもそうだし、それ以上にやっぱりなんかこう攻撃パターンとか変わったりするし、
なるほど。
なんかこう何回も死んだ記憶もあるからなんかこうプロモのゲームがボスが記憶に残るような記憶に残り方ですね。
そんな感じなんですね。
僕にとってはですね。
難敵の時ですよね。
よくね、なんかこれソウルライクじゃないかって言われてます。そういうわけではないとは思うんだけど。
全然そういうわけじゃなかったですね。僕
も。ではないんだけど、その歯ごたえとかその倒した時の達成感にはやっぱ似たところは。
Gotta reinforce again, it's not a Souls-like.
そうですね。まあソウルライクはちょっと言い過ぎですね。やっただけモダンな作りではあります。アクション全体、UI もそうですし、
パリとかもあるし。
そうですね。ただその回避とかもかなり限られているので、連続回避が2回まででしたね。僕私有できたので、その後は絶対ちょっと時間かかって3回目できるみたいな感じで連続回避の間も結構。
I do also. I'm glad that they are pointing out and sort of correcting things, letting people know that it's not a Souls-like. Whatever you personally feel about the game or the combat mechanics or anything like that, this does at least prove exactly one thing that most people who are more aware of should realize already, but maybe a lot of people out there don't realize. For all the people who are criticizing anybody who has like criticisms or concerns when a game trailer or a game footage is shown before a game releases, and they're like, the game's not out yet, stop being so negative about it. The developers are taking that criticism as feedback and addressing it in interviews. That is why they release trailers. That is why they release gameplay. If they didn't want people to criticize and give them feedback, the game would just come out. And they would never show you anything leading up to it. So for all the people who are like, oh, you're just hating on it, you're just looking for things to nitpick and whine about, they put these things out for people to nitpick and whine about. They want to see what people respond positively and negatively towards, and then address it going forward. Feedback is important in the game development process. Have opinions. Vocalize your opinions. They don't need to match up to everybody else's. But the developers do look at that, and they do take it into consideration. You are helping shape the way the games get developed and updated moving forward. Maybe not for this game, because this game, it's too close to release. They're not going to be able to majorly change, like, core combat mechanics. They're not going to be able to go in and take out like hit stop and things like that. But the next time they make a game, all of these things that people are kind of critical of and less responsive about, they're going to keep that in mind. That's going to affect the quality of the games in the series going forward. Criticism is good. Having complaints about a thing is good. Just blindly saying, fuck it, I love it, without any sort of opinions one way or the other, like no sort of criticisms, no sort of concerns, that's going to lead to them just making whatever without any sort of regard for quality. You like good games, right? You like quality, right? Well, they need feedback. Not just positive feedback. Feedback from all sides.
0.5秒ぐらい間隔が空けないとできなかったりするので、
結構余裕があるよね。特にフォーカスモードに入ってる。
そうですね。なんでそんなキビキビ動いてアクションするって感じでは本当にないですね。はい。
最後にちょっと野口さんにストーリー的なところ聞いてみたいですけど、まあ全然プレイしてないと思うんだけど、竜騎士073さん。
073はい。日暮とかね。
そうですね。とかで知られてる方がまあその
やってますね。
ホラーでその高校生の話を描くっていうことに対しては結構やっぱどうですか？期待します？
そうですね。僕は日暮自体は全部見てるので、確かに竜騎士さんのエッセンスみたいなものは期待はしてるんですけど。
Yeah, I am curious how much Higurashi we're going to get in Silent Hill F.
ただでもなんか等身大の女子高生
を描く How Ryukishi coded is it going to be?
それで昭和の頑固親父がいるような時代というところなので、
And how many straight up like references or Easter eggs
楽しみにしてますね。
to Higurashi no Nakokoro ni will there be?
印象を与える場面も多分出てくるんだろうなとはちょっと期待してますね。
まあ一応ストーリー自体も分岐するらしくて複数の5つのエンディングがあるって言ってたのらしいんで。
5 different endings, including a UFO ending.
なんかこの時代の
That much has been confirmed as well, and they just mentioned it again.
主人公のゲームあるんだけどいっぱいどっちかというと軽いノリのゲームが多いので。
まあここは重いのは
女性を描くっていうそのなんか
Although the way that it's set up is kind of similar to Silent Hill 3, where on your first playthrough, you're only going to get one ending. There's only one particular ending you can get on a first playthrough. The other endings only open up for subsequent playthroughs, which I think is a really interesting way to do it, so that you can kind of get a conclusion to the story on a first playthrough and not get kind of a random outcome or somewhat random outcome that you're just not sure of how you're manipulating it. And then other endings that open up for your subsequent New Game Plus playthroughs. I think that's a good way of handling that.
年代のこう差別の対象でもあった女性を割としっかりと描くのかなっていう感じはしますね。
感じしますね。シュートのシュートのこの先の展開も気になりますし。
なんかね彼女はシューは男の子で仲良しなんで結構 こう男の子のような話し方で彼と語るんですけど、
そうですね。
それをその他の人が批判したりみたいな場面とかもちょっと出てくるので、その女性がやっていいこと、やっちゃいけないことみたいな描写もあるんじゃないかなという感じはしますね。
それでいうとなんかその学生たちの表面で表面でなんか仲良くやってるけど裏ではなんか陰湿ないじめをみたいなところは竜騎士さんのお得意なところなので、確かにそれはちょっと序盤感じ取れましたね。その裏切り者っていう。
I feel like that devalues the other endings a little, though, likely just by default. Though, I kind of get where you're coming from, and I mean, it's pros and cons. What I've seen looking through people who played like Silent Hill 2 Remake, their first time playing a Silent Hill game ever. I watched a lot of videos, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of Twitch streamers who've never played a Silent Hill game, where Silent Hill 2 Remake was their first time playing a Silent Hill. And they loved it. They loved the story. They loved the characters. And then they got like the Maria ending. And they were like, what? All of that? And then he just makes the same mistake again? You have this really awesome emotional roller coaster throughout the story. And then that's how it ends? I like the idea of limiting a first playthrough experience to give you a more meaningful ending, and then letting you open up other possibilities and other ways for the story to go with endings on subsequent playthroughs. Like, I love all the endings of Silent Hill 2 for different reasons, but at the same time, how much more impactful would it have been for a lot of players who that was their first time experiencing Silent Hill 2 or a Silent Hill game in general to specifically always get like in water, so that you understand the story as intended. Like, James was suicidal after killing his wife, after showing up in the town, after having this delusion. He goes through everything. He remembers why he was there, and then takes his own life, like follows through with what he was doing. Being able to have that concept of the overall story would remove so much confusion on developer intentions and character motivations, as opposed to the people who play it the first time and get, you know, or even the leave ending, like even if it's limited to like in water or leave, just kind of a binary, here's something that's slightly more good, here's something that's slightly more bad, that still follows suit with the story. It gives a better impact, I think, for a first playthrough, for a first experience, than somebody who's going to get like Maria as an ending. Same thing with like Silent Hill 1. We'll go back to Silent Hill 1. So many people I've watched play Silent Hill 1 for the first time. And you know what almost always happens when you play Silent Hill 1 for the first time? You don't know to pick up the Aglophatus. You don't know to use it on Sybil. There's all of these things that unless you're following a walkthrough or you just already know, you're not going to intuitively just know to do these things and use these things and go out of your way to do all the Kaufman side quest stuff. You're almost always going to get a bad ending in your first playthrough of Silent Hill 1. And it's such a crushing moment to go through all of this emotional turmoil with Harry Mason looking for Cheryl, and you're trying to figure out who is Cheryl, who is Alessa, how does this relate? And then you get to the ending, and it's just like Harry's dead in his Jeep. And you're like, well, what the fuck was that? We went through all that, and it was just he was dead in his Jeep the whole time? That fucking sucks. It's an interesting ending in contrast if you would have played a second time or a third time and seen that as like a prospective, like, what if this was the case type of ending. I like the idea of having a limited amount of endings for a first playthrough that gives you a satisfactory conclusion to the story, to the narrative, and then rewarding you with other narratives and other possibilities in terms of wrapping up the story afterwards. Because that first playthrough is going to be the most impactful. Players having that as the first ending was intentional for sure. True, but games were also designed differently back then. In many ways. Not only were they designed to just be less intuitive in general, but games back then were designed with the mindset that people are going to play them over and over. When you got a game, like when you were lucky enough to have a game, the market wasn't as saturated as it is now. People have so many games and so many things that they can do in such little time. Most people are going to pick up a game and maybe play all the way through it. And if they play all the way through it, most people are going to do it once. So if you're only going to experience that one playthrough really should feel the most important, the most impactful, be the best representation of the story from beginning to end that you can give somebody. And then if they like it enough to replay it, give them more, give them extra. New sequences, changes in the story, different endings. Because the vast majority of people who are going to play a game are not going to play it that way. They're not going to delve into all the extras. They're not going to delve into a New Game Plus and play it over and over. Most people are going to play a game and not even finish it. And then second largest part of the majority are going to play it and finish it once, and that'll be it. Then you get into the much smaller percentage of people who are completionists that want to get every ending or get every achievement or, you know, make notes on the series and do story playthroughs like what I do. You've got different types of gamers, but like it's a small percentage that are actually replaying things that much and that intently to get all the endings and complete the story as much as possible, do all the achievements and that sort of stuff. Most people are only going to play it once. So that needs to be like the one playthrough that feels the most complete, in my opinion.
セリフもそうですし、他の女性のキャラクターもちょっとひな子に対してなんかチャチ入れてくる感じはあったので、
それは結構そのさらにやっていくと5時間だけでもかなり出てきますね。
やっぱそうなんですね。
その影打ちみたいなやつはすごく出てきます。
なるほどなるほど。あるんですちゃんと。
というところで結構ストーリーもビジュアルもゲームプレイもどれもかなり意欲的なタイトルだと思うので。ぜひとも皆さんご期待いただければと思います。こちらねもう9月25日まもなく発売なんで。
Okay.
楽しみに
I think that's the end of this.
では、
yeah. Now they move on to Ninja Gaiden 4. So that's it for the Silent Hill F stuff today. Not a whole lot. Even from that video. We got a little bit. There was more to this than the developer interview, the fucking 10-minute long interview that we waited 4 hours for earlier. Oh, but that was just no new footage. One new trailer that we got on Tuesday. But no new gameplay, no new trailers, not a whole lot really new being said from the developers other than it's not a Souls-like. Stop calling it a Souls-like. Damn. I was hoping for more. Although, apparently, there is going to be more stuff on tomorrow during the Gamescom stream. Day 3. Thank you. Day 3 of IGN's Gamescom, which should feature Silent Hill F. August 23rd, 9 a.m. Eastern. Oh, on the 23rd. So that'll be Saturday, not tomorrow. Okay, so Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll come back and we'll watch, and hopefully we'll get some more Silent Hill F, hopefully something significant. But, guys, that's going to be it for me. It's getting way too warm. I need to get a shower. I stink. I've been up all morning. We've been watching Xbox games. We've been ranting about combat mechanics and opinions. And cosplay. Definitely took a little break there to show off some of my old cosplay. While they talked about fucking World of Tanks for an hour. And then talked about Silent Hill F for 10 minutes. Whatever. But thanks everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you all so much for all the love and support. New subs, resubs, new follows. Sorry, today's been very all over the place. I feel like my mood has just been drastically whiplashing back and forth between I'm excited about certain games and certain elements of Silent Hill F, but I'm also frustrated by other things about the game and about the fandom's reaction to certain parts of the game and my feelings on those parts of the game. So it's kind of been a mixed bag of things today, but overall, that's the takeaway from it. I'm still excited for Silent Hill F. Obviously, I'm going to be playing the fuck out of it once it comes out, September 23rd. Story playthroughs, in-depth playthroughs, cam hack playthroughs, speed runs, challenge runs, everything. All of that's going to happen, whether the game is good or not. It's going to happen. So, that's it. Let's go raid somebody. See if there's someone I can raid real quick. And then I'll see y'all tomorrow. Probably try to get back to Death Stranding 2 tomorrow. Because I would like to try and finish it, if possible, in the next week. And then move on to Metal Gear Solid Delta when that comes out. We're going to raid Level Best, who's playing Tomb Raider. One of my good friends, Level Best, variety streamer, horror fan, speedrunner, and just cool person. I think he's finishing up the 2013 Tomb Raider game. So, go show him some love. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for some Death Stranding 2. Till then, be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.